Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's back there. She's a bit shy. There we go. There she is. Okay, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. Got Streamlabs here, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. And if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked, so don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit organization, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, #BLM. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Support the cause. Fight the man, I guess. I don't know. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers on this Clips channel, guys. So we're about 80,000 away. You guys are really helping get us there. So we're really close, guys. Let's see, what else? We got a Discord, guys. This is new. Discord.gg. I don't have anything ready to be pulled up on that. Link is in the description, I think. Caveat, for the time being, this is going to be members-only Discord. You can sign up and gain access via our Patreon, patreon.com/whatever. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast or the host. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location. So where are you from, and occupation? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lillian Phillips. I'm 22. I'm from Derbyshire, England, and I am an online slag, otherwise known as porn star or OnlyFans hoe, whatever you want to call it. That's me.
Thank you. Thank you, Flanlife, for the 10 gifted memberships. What is a slag? What is that? What's a slag?
Slut, slag, hoe, whore. So same thing.
So you self-identify as those?
Yes. What do they call them here? 304s?
There's a bunch of names. we got. There's a lot of names that can be used, but okay. All right. She's self-aware. All right. What about you?
My name is Andrea. I am 25 years old. I'm from Arizona, and I do OnlyFans.
All right. Welcome.
My name is Hazel. I'm 30 years old. I do OnlyFans.
My name is... Where are you from?
And I am from Northern California, and I live in LA.
All right, welcome.
My name is Jade. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I work in finance and solar sales.
All right, welcome.
I'm Natalie. I'm 22 years old. I live between Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. I am the co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room podcast and TV show, an investigative reporter, and I have a lifestyle and clothing brand.
Rock and roll, welcome.
My name is Atlantis, and I am 19 years old, and I am from California, Riverside, and I'm currently a nursing student.
Okay, great.
I'm Becca. I'm 29 years old. I'm from Arizona. I am the co-founder of a nonprofit called Teen Vulnerable, and I spend most of my time as a stay-at-home mom. Woo.
My name is Emmanuel. I'm 31. Wow, I sound old at this table right now. 31. I live in Arizona, and I'm the other co-founder of Teen Vulnerable, where we help individuals overcome porn use.
And can you tell us a bit more, like, about the organization? What's the genesis of the start of it? Like,
Yeah, so long story short, I was addicted to porn for 15 years and had everything the world could tell you that would make you happy. Money, drugs, alcohol. I was married, and 3 years into our marriage, it was just starting to destroy our marriage, and I asked Becca for help in overcoming it. And luckily, she showed me love, grace, and mercy and was just there for me. And I was able to overcome it. And then we felt the Lord calling us to help others overcome it. So we started off with a married course for couples to go through together. Then we had single people reaching out to us. We want a course, so we made one for people who are single, and even one for kids and for parents to go through. And it's been amazing. So.
And you said you were addicted personally, is that correct? Is this something that this manifested during your marriage with Becca, or something that pre-existed?
15 years I was watching, so well before we were married, and started with low self-esteem, bullied in school, not doing well in school, all that stuff, and yeah.
Got it. Well, guys, you can we have their link for their course in the description of the YouTube video if you guys want to go ahead and check it out. We're going to go around, and we'll have some opportunity to talk about that more a little later on, but we're going to go around the table once more. So what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? People are in all kinds of arrangements. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I am single and ready to fuck. And I have been single for about, I don't even know, what date is it? Fuck. It's 2024. I think I last had a relationship maybe just like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
How long was the relationship?
Like 6 months. But the one I had before that was 2 years. Sorry, if you wanted to know.
Okay, yes. So your most recent one was 6 months. Your longest was 2 years?
Yes.
6 months, 2 years. Okay. And so were you monogamous during those two relationships?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Believe it or not, I am
all right.
monogamous.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a little bit. But,
I'm not a cheater.
And so, remind me, how long have you been single?
2 years.
Oh, 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for about 3 years, and then the relationship that I was just last in was about 3 years.
Got it. And that was your longest relationship?
Yes.
Got it. What about you?
I am in several relationships. My longest relationship was 6 years. So yeah.
So you're currently, hold on, we'll get back to that.
Whatever donated $100. I shag the slag lily bloody hell.
All right, there you have it.
I'd fuck you
Whatever
too, as long as you've got a big cock.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Welcome to the Whatever podcast.
Yeah, my link's down below.
It's gonna be an interesting show tonight, guys. All right. You're currently in multiple relationships?
Yes.
So how many relationships are you currently involved in?
Well, all my fans are my boyfriends, so and then I have people that help me do content, so I'm in relationships with them too.
All your fans are so you're selling like the girlfriend experience?
Oh yes, I connect with my fans. And
how many fans do you have?
I have over 5K fans. I have
so
half a million.
boyfriends.
Yeah, how do you manage 5,000? Let's change the title of the video to "She has 5,000 boyfriends."
Well, I have a good following, so I talk to the people that follow me on Instagram, as well as the people that follow me on my Spicy site. So obviously, the ones on my Spicy site get the girlfriend experience. So yeah, I feel like I have a lot of boyfriends. They take my time. I send them nudes. So
yeah, but you're siphoning money from them. You're not in actual romantic relationships with them.
I'm not siphoning money. They're willingly having their money siphoned, but well, yeah, they're my boyfriends.
You're not in romantic relationships with them.
I am. They send me good morning messages, good night.
You get 5,000 good morning messages?
No, well, some of them on Instagram, but we're talking about
like,
my private site. So yeah,
Do you
so
s-
the
do you
ones that
see
are
any
more
of these-
invested than others, obviously, and they're on there longer than
Have
others.
you met any of them in person?
Oh no, they're just virtual boyfriends.
Virtual.
I only class people that I'm intimate
AKA.
with as boyfriends.
AKA, what do we call that? Simps, basically?
Yeah, pretty much.
Simps. So, do you have any actually in-person relationships?
I have someone that helps me with content. That's always there.
So are you
So I have
Single?
relationships.
you
No, I'm not single. I'm taken
by who?
by.
You don't need to name his name, but
No,
what is
by-
your relationship status?
By the world.
by my fans. I'm in a relationship with my fans.
No, can you actually give me a good faith answer to the question?
I'm in a relationship.
With your fans or with like a specific individual? Are you polyamorous? Do you have multiple in-person boyfriends? What are we
I
talking
have
about?
virtual boyfriends, and I have someone that
Let's
helps me with my
remove
content.
your OnlyFans, and I'm using very big air
Okay,
quotes
so
here.
if you don't count my virtual
yes, let's
boyfriends and the
remove.
person that helps me make content, then
We can count him, perhaps.
I'm single. If
But you
don't
do
wanna
it.
count my boyfriends
You
online.
so you have one person who helps you make content. So I'm assuming like
Yeah,
you're having sexual intercourse with this person.
Correct.
Are you having sexual intercourse with any other person?
I collab with other female
Okay, so you do-
content. Yeah, female talent.
What about any male talent or?
No.
Okay, so do you have a professional relationship with this man who does content with you, but do you have a romantic relationship with him?
I care for him, yes. I've known him since
Do you have
high school.
do you have a romantic relationship with him?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
I'm just gonna say you have a boyfriend here because I mean,
Yeah, we're not official. We don't have the title, but I know I can count on him.
do you sleep with other men?
No.
For work?
No.
Does he sleep with other women?
No. Well, not that I know of. Not that I know of, so.
Ridwan Motorsports
You never
donated
know.
$100.
I'm gonna say she's got a boyfriend.
If you were really getting paid for a GFE,
I consider
you are not
myself
in a
single.
relationship, you are a hooker, a harlot, and a drain upon society. May God have mercy on your soul.
Remember me, please.
Yeah, the girlfriend experience.
What's a GF?
I think that
Girlfriend
stands for the
experience.
girlfriend experience. So, like, does it cost money to get the girlfriend experience?
Not necessarily. I give the people that are subscribed to my VIP site the girlfriend experience, and like I message them.
What is the girlfriend experience? I don't know what that
It's
means.
like if you have a girlfriend that you talk to long distance, you could video chat, you could.
But they have to
tell
pay
me-
for it. That
they
sounds
pay-
like prostitution, not a
They
girlfriend.
pay for it once they subscribe to your page. So once they subscribe to my page, they're able to talk to me, and I'll give them the girlfriend experience.
But is it really the girlfriend experience? It sounds more like the
It doesn't sound like a very good
prostitute experience to
Well-
some degree, right? I mean,
Well, if that's what you want to look at it like, then that could be I'm not fucking them.
Virtually, you are, right?
Virtually, I'm fucking them virtually. Yeah.
she's fucking them virtually.
Yeah. So if you want to get fucked
Financially?
virtually, link in
Financially,
bio, baby.
virtually, morally.
Okay, all right.
So did you put me down as single
I have you as
or prostitute?
I have you down as in a relationship because it sounds like the guy you make content with, you're in a relationship sort of with him,
Okay.
kind of. Anyways, it's not super important, but okay, well, go ahead.
I guess I'm talking to somebody. Yeah.
Guess you're talking to
I
somebody?
guess, yeah. I guess we are talking. We are talking. I'm going to say that more sternly. We are talking, yes.
What does that mean to be talking?
I don't know. I just find the difference between single, talking, dating, and a relationship so stupid. I think you're either single or in a relationship, at least me personally.
So you're not in either.
Not in either. It's not defined
Okay,
yet.
so you're in the stupid situation.
No,
that you
it's not
consider to be
stupid.
Talking stage.
A talking stage, what
Oh,
I
okay.
consider to be a little bit more.
How long have you been talking?
It's honestly like January, so beginning of January.
Okay.
And then before that, I was in a relationship for 2 years, and then I was single for a month, and then I was in another relationship for 2 years.
2 years is your longest relationship?
Yeah.
So would you say you're currently in a situationship?
See, I think that's so, I just think it's so dumb to be like, oh, I'm talking to someone, oh, I'm dating someone. I'm the kind of person where if I go on a date with you, I'm committed fully on the first date. That's at least just how I am. And so just because it's not defined yet, I want to say I'm single.
You courting?
I'm single. Simple as that.
Is he doing the same thing as you?
Probably not. However,
okay.
I'm aware that not everyone nowadays is like that, and that's normal.
But he has your undivided attention.
Yeah.
Romantic attention.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you say, but have you had a conversation with him? Because you've been dating, like talking for a month, right? About a month. I mean, have you had a conversation with him about? Is it long distance?
No, not at all.
Okay.
He knows my views, he knows my values, and he understands it.
Yeah.
And I guess he's just deciding whether or not he wants to commit. I'm okay to waiting because if I like you, I understand that, and so I'm just doing.
Have you guys hooked up?
No.
Okay. Do you think he's entertaining other women?
Probably. However, I don't really mind whether he is or not because in his head we aren't committed, and that's okay.
Okay.
In my head, it's different though, and he knows that. Not necessarily like, oh, in my head we're in a relationship. However, he does know that in my head he is the only man who has my undivided romantic attention.
How long have you been talking?
Just since January.
1 month. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, so you've broached the I want to be in a relationship with you conversation?
Not necessarily like I want to be in a relationship with you. However, I've made my values very clear to him, and he understands, okay, if you're going to continue talking to me, this is what I'm going to want.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want it, stop wasting my time and go away.
How long are you willing to wait?
You know what? It's at least with me specifically, it's not necessarily you have to sit me down and be like, oh my gosh, here's the date. I'm going to be, please be my girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. It's just necessary. It just happens. At least for me, that's what I've noticed. It's you get with someone, you like them, and then if you start loving them, love is an action. Once you start showing that love as an action, then it's basically, okay, we're together at this point.
How did you meet him?
At work.
Work? What do you do for work again?
I'm in finance and solar.
Okay, so you're like out in the streets selling door to door some
No.
solar. And guys.
Not necessarily. So with my finance job, I work in loans, so things
Okay.
like car loans and things
Sure.
like that.
Okay.
And then I also work as a little bit of an investment broker on the side. So that's my finance side.
Got it.
And then with solar, my company calls me up and is like, hey, Jade, can you come out here and close this deal? And then I go out there and close the deal. Super simple, super easy.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
I've been single for probably a little north of a year, and my longest relationship was probably around a year.
1 year. Got it. Okay. So you've been single for 1 year. Any dates in that time period? Any prospects, or is it looking kind of bleak?
I would say bleak.
I shouldn't
feel like that
say
has a negative connotation. No, I have a very demanding job, even though I hate feminism and I don't think women should be working. Nonetheless, that is my current reality. So I've really been focused on that. And I also think it's kind of hard to even really determine what it means when you're dating someone situationship stages. No offense, but when you consider yourself to have 5,000 boyfriends and there's platforms like OnlyFans, I think that really degrades how you term relationships. So I've kind of had struggles with that.
I quite like the
Taylor
degraded.
McCoy donated
Sure you do.
$100. How can I find the girl in the orange OnlyFans?
It's Dr. Drea.
Probably.
If I could say, I think sounds like you are a fellow maybe anxious attachment person in terms of like when I go on a date with someone, I kind of immediately like to attach or at least give them my full undivided attention. And I think with that comes the ability for women to set boundaries with guys. And I don't mean that.
Oh, hold on.
Mike Davis donated
Oh,
$100.
hey, look who it is.
Haven't been here in a while,
What's up,
but
man?
why you hating Brian? You know how many sex-deprived bums are shooting the place up? She's saving lives with the girlfriend experience. Signed, Mike Davis.
Exactly.
Of course. You know what? Let me walk it back. I was wrong. She is saving lives out here. Just saving lives, so good to see you in the chat, Mike Davis. It's been a while. Welcome, man. Good to see you. Go ahead with your.
No, I was just saying that I think setting boundaries like you are in terms of, I personally think you should wait till marriage. I think that it's fine to tell a guy that you want to do that. And when I think platforms like OnlyFans really commodify women's bodies and normalize the idea that if men just pay you like $5 a month, they can get whatever they want out of you. You can laugh, but the average OnlyFans creator makes about $150 a month. That's not even the minimum wage in like Kenya. But I think that you set a very dangerous precedent that makes it very hard for women to stand up for themselves in normal relationships and tell guys that they can't just get whatever they want out of you, and that you can set boundaries and standards.
Yep.
Would you guys care to respond to her?
Well, personally, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind selling myself for $5 a month. Honestly,
Ain't nobody
You
making
think you're worth
$150
$5 a month?
Ain't
You
nobody
don't want
making
the guys
$150.
paying for porn anyway, right?
No,
Wait,
I
what did
don't.
you say?
Exactly.
Sorry.
So
Say that
we're
again.
not harming you in any way. You could find your fish.
Yeah, I would happily never marry someone who pays money for porn, but I just
Okay.
think it's sad that you guys reduce your value and self-worth to
Good night.
$5 a month.
And
because-
that's your perspective.
Well, in my perspective is that I think you guys are worth so much more. I think God endowed
And
you
who said
with
we're
so-
not?
Well, I think when your
In
entire
your eyes, we're not.
Well, I'm trying to say, I think when you
Got a
debase
squeaky
yourself to
chair,
make
man.
your entire livelihood dependent on basically the lowest common denominator, which is the fact that you guys have boobs, a vagina, and an ass,
Oh.
I think that you're selling yourselves extremely short.
I have a quick question for you guys.
Well, hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Please allow them an opportunity
I'm
to
sorry.
respond.
I get like
No,
my,
but
my
just-
mind is so fast.
No, we can come back to you, but allow them to
so
respond.
sorry.
Go.
I personally really enjoy my lifestyle. I love what OnlyFans and porn gives me. Like, it gives me freedom. And I really enjoy being sexualized. Like, I get off to it. And I don't think that's affecting you. So I don't think it's any of your business, personally. Not in
Well,
a
it's
rude
not
way.
affecting me personally, but I think you guys are sort of one of the many, I would say, arrows in the quiver that are being used to destroy Western civilization and traditional values and family values. And I think, as I'm sure you can attest to, you guys are creating the content that is lowering the threshold significantly to make it much easier for men to want to drop out of relationships with
But
women.
who's
because
buying
there's an
it?
easy
Like,
out.
who's
It's all
buying
your
it?
fault.
Yeah, no,
No.
it's not
I'm
like
not
it's
saying
who's
it's all your
buying
fault,
it.
but you guys are supplying it. And frankly, I think when you guys, again, I'm not attacking you guys as individual
Yeah.
people. I'm
It
attacking
sure
the
sounds like
business. Well, I mean, I think you guys can also take ownership for the kind of content that you're creating. But I think you guys are contributing to it, right? Are you not? You're sitting there laughing, saying that you like being objectified and commodified. So you're obviously embracing it, and you're going down the path of trying to normalize the behavior.
This is just my personal.
It is normalized, and ain't nobody here making $150 a month. We
What's what
enjoy
the
it.
average OnlyFans creator makes.
Well, we're not
Yeah.
average, as you can
It-
see.
Yeah, we got thousands of followers on Instagram. We got like over
Well, and to be
300,
honest, I think that
400K.
this is one of the most dangerous narratives that OnlyFans spins. And frankly, I hope you guys, like the OnlyFans PR team, is paying you a bunch of money, because I think the worst part of OnlyFans is that it sells the lie to girls that if you just start posting pictures on the internet of whatever one of your body parts, that you will become like a millionaire overnight, and you're basically having these girls tank their reputations for what is, on average, again, you can't argue with the facts, $150 a month.
You can become a millionaire overnight,
can.
though. I literally
But the
have
platform of OnlyFans was
It's
not
not for
created
everybody,
for organic
obviously.
people.
It's
It was
not for
created
everybody.
for people who already had followings to then leverage it to show you.
Yeah.
It started out with non-sexual content, then it became into more sexual content, and what you guys do. But it wasn't really designed for you. And to be honest, I even take issue with the term OnlyFans, because I don't really think that these people are your fans. I don't think you guys are celebrities. I think it really is devaluing the term fans. Just because you take pictures of yourself doing weird things with guys doesn't really make you a celebrity.
are
I
you
don't
scared
paint
that we're-
myself as a celebrity at all.
But you're calling these people your fans.
That's
so
what
there's
they're
sort of a
called on the
connotation there.
site.
Yeah,
But I
it's
feel
like-
like you're
that's my
threatened
point.
and you're scared we're taking your
paying
mask.
for the
I'm
content.
really not threatening
You
you.
get to
Wait,
make
do you
sure
want-
that the actors are over 18. The actors in the videos are paid fairly. If you look at
Well, there's a lot of
OnlyFans
underage
term, if you look at OnlyFans terms, they are very vanilla. If you go on porn, you can find some dirty ass shit on there. OnlyFans,
Some dirty ass shit.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are
Find the
very
dirty ass
strict.
shit.
You can't do stuff in public. You can't do a lot of certain things. So I honestly think that it is a very safe site for people to go on there and show that. And you see that people are over 18. They're encouraged to, everybody has to sign a release form. Everybody is consenting. If you go on porn, I have seen stuff where these girls are looking very uncomfortable. OnlyFans, it's very safe, and like for people like us, it is possible to make $1 million overnight because you have to have that X factor. It's not for everybody. That's what I'm gonna say.
Manny, go ahead.
Yeah. So to your point, Natalie, the $150 a month, the 1% rule. So you got Black China making $90 million a year, and then 50 million, 40 million, 30 million, and then everyone else is 0.0000, which brings that average amount down there. So I think one of the big challenges is when you get onto an OnlyFans and then you put up some posts and you're like, I'm going to be rich, and then it doesn't happen, and then it's like, oh shoot, now someone has these photos. I think that's one of the biggest challenges with it. But one of the things that was really interesting as Becca and I were researching coming on, we're like, why does somebody watch OnlyFans versus porn? Because I was never watching OnlyFans. And what's the big difference? Because it's free, right? So what are they looking for? The boyfriend experience, love,
it's
connection.
More authentic.
They want to get to know you.
So here's what was really crazy is we start going through the facts and the numbers, and we find 90% of the people are married who are subbing. And we're going, whoa. And so one of the big challenges, I think, of what we're trying to stand up for is just the idea of someone is coming here and they're looking for the virtual girlfriend experience. But I think about a child walking down and seeing,
That's not the one.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay, I apologize. So that kid coming down and seeing, their dad on there and the divorce and how that could break up a family, and it's very, very sad. So one of the things I like to just bring up is just, you say they love you, which I think you would say they love you, your fans,
I
subs.
don't think they love me.
They don't love you?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
What would you say?
Well, I'm not a celebrity that they like love.
They love watching us.
Yeah.
I think,
but
they enjoy
I would
watching
put
us.
back, with that whole concept of if they are married men, with a family, and they're running from an issue with their spouse, and they're saying, I don't want to stand up to this. I don't want to have that hard conversation. Just like the hardest conversation I ever had in my life was, I'm addicted to porn. I can't stop this on my own. I need help. When you say they love you, if you say that, if you don't say that, but do you want to show love to them, not in a sexual way, but caring about them enough to say, you know what, I don't want your family to be broken?
I care about them, but don't get me wrong, I'm not in a relationship with them. It's not my duty to, make sure everyone doesn't have a girlfriend and everyone doesn't have a wife and they've not got families, because I'm not trying to be like pass the blame, but it's not my problem. Like, I'm not the one in a family.
And if I can just really quick on that one, one of the things was, I was just some guy jerking off in his bathroom for 15 years at 2 a.m. And I was like, I never can make a difference. I
get a lot of
I was
those.
going, I can't make a difference. I can't do anything. I'm just some guy. And what was crazy about it is when we stood up and we just said, you know what, let's create this course as a team. And we were helping couples do it. We said, if we can help 10 to 20 couples with our course that we made, that'd be great. And in the first year, 450 people got the course in over 25 different countries. I was literally on the phone with someone in Denmark the other day. It's like 4 days in the future over there. But just that idea of, we're just nobodies from Arizona with no following. And just, if this could save one marriage, if it could prevent one SA from happening, if it could help one self-deletion, trying to use all your words, would it be worth it to stand up and just say, you know what, that would be worth it? Just one of those things.
I mean, it's not really like she said too, it's not really my issue, like most people who go on there have fake names and everything. They don't want to go on there and like talk about their issues.
It's a lot of anonymous people. We don't know who they are.
And it's not my problem, because at the end of the day, I mean...
Hold on one second.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Brian won't be on long tonight. Fly day tomorrow. Just a reminder that the owner of pays himself 1.3 mil a day. These of girls
Good for
work
him.
for the world's biggest pimp. Feminism for the L.
Feminism for the L. Let's go. Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. Enjoy your fly day tomorrow.
But yeah, honestly, I think if a guy is buying OnlyFans, it's probably because the girl isn't satisfying her man, so he has to go out and get that somewhere else. So, it's both of their problems. It's not my issue. All I cared about is getting paid.
I actually don't even think it has anything to do with if a man's in a relationship. Well, I mean, I could be wrong on this. I don't think it's probably men who don't have any dating prospects at all who are probably the primary customers of...
I give great relationship advice on my OnlyFans.
Well, you have 5,000
can we add to that,
so
though?
I wouldn't say
Can
that.
we add to that for a second, though? Because one of the big things when I was addicted to porn was I just felt, I would tell myself, you know what? Becca just can't handle me because I just need it all. I'm just such a manly man with so much testosterone.
So much cum.
I can't. And what happened was once I stopped watching porn, it was like, oh, I'm not addicted to sex. I'm addicted to porn. And when we have sex once or twice a week or 3 times if it's Valentine's weekend or whatever, but when we have these things, it's just incredible because it's no longer about power or domination or anything that's getting off. It's about love, connection, and intimacy. It's just a beautiful thing seeing it. And I would say Becca's the last person who it's the fault, because one of the things that's interesting, like I said, this was 15 years in the making. She was only with me for 6 of those years. And I wanted to quit. I said, once I get married, I'm done with this. 3 months before the wedding, I'm done. Then I said 2 months, 1 week, 1 day, and it's the night of our wedding, and I can't have sex. And I'm going, I'm so sorry. I love you, but I have this problem, and I'm struggling. And I didn't say even in that night, I want to quit. I just said, I have this problem. And it wasn't until I came to her 3 years later, and I just said, I can't beat this thing on my own. Will you be there for me? That I was able to finally overcome this thing and really...
Here, we can come back to the No, it's fine. We can come back to the OnlyFans conversation, and I know you guys probably want to continue going at it, but we will come back. Let's get through the relationship status stuff first. Go ahead.
I'm single.
Okay.
I think the last time I've been in a relationship was probably December 2022. Year 2022.
I was like, that's very precise.
So you've been single for 2 years about, or
yeah.
like 2? Okay. Longest relationship?
That relationship was just like a year and a half.
Got it. Okay. Becca, what about you?
Married for almost 7 years.
All right. I assume the answer is the same for you, Manny. But
same. 7 years. Feels like it's been like 3 minutes though. Underwater. No, I'm just joking. That was a joke. Please. That was a joke.
There is a Mitch Hedberg joke that goes something along the lines of, I'm trying to remember what it was. There's a girl. Oh my God, I'll have to think.
Mate,
of it later.
what are these fucking references?
I don't know.
I
I can't remember any of them. It's just terrible.
Amen.
Something. Wait, Mitch Hedberg. Something about like. Oh, how's it go? I know a girl who. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. Wait, let me Google it while this comes in. Hold on.
Sports donated $100. Also, the Discord spies tell me that the big GFE Latina has her typers hard at work even as she sits in front of you laughing. GFE indeed. Sounds like a scammer to me.
Thank you, Grid One Motorsports. The Discord spies are saying that you're selling the girlfriend experience, but you have typers or chatters, as they're sometimes called.
No, I actually don't. No.
Okay.
How can you talk to
got some
5,000
fast fingers.
people?
Yeah, 5,000 people.
Well, I'm not talking to everyone every day. Like, I spread my love.
A little more specific. How do you spread your love?
Well, I'll make time for a few one day. The next day, I'll make time for the others, and then I have like a schedule.
A lot of them don't want. Sorry, a lot of them don't want to chat.
Yeah, a lot of them don't want to chat, but a lot of them do.
I'm
Depends.
just curious. Would you guys, like, say, looking downrange, want these guys to be in healthy relationships where they no longer need to come to you, or do you want to always have them perpetually in a state where they either are single or they have these broken relationships where they always need to come to you guys?
I don't believe that people that watch porn necessarily have an unhealthy relationship. I know a lot of couples that watch porn together. So
I'm talking specifically though on the OnlyFans, like the girlfriend experience angle of it.
A lot of the people that I do give the girlfriend experience to really don't have a chance finding a real girlfriend in the real world. So
do you think that them watching OnlyFans is helping?
Helping
them get a relationship in the real world.
Honestly, I feel like I do.
They're getting practice.
I give them advice.
But you just said practice for something that they'll never really need game time.
Eventually.
I'm happy for mine to get into relationships because you know what? Like, there's obviously always going to be single men.
So do you guys think that what you do helps them get into relationships or keeps them
You know what? I don't involve myself in their personal life like that much.
I think it's probably pretty fair to say that what you guys are doing is probably, I would say, it's making them stray away towards getting into relationships. So if you really want them to get into relationships, then why wouldn't you
I'm not saying I want them to get into relationships. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying.
Don't.
No, I'm just saying
so they keep paying you?
Whoa. I'm just saying, girl, you do your thing. Like, if he wants to get in a relationship, he
Natalie
can.
wants all the smoke tonight.
I want them all to be single. I want them all to be single.
I always have to do shows with other conservative media people, and I always just have to talk about, like, the Chinese Communist Party and all that stuff.
Oh, we could talk about that.
This is so fun because I get to be on with people who I disagree with. So I'm very excited.
Well, Natalie, do you think, though, I mean, my view on this is, do you think that that men ought to take accountability on this? I don't really blame so much so the women for making this stuff available. I mean, look, there's perhaps some degree of culpability, but I think men absolutely have agency, and they should take it upon themselves to not.
And there's always going to be porn. Like,
100%.
there's always.
And I think it's a testament to how masculinity really has been watered down nowadays. But I'm just saying, I think where I take not even personal offense to it, but where I put more of the onus on the women for it is when, and I mean this with all due respect, but when you guys sort of have this flippant laughing attitude where you guys are joking about like, oh, ha ha ha, I want to be commodified, I want to be objectified, I want to just make money, oh, it's all about making money. I think that just sort of really works to normalize the behavior, which takes the stigma off the guys getting involved in it, but more importantly, I think it sends the very, very, very wrong and very dangerous, not just, I mean, for physical reasons, but I think for reputational reasons, message to other young girls that, oh, it's so easy, I just turn on OnlyFans and I make $1 million. And it's not, that's not true.
No, I
agree.
I agree that people really need to think about it, because obviously it affects every aspect of their life. I totally agree with that. But I mean, personally, I do it because I enjoy it. It's freedom. Like, and also
OnlyFans is not for everybody.
People are always gonna watch porn. Like, if I stop doing OnlyFans and porn, like, they'd only fucking, wank off to another girl. So like.
And if I may add, you were talking about making money, and let's not lie. You can make money doing OnlyFans. Somebody's making money, otherwise nobody would be doing it, right? So, making money, getting the attention. Literally a bigger philosophical question of just like, what is the purpose of this life for you, would you say?
Yeah, and honestly, one of my kinks is like really getting off to like guys getting off to me. Like, I like being sexualized. I don't know, it sounds weird, but it's just one of my kinks, what can I say? And so I love my job. I get good money from it. I get all the freedom.
But at the end of the day, when you're 80 and you're passing away, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna say?
I got my HOA 1K.
No, but like, I invest my money well and stuff
Lillian,
like that. Yeah.
What type of relationship do you want to have?
So I haven't really figured this out yet, but I'd be happy to date someone like in the porn industry as well with me and stuff like that. Like, I don't mind not having a non-monogamous relationship. Is that correct?
That would be the correct.
Yeah. But honestly, like, I'm not looking for anything for another like 10 years. Like, I'm very, very happy in myself. I really enjoy my own company. So for now.
You just said that your biggest kink is watching other people get off to you, and that you basically crave the validation of other people. So how can you say that you're just content, like, living by yourself? It sounds like you do want someone to give you validation.
I don't want a fucking boyfriend, but I get off to guys wanking off to me. Yes, that's two different things.
Word.
Can I get some more water? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Am I allowed? Sorry, I'm a thirsty girl. I squirt a lot, so I need to hydrate.
Yeah, honestly though, I like the attention on OnlyFans. Like, and anyone who's ever known me since like, I don't know, 7th grade, I've just had this flirty like sex appeal to me. I love, I've always like fucking twerked at the dances and shit. So I don't know, like, I've always just kind of been like super horny and stuff. And like, if you like to have sex and record it, then I mean,
why not monetize?
Make money off of it. And it's like, not anyone can make money off of it. Like, you have to be that kind of girl, put yourself out there. You got to know how to market things correctly. And that's what a lot of people don't do. They don't know how to market it and stuff. So that's another thing. But honestly, I like the attention and I like making money off of it. And even if I do know somebody who bought my OnlyFans and they have a wife, I'm not going to say anything about it because it's not my position. He's probably buying 10 other girls' OnlyFans too. So it's like, it's like, what can I do? It's his issue, not mine. And like she said, I'm not invested in their personal lives.
I'm not sure if that was a rhetorical question as to why one would not participate on the OnlyFans platform, but assuming it wasn't, just hypothetically say you have children, not sure if that's something that you want, but how do you think that plays out with you having kids or maybe getting married? Do you think that affects them? Do you think that's a potential reason not to do OnlyFans?
No, I don't really plan on having kids either, so I don't think that would be a thing. But even like Kim Kardashian with her video with Ray J and stuff, like, she's one of the richest women out here, and like her kids, North probably knows about it. It really doesn't matter, like, people have a past.
She spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to get that video off the internet for a reason.
So she says.
No, she has. She simply has.
She leaked it herself.
Here, let's We'll come back to the OF discussion a little bit later on in the show. I want to get into some dating topics first, though. Well, actually, before that, really quick, just going around the table, this is a question we've been starting to ask. Are your parents still together? Starting with you, go ahead.
Yes, my parents are happily married 20 years, actually.
Okay.
Yep, they are still together.
My parents are divorced.
40 years this year.
Together.
No, my dad's dead.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, mine are together.
They were together. My father just passed 2 years ago.
Sorry to hear that. Okay. So we have Valentine's Day tomorrow. This is our first topic of the show. Valentine's Day is tomorrow, a holiday that is commercialized. It encourages you to buy greeting cards, chocolate, flowers, expensive dinners, expensive gifts. So a couple of you, let's see. You're kind of in a relationship. You're in a situationship.
Single.
But all of you have been in a relationship at one point. Who here has been in a relationship during Valentine's Day? Everybody? Okay. Did you get your boyfriend, for the ladies here, did you get your boyfriend anything on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
A bottle of Henny and a blunt. And this pussy.
I did not, no.
Okay.
We were going on a trip, so I got him a new suitcase.
Okay.
No.
You didn't get him anything?
No.
Did he get you anything?
No.
Oh. Okay then.
I got him anal.
That's why I stick to anal sex.
Okay. Oh boy, all right. These girls are loose with it tonight. Okay. Would you guys be upset if your boyfriend, I know some of you are single, but let's assume like you get into a relationship, didn't get you anything on Valentine's Day?
I'd be hurt.
Yeah.
You'd be hurt.
Yes. You're supposed to give a woman flowers and chocolate. That's it. I mean, it's not that hard.
But what are you supposed to give the man?
You know, a bottle and a blunt. An anal. Give him whatever he wants too. I would buy him flowers too. And you know what's crazy? I actually heard that guys don't get flowers until their funeral.
What the f?
Yep, it's true.
So I give him flowers too.
No, I like a nice, well-written card and maybe some quality time. So like
Okay.
a dinner.
As
like,
long as he
not
fucked me
necessarily-
good, I'd be fine.
All right. Well, I did read something that men will spend nearly double what women plan to spend. And there's varying sources on this, $190 versus $96 on average. Yeah.
Honestly, they need to be spoiling you like throughout the whole year, not just on Valentine's Day.
I like to spoil my guy though. Like
The men need to be spoiling the women.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Vice versa?
Yeah. If you're in a relationship and you love the
Spoil
person,
each
you
other.
should spoil each other.
Are you currently being spoiled by you?
I am being
not your
spoiled.
5,000. You're
Yes,
in
I
person.
am.
He's
Mhm.
spoiling you?
Yes.
You guys have anything planned for Valentine's?
Not
Day
yet,
tomorrow?
no. I'm probably gonna be really tired from
He spoils.
today.
How does he spoil you?
He gets me flowers. We'll go to dinner. We'll go on trips.
And does he always pay for that?
Yes.
And how do you spoil him?
I give him head.
That's how it
Chris,
should
you guys,
be. That's
you know,
exactly
you
how it
guys
should
work
be.
together.
Yes.
Do you pay?
I'll
him?
cook.
Wait, you agree with
Of course I agree. I think a man should be a provider.
the man just and the woman just provides sexual?
No, not necessarily sex. I feel like it depends on the woman, but a man should be a provider. A woman should bring morals. Women should bring kindness, genuine, being a person, being
Happiness.
a good person. Not necessarily anal or head, but I feel like the way that a woman thinks, the way her mindset is, I think the way that she talks, she dresses, she acts, I think that is enough for a man to be in a provider role. And then on top of that as well, if you're not willing to pay a trip for me, how are you going to pay for me to raise your kids at home? I don't get it.
Word.
Amen to that.
Period.
How many? Let me ask you a question though on that. How many like guys have you dated?
Have I dated?
Yeah. How many boyfriends have you had? How many guys have you dated?
Just the two, yeah.
Only two?
Yeah.
So the current guy and then
Well, that
there's
too, but like I said before, I'm still single.
2 and then a potential.
A potential.
A potential.
I mean,
How
we've
many
gone on
potentials?
dates.
How
Gone on
many-
dates. I've gone on dates with 3 different dudes. Yes.
you've only had 3 first dates.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hold on. Okay. All right.
You're really young, aren't you?
I'm 23. Yeah.
Because I mean, the pushback I was going to give there is you're saying, well, men should do X, Y, Z because at some future point, you will bear him children. But I think the reality is, when it comes to dating nowadays, like, if you, and perhaps you're an outlier in this regard, most women who've had like a string of relationships didn't end up procreating with any of those men, and it's plausible that those men provided for that woman, but did not receive the benefit that you are suggesting is a prerequisite and requirement for a man's provision. So you're saying, well, men should provide because I will bear him children one day, but you've dated men who you did not procreate with. So
100%,
the man did not reap the supposed benefits of the provisioning with which he provided.
Well, you also have to remember, I'm 23 years old, so the man that I met at 18, it's a very rare chance that I'm going to end up procreating with him. Versus the last one, was actually we were planning on getting married. We were talking about it, even had our marriage license filled out, but
okay.
I mean,
I don't think you're totally wrong. Like, yes, there is something to be said for, well, if like this is going to be the mother of your children, and perhaps if she's going to be a stay-at-home wife, whatever, certainly there could be an expectation of providing. But it occurs to me that in most modern relationships, for most people, they have strings of relationships before they ever get married or have kids. So it makes me question whether men ought to be providing. If your argument is men should provide because one day I'll give them kids, but how many people are in relationships that don't ever result in children?
I mean, of course there's many. However, that's not my goal.
Okay,
if I go on a date with somebody, as I said earlier, if I go on a date with someone, automatically you're going to be the only person I'm talking to. That's just how I work.
Okay.
Emotionally, I'm not.
You're dating intentionally. I get it.
Intentionally,
I get it. Okay.
Date's
So
married.
Valentine's Day. What were we talking about here? We were talking about Valentine's Day. I think we pretty much got through everyone on that, right? Anybody? Would you be upset? Anybody else would be upset?
I personally hate flowers. I think they're stupid. They die. I don't like them.
Yeah,
I
there you
only
go.
like chocolate. But I think it's like your Valentine's Day is gonna look different based on, like, you need to know your partner. What do they want? Some people want quality time. Some people want flowers. Some people want chocolate. So if you're just like this guy who's out there like, oh, I gotta get chocolates and flowers to check off the box and this big old teddy bear, like, lame. We're old. Why would I want a freaking teddy bear? I did have someone give that to me when I was in high school, and I was like, I'm throwing this away. So I think know the person. It should be something specific to what they want, and it shouldn't be this requirement. I think just spending money on each other, being more superficial, can be pretty prevalent in today's society. And I think having quality time, I think it would be a lot more romantic or sexy to have a vulnerable conversation filled with, hey, what are you looking for in this life? What are your goals? I think that's a lot sexier of a thing to do on Valentine's Day than to get somebody just aside.
What have you given me as some presents on?
I don't even know. I
know what you give me. Handwritten letters.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes, handwritten letters.
age.
I think,
Different age.
but that's our love language, So I think it really depends on what does that person want. And if you don't know what that person wants, I would say you're not in a very close relationship.
Yeah, it's not the right
if you
one.
You need to have those conversations to get to know that person.
Probably Choppy True donated $100.69.
Thank you for the extra 69
This
cents.
my
Appreciate
viewers
it.
are my boyfriends is only using this podcast as a bad faith advertisement campaign. We are here to watch a podcast, not see ads, you low IQ hag. Ryan, reel this slow-brained lady in.
Probably Choppy. TRW. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Wait, what are they saying?
We love
I
you
don't
too.
understand.
What's that?
We
What
love
do they
you
say?
too, baby.
What are they saying?
Yeah, what do they mean?
I think what it's trying to say is it may feel or be coming off as a bit more of an advertisement. It's not a real conversation.
This is
going
what
on.
I'm here for.
Perfect
I'm here for
Valentine's Day gift.
And
to
it can,
advertise
and it
my
absolutely can be an advertisement, but it also can be a real conversation where we're diving a little bit deeper and finding out what's going on.
It's both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best of both
It's
worlds.
both.
But why do you have us OnlyFans girls on? It's to get the clicks and get them
No,
titles of
not really.
I've shagged.
It's
Truth-
controversial. It's
5,000
very
people. Yeah.
controversial.
If
and
truth
it's a
be
good
told,
topic.
I mean, I'll answer this. If recruitment for this show was more simplified, and I mean Madison can attest to this. It's talent recruitment's rather difficult. If it was up to me, I would not invite, no offense to you guys, I would not invite
The
people who do...
304s.
No, I just wouldn't invite women who do OnlyFans or porn on the show. I'd much rather invite, quote unquote, normal women. They can be left-leaning, they can be feminist, they can be progressive.
So we're not normal.
Well, there's a difference insofar as you're engaged in sex work. So what I'm trying to say is I would have no issue if we were capable of more easily procuring guests to totally phase out women who do sex work. But because and look, it's a criticism that the show has received, that I've received. The reality is, and for those watching who might be curious, why do you bring these, why don't you just bring on normal women?
Because sex
What
sells.
is the, no,
Yeah, you won't get any
it's
clicks
not,
and views.
no, we would actually some of our most viral moments were with women who were not involved in sex work. In any case, the reality is, what does a woman who has a professional career, who's like a nurse or a...
Nurse?
No, listen, we do get some of those women, but typically we mostly get content creators and women who are involved doing OnlyFans wanting to be on the show. And again, if it was easy for us to get like liberal or this is a very nuanced topic. For one, we've had a multitude of big name conservative guests on the show, and we live in California. That immediately turns off like the vast majority of people who are left-leaning or liberal who aren't involved in content creation coming on the show. They see that. Most, no offense to people who are liberal, most people who are liberal are not prepared to have their views debated or challenged. So they're not
liberal
willing.
the one where they're like...
What's that?
Which one's liberal? Is
Liberal,
that
like
Bernie
Democrats.
Sanders?
It's Democrats.
Oh, I don't
So
know.
people who are left-leaning, liberal, typically are not really willing to engage in conversations with people who disagree with them. They're not really open to debate because they tend to operate, not everybody, but oftentimes they will sort of have a pretty strong animosity towards people who are more conservative or even moderate. Whereas I think, and perhaps you're conservative, I think conservatives seem much more willing to engage in conversation with people who are liberal. Conservatives seem to view people who are liberal as you just see it as like an ideological difference, whereas liberals will view conservatives as like evil, like they'll pass like a very strong moral judgment, like you're evil, whereas conservatives it's like, we disagree,
I've been
ideologically.
called every name in the book. I'm a
So,
sexist. I'm a-
because we
what
live
do
in,
you consider yourself?
well, hold on, let me finish my thing. So, because we live in California, which in Santa Barbara, it's an incredibly left-leaning liberal area. It's very difficult for us to get guests on, and we not on top of that, we have a lot of people who flake last minute, who cancel. I have to overbook, so I'll book 20 people to come be on the show. Half of them flake, and so it's all. Most of the time that's dedicated outside of the podcast is actually dedicated to guest procurement, talent recruitment. It's incredibly difficult.
No, I can imagine the behind the scenes is.
But if we just we're happy to bring on feminists, liberals who have normal jobs. I would actually prefer that. No offense to you guys. If I could phase it out, I absolutely would.
Well, we make our own hours, so we're most available. So
Well,
I guess
it's
also
that.
probably a lot of
we're
OnlyFans
able to
girls
make
like-
it. We're
but-
able to make it. We don't
And
have
also,
to like
this
8, 9 to
podcast,
5 or.
this podcast does have a reputation for being a little. I don't know if confrontational is the right word, but I'm not just going to sit here and like I challenge people. This isn't going to be like, let me just agree with everything you say and we're just going to sing Kumbaya. No, I'm going to challenge people. I'm going to have debates. I'm going to disagree with people, and I think a lot of people are not prepared to have those conversations. And then really it just comes down to like, what is the incentive for like a 23-year-old, 29-year-old liberal, progressive feminist woman who's got a normal job to come on the show? There's really no incentive.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They don't care about Instagram followers. So I would actually make the argument, even if we had like a perfectly non-political, strictly dating related, like super tame dating show that never ventured into culture war stuff, never ventured into political conversations, was totally like never devolved into like heated exchanges or debates, I still think it would be very difficult to procure like quote unquote normal people to come talk about even PG related dating subjects, because people just don't want to be out there on the internet. So anyways, that was a bit of a ramble there, but
Can I add
I
on
was
to
going to
that?
point out how, the liberals don't want to talk, not to make it ultra political, but just, this is going on YouTube, and that's in Northern California. And I have a list of words I was given that's like 25 long before the show started of what I can and can't say, and being afraid of free speech, And so I say to all of you, thank you for coming. And this is really cool to be able to be here and get to talk, be open, have these combos.
Awesome.
yeah.
I agree.
But I mean, just to answer I address the initial thing, like if we had like, okay, if I had a flow of like people who could commit to being on the show, and I had like a bucket of like 10 OF girls and 10 like liberal feminist leaning women who didn't do sex work, I would always pull from the non-sex workers.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the circumstances are that this is a somewhat controversial show, and
OnlyFans
That's
is
what makes it
very
fun.
controversial.
Yeah. And before this, I mean, you did ask us to like post it on your social media, and so obviously people who work on social media usually have a few more followers than people who don't.
I mean,
And so that
we
helps,
don't
obviously.
we don't really factor in people's followings at all.
At all. I have like
I mean,
100.
She's got 100 followers. Like, we'll bring on, like, if you have, as long as you're ready to come have a good conversation, and I actually really want to bring on, if there's anybody watching who disagrees with me, and this is going to get into our next thing, I'm very open to bringing on people who disagree with me. But yeah,
I have like
you
nothing.
don't do OF, you have a couple hundred followers maybe.
yeah.
So someone's follower count does not, as far as the girls we're bringing on, is really kind of irrelevant. So it's a added bonus if they have a big following and maybe they can push a couple people to our live shows, but I don't really care all that much. So
I feel like OF girls, with like the whole dating stuff too, we probably have like a bit more stories, with like, experiences with men and stuff. So, I feel like it's more fun bringing us on because we exchange stories and stuff as well.
Sure, but one of the cons of that does concern me is there's definitely OnlyFans women who essentially lie about their so-called dating experiences and stories just to create a story about them. Like there's some girls in Australia who like I'm pretty sure will like intentionally lie and say, oh yeah, there's some girl recently who went viral who said, oh, I slept with like 20 dudes. I don't know if any of you saw that.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Slept with like 20 guys in a 10-day vacation or something. Maybe she did. Maybe
yes,
she
I saw
didn't.
that on TikTok.
Yeah, maybe she did. Maybe she didn't.
doing the math.
But like, it would be expedient as an OnlyFans girl to say the most outrageous shit, so you get like some.
Oh, it's very smart. Yeah.
Yeah, women like
Marketing.
they do it, so
Yeah.
they lie.
1%.
So I would much rather invite people on who are like actually going to be like honest and forthcoming about their actual dating experiences instead of just coming on and like making something up that's inauthentic. And I'm not going to expose any. Like, I'm not going to name names, but we'll have like OnlyFans girls who've come on the show. Most of the time, I think the OF girls tend to be honest. However, we've definitely had girls come on the show, oh, I'm single. And then after the show, they're like, oh, I've been dating a guy for 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
And then it just like totally like, anyways, not to linger on this for too long, but where was I going with that? Yes. Oh, right. We were going to talk about, does anybody here disagree with me on anything? That's something I'd like to try to start some of the shows with. If anybody disagrees with me, maybe you saw a clip and you're like, I disagree with him on that. So I'd like to start there. Anybody?
You having a girlfriend for 3 years and then, or a long amount of time. I heard this on a podcast of yours one time. You had a longtime girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
And you only took her out like twice or once.
Wait, and how old is she?
I think
What?
that's insane.
How old is she?
Oh, this is a long time ago. I think I was 22 and she was 19
Oh,
or
no,
something
that's
like
fine.
that. This was a
I've
long
been on the
time
Fresh and Fit podcast and they've got fucking like 16-year-old girlfriends. Fucking weird. I just had to make sure you're not one of them.
ago. Wait, so what's the question?
So I think that's just the
That's
like
I was
only
dating
thing.
her.
Yeah, and you only took her out like twice. That is
You were
insane.
like,
and then on top of that, you said that
Because
you
he
didn't
didn't know
pay
he was gonna
or
marry
you didn't
her,
pay for it, or that you
so he
split
was
it
gonna
50-50 with her when you took her out. I think that is so insane to me. That concept, I don't understand how she.
It was great. It was a great relationship.
He knew he wasn't going
It
to
was wonderful.
procreate.
It was great
Well,
for
it
me.
ended.
She wasn't going to have your
only
babies.
thing.
That's why.
That was a complicated. It was a complicated relationship. It was a long-term relationship that I had. That was. We were a bit younger, so it was kind of like started out fairly casual, and I won't get into too many details, but I basically, like, for a pretty long period of the relationship, didn't take her seriously because of some indiscretions that she had at the start. So I kind of like. I did not want to take her seriously for a long-term relationship.
Okay.
It was a very complicated relationship. I'm fairly confident she had borderline personality disorder. So there was a lot of issues in that relationship. Most of my other relationships were a lot more smooth sailing, I guess you could say.
Wait,
Did you pay for their dates
But
though?
so,
Did you pay for the dates you went on the smooth sailing?
With her?
No, the other ones. Since then, do you pay for the first date? Do you pay for the second?
for the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for the most
Are
part.
you in a
Then I
relationship?
take back my
Huh?
disagreement.
Are you in a relationship?
I cannot disclose my.
really?
I have to. I have some ops, let's say. So I try to. I'm gonna keep that on wraps.
Oh.
I got ops.
I just
dude.
want to know
Bro,
if I
I'm
could
getting
hit.
death threats. I don't know if you know about
We
the
have
whatever
ops too,
podcast, dude.
and you're making us disclose it.
I got like people trying to dox and like death threats, and so I try to keep things a little vague, but yeah. So
No, I just
I'll
want to
keep
know
it
if I
vague.
could hit or not.
You're wondering if you could hit?
Yes.
As in have sexual intercourse
Yes.
with me? Well, you're an attractive woman. However, I have to
That's very
politely
sweet.
turn you down on that because there's videos of you on the internet having sexual intercourse with other men, which for me is a
big no-no.
a deal breaker.
Have you watched any of them?
No. I think, we look at people's Twitters before.
Yes.
And I had the mispleasure of having to look at your Twitter, which is absolutely degenerate. But I did look at your Twitter, and there were some.
Well,
You certainly have
thank
sexual
me-
intercourse
yeah, no.
with other men on your Twitter.
Thank me for the good wank.
But I appreciate the invitation, but I must graciously, I can't do it. It's just by virtue of you having had sex with another man on camera, for me, it's a deal
No,
breaker.
you're cute though.
I'm sorry.
In that kind of like weird cute way.
I'm cute in that kind of like weird,
You're cute or
toxic
whatever.
podcaster kind of way. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have a little crush on you.
He's blushing.
Not
happening.
He's blushing.
This is another Lila situation. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like, would I date a girl who does OnlyFans? I've had different answers on this. Like previously, I said so long as she never did any content with a man. That used to be, but like it's still suboptimal.
Yeah. Suboptimal.
I'm like very much. I've never dated a woman who's done OnlyFans, even like tame OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Is it possible? Like, it's
what if
very suboptimal. I have a strong preference for dating women who don't, but like, could there be a woman who's so amazing, but she did solo content? Maybe.
Are you one of them
Maybe,
people
but,
who's
I'm-
like, I want my girl to be a little virgin?
I prefer a woman with a low body count, and if that means
Yeah.
she's a virgin, then
What's
sure.
a low body count in your eyes?
I mean, it depends on the age, but I mean, the lower the better. So, I mean, a virgin would be the most optimum, yeah. But does she have to be a virgin? No. But would that be like the ultimate in terms of the body count discussion?
Less
Yes,
than
of
10 would
course.
be a low.
I'd say that's a fairly good benchmark. Less than 10 is pretty good. Less than 5 is stellar.
So it just gets better the lower you go.
Yeah, the lower you go.
yeah.
In the same way, it's like with the amount of money a guy makes, the more commas, the better. You know, you'd like, one would be, well, one.
I mean, yeah.
Perhaps the zeros,
it
not
doesn't
commas.
They're in
Let's
high
do
school.
zeros.
That's decent.
But wait, what do you mean if they're what?
Yeah, what age? What age are you like?
Well, we're talking about you could be 35 and be a virgin.
No, I mean, as in like, what age would you go for? Like, is your optimal
type,
age?
yeah.
Oh.
He's just trying to get his type.
Age is just a number.
I mean, an adult woman, but generally I would say I date people. I'm 34. I typically have dated people around my age. But I mean, I'd date someone who's 21. I would have
22.
no problem with that. So, yeah, I mean.
You got a chance.
Sorry.
What's up? Oh, yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you guys for all the Primes. Also, go to our YouTube channel, Nick, if you can pull that up. Guys, go to our Clips channel. Whatever second on YouTube, mod, spam that in the chat. We're going to get that. I feel like I'm being interrogated here.
Getting a bit sweaty, getting a bit nervous.
The turntables
You ask
have
people
been
to disagree with
turned.
you.
So yeah, the lower the body count, the better. Preferably no OF, but again, conceivably, if this woman is like amazing and
That's kind of sweet to
but truth be told, again, like it would be.
minimum, the bar is here.
But again, if I have other women to choose from, I would almost overwhelmingly pick a woman who has not done.
Oh, definitely.
Why is she looking at me that way? What the fuck? Okay. Okay.
I just want to fuck you.
Brian, I think.
hold on, I gotta do something for that.
Go for it.
Say that. Wait. Say that again.
I just want to fuck you.
I'm gonna let Andrew Tate here respond for me.
Is he gonna shout at me?
I could film it.
Manny, go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
Is this sexual harassment? Am I being sexually
No,
harassed?
I'm sorry if you feel uncomfortable.
Nah, it's all good. I'm a good sport.
one topic is, ladies, are you happy with the state of where men are at in general right now? Just the average man on the street, if we walk down, this street down here, are we happy with where men are at in society? Or we think they need to be more manly, less manly, sleeping with less, sleeping with more?
More manly.
Yeah, I think they need to be more manly.
Yeah.
Like, so when people say like toxic masculinity, I honestly feel like that's like to water down the masculine energy men have and make them more feminine, like that Timothy Chalamet guy or like Harry Styles. Stuff like that. Like, I could never be with a guy like that. Like, I want a guy who can protect me and, just provide. And so, and then like the toxic masculinity, like, I feel like they need our feminine energy.
What's
and
toxic masculinity?
It's made up. It's made up to water them down to be feminine. Like, I do not believe in that. I think men need to be more manly. And they don't mean to be like
the toxic.
Yes, we love it. We love it.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, there
Every
we
second
go.
of it.
And then I was going to say, Brian, are you happy on the reverse with where women are at right now?
I mean, there's great women out there, but I think there's a trend in both men and women. Men are lacking in masculinity. Women are lacking in femininity. I think there's a lot of degeneracy and I think you have men addicted to porn. I think then that's something that you guys are on a crusade against, and then or helping men with at least. And women are, and also men are, very. I used to play video games, but I think a lot of men are suffering additionally from video game addiction. Maybe that's your next
Who knows?
thing.
Well, I was going to say, because we all have this moral relativism. I can never say that word correctly, but just you have an idea what you think is right. You have an idea. You have an idea. You have an idea. And it's interesting, as we were preparing for this, just going back to what do we believe? Where is our morals coming from? We all have this natural law in our heart of we know what's right, we know what's wrong. And when we look back, we said we got to go to the good book. We open up the Bible and we're looking at things like don't have premarital sex, don't be committing adultery, don't be sexually immoral, threesomes, you name it. And we looked at, why is this the case? Why is it we shouldn't be having premarital sex? And it was interesting just writing down, why would God say something like that? And we looked at, don't want to get pregnant before, don't want to have an STD before, don't want to bring shame to the family, don't want to bring something hard into the relationship. And also just especially, and this is my cry to you guys because I care about you guys, of the whole idea of, you're working with these boyfriends, but who knows who they are, because we don't know the names, we don't have IP addresses, and if there's somebody in their basement and they're saying, hey, I can lock her up and keep her down there, and it's just, it frightens me, and I care about you guys, and so I'm glad we're just getting to be here. I get to say something like that, but just coming back to where do we all draw our moral standards from? Because Brian's saying 10 women is fine, maybe one, maybe OnlyFans, maybe not OnlyFans, and some people are saying virgin, and where are we drawing these things from? And then bigger than that, is it working for us in society, or maybe should we start looking back to the good book instead?
I think the Bible's made up, and I think like the 10 Commandments honestly was just something to kind of like scare us into being good, into like, but I also feel like the Bible and the 10 Commandments is kind of like a coping mechanism for some people to just like, live day to day and be good, do that, you'll get to heaven when you die. It's kind of just like some assurance, when they die, they feel comfortable. But honestly, like, when you say like premarital sex, I don't agree with that, because it's like, okay, you marry somebody, and what if you guys aren't compatible sexually? So it's like, and then you have to go through a whole divorce and all of that.
Well, a couple of things. First, when Becca and I first got married, it took time. It took time, and that's one of the beautiful things about marriage is
Exactly.
I ain't going nowhere, you ain't going nowhere. We are iron sharpening iron. We are improving each other, and that's a really, really cool thing.
And there's this interesting stat of women have a lot more orgasms and sexual satisfaction when they're actually married. There was this crazy stat we read where it was only 11% of women will have an orgasm the first time they hook up with someone. Now, before I met Manny, I definitely struggled in college. I slept around for a time, and I never had an orgasm with someone. This is something people don't want to talk about. It's just like, even in porn, like there's another stat where only 18% of porn scenes show women having orgasms.
Yeah,
so
the ones I've done, they make him fake it.
But when we talk about like, porn and it's female empowerment, but it's just like, it's not even showcasing women as important enough to get that enjoyment out of having sex,
Yeah, it's a big part
Sometimes, like, obviously you can get pleasure from not coming, but and also sometimes it's just like, it's a job at the end of the day, like it's getting the job done. Like, we're on set for like a long day. You're not going to be like sat there for 20 minutes, I don't know, trying to make yourself
Gosh,
orgasm.
I want to come back to the Bible thing for just a second, just because that was one thing of coming on and being in front of millions of people potentially like, what do you believe? And looking back at it, it was a very interesting thing. One of them was we have to have objective truth, right? So you can't say my truth is the truth and your truth is the truth and your truth is the truth, because how do you know that to be true? So we have to have some truth. One of the things that atheists have said is that space, time, and matter, bam, the Big Bang. So if there was no space, time, and matter before, something had to be before. So some God, something had to be there before. And then we look at, could a miracle happen? Well, if God could create the world, then he can make miracles. And then you look at Jewish writers who were talking to Jesus, and Jesus saying, I'm the Son of God. It would be blasphemous for them to make this up. Just the whole idea of, hey, this guy, he died on a cross, took our sins, rose from the dead, performed all these miracles. It wouldn't make any sense for them to make him up. And I think one of the biggest things for my faith was just when Jesus ascended to heaven, he said, make disciples of all nations. And these guys went all over the world, and they all died crucifixion, eaten, stabbed, crucified upside down. And it's like, why would they have done that if they didn't believe? Now I have my personal faith, and I have evidence of, I can back that up, and I can look into these things, and archaeologically and historically we can look into it. But going back to the orgasm, because I'm going to be the big expert on that topic, just going back on it quickly. It's interesting in porn, if you don't have a 14-inch penis and you're someone like me with only a 12-inch, you're considered terrible. I wish, but well, anyway. But the whole idea is, you are shamed and you're never going to be able to please a woman. And the fact that, 75% of women can't even have an orgasm.
About 70% can't experience an orgasm from penis and vagina sex.
And it's interesting because if we just want to have orgasms, if we just want to do that, well, we can all jerk off to porn, we can all grab the vibrator, we can be by ourselves, and we don't need to be by anyone. And that's, coming back to the original point of one of the things with men in this world, 63% of men are single by choice under 30, going, I got my girlfriend right here, I got my everything right here, I got my gambling, I got my weed, I got my alcohol, why do I need to go out and procreate? And it's crazy because we got a 1.6% birth rate right now. I'm doing my job, got our third on the way right now, and so we're trying to keep the earth populated, but it legitimately is a scary thing of this world could go extinct. So that's why when we look at the married men watching porn, we're going, you got to handle these problems. We can't be having more divorces. We can't have more single men saying, I want to stay single. I want to stay with you. I want you guys to make money and be able to survive and do all those things. I don't have a problem with that, but I think the bigger thing is looking at it in a much, much bigger light. And that was Becca and I. We just said, if this could save one marriage, if it could prevent one SA from happening, if it could prevent one self-deletion from happening, then it'd all be worth it. So big rant, big ramble, big all that stuff. But coming back to a way, way bigger point of just that whole concept of if it could save one life, if it could save one marriage, if it could prevent one SA from happening. I mean, literally thinking of that girl, thinking of that boy, because people go down these rabbit holes and they're watching porn and they're turned on, and then all of a sudden they see something scary and these neurons that are firing together now wiring together, and they see a woman get hit and they're like, why do I have a boner right now after watching that woman get slapped? And there's a crazy stat, 20.7% of straight men have viewed gay porn in the last 6 months. And so you look at that, and I talk to these men all the time, and they're like, I watch this. I'm like, I don't even know what this stuff is. And they're like, it's like Andy in The Office, like, am I gay? And I'm like, dude, no, your brain has been
There's
hijacked.
a big reason for that, though. So I also went to school for psychology, and one of the things that we studied was porn addiction or corn addiction and things like that. And so people who become addicted to corn, vanilla sex then becomes boring to them.
Right.
So they go and they go deeper and deeper and deeper to a point where, well, now the only way that I can view sex is on my phone, and it's BDSM, things like that. And now they go to their wife and they're like, hey, I'm not performing correctly, or like, what's going on? It becomes such a deeper problem.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that earlier. Just it's such a pervasive idea that like it's the partner's fault. Like I some way wasn't sexually pleasing enough for Manny that he had to go to this other source. But I wasn't designed for that. Like I'm not a gangbang. I'm not gonna meet meet that need, but like people need new and novel. Like when someone starts out, what do? Like the average age that someone starts watching porn now is 8 years old. And at first it's, hey, I'm looking at a Playboy photo, or I'm looking at a Victoria's Secret magazine. Ooh, I'm sneaking it from my parents. Great. For a little bit, that's exciting. Then it's not. Then you need a lot more photos. Then you need videos. Then you need a lot wilder, crazier videos, and to the point where it's just like, of course, this is causing sexual dysfunction for people in their relationships, because it's meeting a need. It's not a need, meeting a desire that one person alone cannot ever satisfy, because this is how we were designed to be, one-on-one. And when you're able to just control it, it's very different experiences.
Wait, so to go back, Madison, can you grab that? Nick, just keep it off that angle.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's good. Wait, so okay. Going back to the disagreement stuff, if anybody disagrees with anything that they've heard from the podcast, maybe you've seen clips, you had one thing, anybody else? Want to open it up?
Where are you at with the marriage topic?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, from a religious perspective, marriage makes sense.
Join us. Not us personally.
Yeah, there you go.
She's not up for the gangbang. She's not up for it.
Idealistically, my marriage is cool, I guess. From a religious perspective, I think it's great. But there's just certain realities when it comes to marriage, because at any point in your relationship, let's say both people are religious. At any point in the marriage, for example, as a man, the risks, the point of view from a man, your wife could just randomly choose. She reserves the right at any point to. Sorry, the thing is becoming undone again. Your wife reserves the right at any point to become a feminist and go to the state for recourse in her divorce, where she can get alimony and
sign a prenup.
Prenups are regularly. My understanding, I mean, I'm going to have some family and divorce lawyers on the show eventually, but my understanding with prenups is it can apply for everything earned prior to the marriage, I believe, but once you're married, it becomes collective property. So whatever you make during the course of the marriage could be subject to, community property. She gets 50% of whatever it was that you made during that. Then there's alimony, etc. And then frequently, prenups frequently get challenged. Recently here in Santa Barbara, we had, who's that actor? Nick, could you Google the actor, famous actor? His name is evading me right now. It was a dispute here in Santa Barbara because they were married.
Kevin Costner?
Kevin Costner, thank you. Very wealthy actor, and they had a prenuptial agreement. And it was a very favorable to the wife, the agreement. She would get a certain amount of money, but there was a clause in the prenup that says you will not, if you challenge the prenup in court, you will not receive certain benefits that would have otherwise been awarded to you under the prenup. She went ahead and challenged the prenup anyways, despite the fact that the prenups had something like, I'll give you, I don't know the exact numbers, but she would get an immediate, upon divorce, an immediate...
300K a month.
Well, she got 200K in what, child support? 200,000? She would get an immediate $200,000 payment? I thought it was more.
That doesn't seem.
Is that monthly?
I don't know I don't know. In any case, she would get an immediate, very large sum, and she'd get some child support and alimony. She challenged it anyways. Then you're talking about lawyers' fees. I think the husband might have to pay the... Anyways.
Can I jump in on what you're saying, though? Because I think it's really interesting. Can high-value men even get married? Like, women are like, I want a high-value man. I want the high value and the 12-inch penis and things like that. All right, we were joking earlier. I don't know if you're here or not. But anyway, the whole idea, though, of like, can they even get married? Because one of the beautiful things with Becca and I is when we met, we were literally sleeping on a dead man's bed, and we didn't kill the guy. But what happened was our family ran assisted living homes, and my dad's like, I got a bed for you. And I was like, great. And then I'm like, years later, I'm like, where did we get that bed from? He's like, well, somebody passed, we had an open bed. I'm like, what? So we're literally sleeping on a dead man bed when we first get married. But then we got to grow with each other, and that's a beautiful thing. And so sometimes when women say, well, I'll just marry the high value man when I'm 35 and he's 45, well, why does he need you? Why does he want you? What are you bringing to the table? How are you iron sharpening iron?
So that's why I feel like it's important for a woman to still work. And like if I got married, I would sign the prenup so my husband, wouldn't have that lingering thought in his head like, okay, well, what if she doesn't want to be with me, but she doesn't have anything, so she's not going to say anything and just, use me. So I feel like it's important for a woman to still have her own, motion going on, her own stream of income, and the man has his own thing going on too, because if you don't want to be with him, you can leave and you won't feel stuck and trapped and then hate your life. Like, I feel like I could never just be taken care of and not do anything. Like I'd have to have some kind of business going on or something.
Well, he's not looking for money from you. If he's high value, making all this money, driving the Lambos. So in that regard, he's looking for something that maybe he didn't have those first 20 years when he's building his empire. So he's looking for someone to help build that family. So then it's kind of what value are you bringing to the table at that point? He doesn't need the $100,000, $200,000, even $1 million if he's making 10, let's say. I don't know. He's Kevin Costner.
Value shouldn't be based
he's on the market
upon
now.
Money, though.
I feel like if you're going to get married, you shouldn't have to question your partner, like, oh, I'm going to get a prenup. Like, that wouldn't even cross my mind.
You're planning for it
forever.
to fail.
No.
If you have
a prenup.
If you have a prenup,
Yes.
it's like,
that's how I feel.
It's like when this fails,
yes.
this
Do you
is what
guys
we're
have a
going to do.
prenup?
I honestly, I don't think so.
We had no money.
I know when I get
even
married, I'm
figured-
also going to sign a prenup. Not necessarily because I'm wanting something to fail. I don't think that my marriage is going to fail. I'm religious. I wouldn't get married to you if I thought it was going to get failed in the first place. However, there are things like affairs where if something were to occur where I can get an annulment through my own church, then yeah, I would go ahead and get a divorce if something.
But when you're married, you're supposed to stay with them through thick or thin.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to stay with a cheater, though. You know what I'm saying?
Forgiveness.
No, I'm not going to stay with a cheater. Something that if God is out of your life, especially if God leaves our relationship, I do not want to be with you.
I do want to ask those who are perhaps more pro-marriage. And again, look, from a religious perspective, I don't object to it. And also, I just want to make something clear. I think you can object to the institution of marriage, but also be in favor of a long-term, committed, monogamous, like you could raise children, have a nuclear family without involving the government, without getting married. And so I guess it's a two-part question. Can you present to me, those of you who perhaps are more in favor of marriage, compelling and convincing arguments why I or other men should get married, and assuming that these men are otherwise open to having a nuclear family, say they're open to having not just open, but desirous of having a monogamous, long-term life partner, Yeah.
I think when we have these iPhones that we can look at, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word, but when you have an iPhone, you can look at porn all day. Shouldn't we all just be walking around like, oh my goodness, I can see any naked person at any time, at anything. And people are depressed. People are walking around not feeling good. Suicide rates, self-deletion rates are high. Sorry, it was on the list. And so we have to look at that. Why does somebody want to get married? Love, connection, and intimacy. And it's beautiful because it's a great environment for me to raise my children in. I get to have children. Gosh, when you have those kids and just getting to, it's something that once you do, you get that full experience. But, it's a better environment for them. It is better for me to be married because it's way harder to step out on this relationship because we are absolutely committed to each other till death.
But but again, I think you mentioned love, you can have monogamy, you can have all these things outside of marriage, and you mentioned, well, it's great for the kids, but
you're worried about they're going to walk on you. Well, it got a little hard. The sex isn't as good. I saw it on OnlyFans.
Right,
babe.
but we have a massive divorce industry, so this idea that marriage forever keeps people in relationships is fallacious because clearly people are getting divorced, even deeply religious people. So
let me bring up an interesting topic for you then. So with arranged marriages, they have a 4 to 6% roughly divorce rate, and we got 40 to 50% divorce rate. And some people say, I worship the God of science, lowercase g, and they say if it's in a scientific thing, then I'm going to worship it and I care about it. But then when you come to something like this, then they go, I feel like I can choose and emotions just ride over.
But what percentage of marriages do you think will in 2024 are coming from arranged? That are arranged? I think it's
I think one of the big things is they don't know each other. They're working on that relationship. They're saying we're not going anywhere. We're going to be in this thing for the long haul versus just we'll try it. If it doesn't work, we'll get the divorce. And we got 97% of alimony payments are made by men to women. So if I am the feminist, then I can jump out.
But he was saying how many marriages are arranged.
It's probably very few. I assume it's very few.
I feel like Dwight. I feel like 1 billion people in India would say.
Oh well, sure, but I'm looking more at it from the U.S. perspective or even the Western perspective, where I think marriage is something that's typically more voluntarily entered into as opposed to arranged. Now we can certainly have a conversation of should we have arranged marriages? Perhaps it works, but I think that's unlikely to be a realistic implementation anytime in the near future, anyways. So look, again, my concern is just I just don't see a compelling argument for it when I can have the family, I could be monogamous without having the state involved in my
it's so
my
much more
relationships.
Commitment, and also
It's
so much more commitment.
Is it?
Yeah, my parents always taught me that once you're in a marriage, 100%. You're in
so
it.
Basically,
you're not getting divorced.
But you're removing agency from the individual. It's basically there's the state's gun pointed at you in one way or another, saying, well, if you guys get divorced, then there will be financial ruin. And I think that's a terrible reason to stay in a relationship. Well, there will be financial repercussions if you don't. How about just build a really solid relationship with somebody?
Well, the whole point of getting married in the first place is that you're going to die with that person. So it's not really it shouldn't be the state pointing a gun at you, being like, okay, one day when you guys decide to get divorced, we're going to come in there and jack everything. No, that's not. If you can even picture not being with spending your life with somebody at any point in your life, don't be with them. The whole point of getting married in the first place is to say, I don't care about your flaws. I don't care what you do. I don't
Anything
care what happens.
I'm there.
I'm there.
If he cheats, then
Grid One Motorsports
You could have
$100.
Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it.
Watched a lot of marriages fail over the years. You are either in it to win it or you stand ready to pull the ripcord and bail. Women sue for divorce 80% of the time. Men are not the problem, ladies.
Because nobody's viewing marriage as people used to view it. I mean, if you think of it nowadays, when did the divorce rate spike? It was back in the 70s. What was in the 60s? What was in the 50s? What was in the 30s, the 40s, the 20s? People were heavily...
feminism and the birth control pill.
Exactly. No, exactly. I'm not disagreeing whatsoever. I honestly do believe women can kind of be the problem.
I think it's just the view of marriage. It's like it's been destroyed as like, oh, the ball and chain.
Exactly.
It's just this
It's no
negative
longer something that's
perception.
positive.
So Brian, like you, it's like you don't have faith that having a marriage can be this absolutely beautiful thing, to be committed to someone.
I feel like you can have that without the marriage.
That's kind of my position, is like, I'm not like this guy who just wants to sleep with a bunch of women throughout all my years and never have long-term relationship or never have children. Like, I can certainly absolutely see myself having a partner and us having kids and it being monogamous and faithful and us staying together for the rest of our lives. I'm not sold on the marriage component of it, because it's like, well, what if it doesn't work? You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Everything's connected, and your taxes.
Everything's connected.
I think you know in
Like-
your gut, and like you should just always stick by that person and work together. Any problems you have.
Okay, but so
like,
what you know, when you get married, what are the vows that you have to say? Till death do us part, in sickness and in health, in good and what is it, in good and in bad.
Yeah.
You know, those words have to mean something. But clearly those words mean nothing to like a vast swaths of people who ultimately end up getting divorced, despite them saying that in front of their friends and family. I think there's a couple problems. First off, on a social level, there's no longer really a stigma to getting divorced. So like on a societal, and certainly I don't think we're going to do anything.
People having divorce parties.
Yeah, we're not going to do anything to like I don't think there's going to be any legislation really to like revamp anything. And so that's an error, I think. And then we have no social pressure. There's no social stigma to being divorced. Your community doesn't give a fuck. Your family doesn't care. Your friends don't care. You're not going to face a stigma. If you're a Catholic, for example, there's still, I think, to some degree, stigma there, like within your subculture. But even then, people are getting divorced. So there's no laws that are kind of incentivizing people to stay together. We have no fault divorce, okay? And then there's no social stigma. So
It's because it's been normalized. So
well, and also the moment, if the man's the breadwinner in the relationship, this is why this is sort of a gendered issue, because why men are hesitant to get married. We'll let this one come in from Grid One Motorsports. Thank you, man.
Lesbian relationships fail an order of magnitude more than gay marriages.
Oh, okay.
Ladies, you are the problem due to feminism.
Well, look at that.
Feminism has failed you.
It's
the
failed you.
patriarchy stands ready to restore you to glory.
Let's go. The patriarchy
stands ready to
By the way,
restore you to glory.
Grid One Motorsports is kind of like the head of the patriarchy. He is like the head honcho of the patriarchy. So just letting you guys know. But I'm trying to remember what I was saying. No societal stigma. We're not going to no fault divorce. Where was I? Totally forgot.
One of the reasons why to get married, when I got married to Becca, it's like, oh my goodness, I got to start making some money here. And magically, once we get married, it's like, I need to start making more money. And then she says, I'm pregnant. And I'm like, we can't afford a kid. And magically, I find a way to make $50,000 more that year. And it literally comes down to what Dwight said in The Office. Use your surge of fear and adrenaline to sharpen your decision-making skills. And when you get that, being told, we're pregnant, we're having a baby, she's having a baby, you better believe it makes you more money. So people who are married make more money. Not that you need to make more money, Brian, you're just fine. But that whole concept, and then just when I wear this ring to the gym, this is like woman repellent and just keeps me
though? I've actually heard some, like, I don't know if it was a study or like just anecdotes from married men.
It's a challenge.
That they'll get hit on by women. And I've also heard from men, like when they're single, chicks just be ignoring them, but all of a sudden they get a girlfriend.
It's like you want what you can't have.
Just get like hit on, and so
George Costanza.
I think certainly good women are probably going to be like, see the ring and be like, okay, off limits. But I think
some girls are crazy.
I have heard from some married men that they're like, yo, girls see the ring, they're hitting on me and shit.
Girls see a ring and they get fucking wet, honestly.
I don't know, but it could be. I could see it's all right. Good times.
She's like, don't worry.
Take it off.
Again, it comes back down to...
I'm not worried about him, though, so I know.
That's how it should be.
It comes back down to that person. One of the big things we teach is that when you go to porn, you're trying to heal a pain that's going on inside, whether that was being made fun of, bullied, some trauma. And after a while, your brain stress reactivity systems, they break down. And anytime you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, bored, stressed, anything, you just go to this vice. And coming back to that, when I was overcoming porn, it was the process of going from being a boy who runs away from his problems and runs to porn, and then becoming a man who stands up to his problems, says, I'm going to face this thing head on. So a woman hits at me in the gym and I say, be gone. You know, it's, hello, but be gone. You know, she doesn't see that, then I'm walking the other way. And just in all things in life, you know, one of the big things, our thing is called team vulnerable, because you need a team of people around you, but talking to them and saying, what's really going on? When I was early on in the process, if I got horny, it's like, there's no reason for me to be horny. What's really going on? Is it a trauma I haven't dealt with? Is it halt BS, hungry, angry, lonely, tired, bored, stressed? But boys becoming men, that's really the process. It has nothing to do with porn. It has nothing to do with OnlyFans. It's about standing up, having that moment of strength and vulnerability, and handling what's going on inside.
Did you get to the bottom of why you're wanking so
Hold
much?
on, no. Hold on, let's stay on topic.
Winking.
Who here wants to get married? No. Okay. All right. I mean, just to wrap up a little bit on the marriage topic, from my perspective, right, as a businessman, I don't sign contracts that don't benefit me. You never sign a contract with someone who is rewarded for breaking it. Marriage is a contract, and no sane, informed man ought to sign that contract. It's a terrible, like, if you were to look at it from a, hold on.
Doc Venabilis donated $100. Brixan, here is what you do. You want people that disagree with you. Bring 4 couples to our show, convince you about marriage and put you in their place. Include me and Becca. You will be a groom by end of show.
Thank you, Doc Venabilis. Look, again, I'm in favor. I'm not like trying to like promote, just casual sex. I'm not saying that. I think the nuclear family is fantastic for the individual, fantastic for the family, and it's the most optimum for society. And I think you can have the nuclear family without marriage. There's just certain realities.
Grid
Thank
One
you, Grid. Thank you,
Motorsports
Grid
donated $100.
Thank you.
Married 18 years to a woman, 11 years my junior. Retired at 45. Never been divorced. No kids out of wedlock. Not only am I the dog's bollocks, I am the patriarchy.
Oh, he is the patriarchy. Hey, Grid One, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Never been divorced.
No
there you
bastards.
go, Grid One. He's living the dream. Grid One is living the dream.
Perfect.
When it comes to prenuptial agreements, though, I think it's not going to save you if the woman is motivated enough. She could even lie. She could say there was coercion or fraudulent inducement.
Why do you think it's a bad deal for you?
Marriage?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you have 3 things, there's a couple things. There's a whole bunch. Community. So when you're married, and I'm not an expert in this topic, but I've consulted with divorce attorneys and I've done my own research. So once you get married, you have community property. So once the marriage starts, everything that you like from that point moving forward, that's shared. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the event of a divorce, if you're a man and you're making
but what if the girl's making more?
Then she may very well be hesitant to enter into marriage herself, or she may want to have a prenuptial agreement. There is some bias in the court system against men, but women who are high earners absolutely have perhaps a reason to pause on marriage with someone who earns less than them, because there is a chance that half the shit is going to them. So there's that. There's also just the financial cost of a divorce. Now, I'm not 100% certain if it's the case in the divorce, for example, if you're the breadwinner and your woman, if your wife is, your woman is, she's like, didn't really participate economically or financially.
Or your husband, because the girl can be a breadwinner.
Sure. But I'm just, from the male perspective, I think you not only would have to pay your attorney, you'd have to pay for her attorney. Attorneys typically charge $200 to $300 an hour. Divorces are typically not cheap. They drag on for years. Anything related to litigation or the court system is rather not just financially taxing, but is rather just mentally draining and mentally distracting. Whereas you could have perhaps a more clean split if you weren't tied in a marriage. So there's that. There's alimony, of course, and then kind of unrelated, because you could have children outside of wedlock. There's, of course, child support, but that's not really related to marriage, because you can have children outside of wedlock, and child support can come into the picture whether you're married or not. So there's alimony, there's the legal costs, and then there's the community property component of it, where you could be giving her essentially half of everything you've earned during the course of the marriage.
Or you could get half of everything she's earned.
Right, but like for one, I'm doing all right for myself, so I probably out earn 99% of women, and then
women don't marry with guys that make less than them.
That's a very good point. And then also, I'm not really, from the man's side of that, frankly, I don't really care about a woman's money. I'd prefer she's not in debt, and perhaps she can take care of herself, but she doesn't need to be a boss babe. She doesn't need to be grinding, working 70 hours a week. I'm not really preoccupied with her money. If she's a fantastic person and she happens to be very successful, but also still has maintained the thing with work, and there is a certain cutthroatness that you need to develop, especially if you're an entrepreneur, you're self-employed. You do develop certain, you need to, doing business can sometimes be, you're dealing with certain personalities, and like you have to like deal with the politicalness of the corporate world if you're in like a corporate job. And I think you do tend to develop perhaps more masculine traits as a woman if you're very heavily, not always, but you can start developing a bit more of a, you may get a little bit more in your masculine, which some men might find less attractive. So but ultimately I don't really care about a woman's money. Now, on the flip side, if I'm like, she's a billionaire heiress.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
I'm not saying no to that. I'm not saying no, but
you'll get married tomorrow.
Look, if she,
here's the ring.
Let me put it to you, because some guys are like, it's not. If a woman makes her own money, or even if she's a high earner, it's not necessarily an issue, unless it's somehow like her hyper focus on her career has an impact on the relationship in some conceivable way, and I think oftentimes it can and does. But on its own, just because she makes a lot of money or has a successful career, on its own isn't necessarily an issue. But it doesn't make her more attractive. This is the same way that, for example, a man who's an attorney or a doctor or high status or whatever will certainly make himself more attractive to a woman. It doesn't make a woman more attractive.
I'd say it depends on the woman.
What do you mean?
I don't think a successful woman cares. Because I'm going to be honest, you can come up to me, tell me you're a doctor, you're an attorney. I don't really care.
Really?
Yeah.
Question
100%.
for you. Question for you. You're currently, you're in a situationship. What does he do?
We met at work, so he's also working at finance.
Okay, you're in the same. Okay.
No, I don't care about how much the guy
Let me just address that. So, do you want, how many kids do you want?
2, 3, whatever.
2, 3?
I don't really care.
Do you want to be working while you're pregnant?
Yes. However,
Okay.
I've put myself into a situation where I'm good for a while. So
Okay, so you're financially good.
I'm good.
But
if it's like 10 years from now and he's starting his career, or he wants me to pay for his medical school so that I can get to the point where I can stay at home, yeah, that's fine. I don't really care if you come to me and you tell me you work at McDonald's.
But when you have kids, do you want to maybe take a little breather from work, or you're
when
just
I have
continue?
a child, I'm not going to be working at all.
So for 18 years, you're not going to work?
Yeah.
Or longer. Hold on, I'll adjust that.
79
thank you,
donated
Grace.
$100. We need more women like Natalie and less trash like OnlyFans garbage.
Oh,
That,
damn.
like 3 times.
Did she?
Yes.
Wow, okay, she's...
Good grief.
Here, what?
Wait, 3 times? So she's
Yes.
wasted $300?
$99.99.
You care
Oh.
too much. You sound like a fan.
Thank you,
Thanks,
baby.
Grace.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
We have the West Dude. I just want to read this since it's before it disappears. Yo, the West Dude, thank you, man. Appreciate it. How do you show through actions, not words, that you are not just using the men you go on dates with as an ATM or foodie date? I do want to address your point here. Let me write that down. Do any of the girls want to answer this from the West, dude?
I was
How do you show through actions, not words, that you are not just using the men you go on dates with, that they're...
Maybe like being there
Is this
for
directed
them?
at somebody specifically?
Give them reassurance.
Yeah,
Like, hey, I like you. We don't have to go on dates all the time and spend money on me. Like you guys said, like handwritten letters, like for Valentine's Day, like a nice conversation, like what we want with each other, like that. That's what.
And also,
I love you
I
guys.
sleep with every guy that I go on a date with, so like, you know.
We're gonna get into it. By the way, guys, we are gonna, assuming they don't get cold feet, we have a hater who's gonna call in. We have a female hater who's gonna call in, and then I have notes. Everybody here. Hate. I have notes here from everybody. We got some juicy notes from all the panelists at the table. We're gonna get into that. So, the West dude, thank you for your chat. There was a study, West dude, where I think it was from like Arizona State University, ASU maybe, where a professor there did a study and found that like it was like 33 or 66%. Nick, are you looking it up? Of women have engaged in foodie calls, which is basically
where they get a free dinner.
Where they go on a dinner without like any sort of.
That's way too much effort just for a free dinner.
I would agree with you. I don't know what would be like.
You're gonna talk to a fucking randomer for 2 hours.
You're also gonna
at that point.
Oh wait, Nick, what's the story of the woman in New York City, the Asian woman who did like, who went on 6 dates a week and never paid for groceries? Can you pull that one up too?
Yeah.
I don't have that much like.
Thank you, West dude, for bringing that up. You got it? Anything, Nick? So do the foodie call study, and then do the what is it? The there's a New York Post article from that girl who never bought groceries for 2 years because she went on. Yeah, she hustled for sure.
God.
Let me read these chats.
That's a
Grace
scammer for
Chong, we need more young women to be Natalie and less of garbage. Like
Grace, we've already
We
heard
read that
your
like 3
comment.
times.
Yo, Grace, thank you, appreciate it. Grace, is this your homie, Natalie?
She's very supportive. She's the CFO of War Room. So
What's War Room?
Is that?
that's her
okay.
podcast. Yeah.
Yo, Grace Chong, we should have her on the show. Grace, you want to?
Grace lives in California, so you should have her
Oh,
on.
Grace,
Have
we'll
you
have
wait?
on.
If you like paid your friend to comment on it?
No,
I'd love to meet you.
And then,
But you should have Grace on.
wow, she tripled down.
You're welcome. I just
right more.
appreciate
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Grace. Appreciate
The War
it. We
Room posse
need
is
more
great.
young women like Natalie. Wow. Okay. She was so. She sent it 3 times. Thank you, Grace.
Dude,
Wait,
you
that's
need
a
to
hat
find
trick.
better
Hold
things
on.
to spend your money on.
Could have just bought
Let's see, we got.
Gucci glass.
Lewandowski for the hat trick!
It's a hat trick.
Put it in! Oh my word, this
Grace
is
is the best.
She thought she ate.
Grace.
She
Grace
thought she
Chong
ate.
with the hat trick for Natalie.
You should totally
She
have
thought
Grace on.
she ate.
You said she's in California?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Grace, send us
I
a
wanna meet
DM
her.
on Instagram at whatever.
And then I will
Thank you.
donate, saying we need more young women to
3
be like
times.
Grace.
You got to do it 3 times.
Four
Yeah,
times.
Thank
Four
you.
times.
Perfect. Cool. Thank you, Grace. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support, Grace. You're awesome. Nick, do you have anything pulled up?
Cackling.
Foodie call, nearly a third of women have gone on dates just for free food, survey finds.
Fuck off.
Truthfully, doing the math in terms of the time investment, that
Doesn't make any sense.
doesn't make sense. Maybe like I could see the angle of I've known women and women have come on the show who say they've done this. Maybe you guys have just
But I
done it,
can.
but-
No offense. Like if I'm on a 2-hour date, like I could make a lot more money in 2 hours than I would for like
Word.
a 30 quid lunch.
Word. I don't know. Some of these
Give her
dudes
a
be
food
spending
box.
way too money on dinner dates though, like $100, $200 on a first date dinner date. Nick, do you have the other thing? I went on 6 dates a week and didn't have to buy groceries for 2 years. Now this is life/dating on easy mode. She went on dates without any real romantic interest in the men and just got free food. I wonder if she'd like order extra, so she'd like take a
Yeah,
doggy
yeah,
bag
like
home?
leftovers.
Yeah, leftovers.
Like, can I get a
You're not
takeaway
having
box
6
for the?
meals a week.
She had that shit like down to a fucking
As well, then
science.
you've got to be like meshing these guys, arranging it. Like it's a lot of admin.
A lot of
That's
admin?
a lot of
Yes.
work to
Like
get.
you're
She was
fucking
probably
your
lonely
fingerheads from
also.
swiping
I don't think
on
she would just get ready
Tinder,
just for
right?
dinner.
I feel like dinner dates are so boring and overplayed too. Like they're just not very
Mm-hmm.
creative.
Let's go. W's in the chat for Natalie. She doesn't like dinner dates.
I also
What do you
hate,
want,
I hate
Natalie?
seed oils, and most
Seed
restaurants
oils.
cook with seed oils.
Seed
That's why I don't
oils.
like restaurants.
You don't like seed oils.
I
okay.
hate seed oils.
Can you? Do
seed
you have like an
oils.
allergic allergy?
They're
thing?
industrially refined oils, so it's like canola oil, grapeseed oil, also rapeseed oil.
Please don't ruin all restaurants for everyone.
Yeah, no, I know it's a real downer,
What
but
about
they're just very.
Chipotle? Is Chipotle safe or?
All the I actually will say,
Yeah, what about In-N-Out?
all the fast food chains are, except Sweet Green, about 2 months ago, announced that they were switching to olive oil for most of their dressings and food.
Yeah, olive
preparations.
oil's
but
good.
a
Well,
date at Sweet Green is also very low energy. But I don't know. I feel like doing things is actually.
What's your like
fun.
perfect date?
My perfect date? I love walking, which is the world's most
That's a
boring
good-
hobby,
I
but I
like
love
that.
hiking.
That's good.
So
But then
that's very
it's.
good.
I mean, at least you get like a good chat in. But
I don't know about hikes though,
I guess you could get
because they're a little
Run out of
murderous.
I
You
just like
start
to get my
sweating.
steps in.
Yeah, if you're just meeting.
Like
That
a
would-
sort
Or a
of
workout
public, a public walk, good.
Like Pilates.
A
Private
Pilates
walk.
first date?
Class. Yeah, a
What about
Pilates
Taibo?
private.
Have you done Taibo first date?
I don't know what that is.
Maybe that's in the 90s thing. I don't know. It's like this workout
Tai
and there's
Chi?
kicking and.
Don't you just feel
I
like
think
it's
tight.
forced though when you're like sitting there across from? It can be. I don't
what about
know.
a
Well,
picnic?
The thing with the dinner date,
Sure.
the thing with the dinner date is if it's first off, there's constant interruptions with the waiter come in, and it's like, and then if you're trying to eat, I don't know about you, I don't like to talk when I'm eating.
It's
So
you're
you gotta like, and then they go ahead like you're on a dinner date, right? And they ask you a question that'll take you 5 minutes to answer, or maybe that's excessive, 3 minutes, and all the while your food's getting cold. Excuse
and
me.
it's a weird dance of everyone
I'm trying to eat my food. Sorry, go ahead.
of trying to ask the other person questions about themselves because everyone knows you're not just supposed to talk about yourself, but then no one really wants to talk about themselves because they don't want to come off as narcissistic. So it's just like ping pong questions about. This is not even my necessarily personal experience. Like I really haven't gone on that many first dates with people I've randomly met, but just from my friends, it just doesn't seem.
And then you can never
fun.
fucking leave. Like then you have to wait.
Yeah, or if you don't want to go home with them, then it's really awkward. Like it creates more trouble than it's worth. I'd
Yeah.
rather just go.
Well, I certainly
out
don't think. I
myself.
mean, if the guy treats you to dinner, that certainly doesn't mean that he's entitled to anything else. And if a guy is like, that's weird if a guy's like pushing that sort of way. But I think like meeting for a coffee is a bit more like a coffee
I don't
or a
drink
drink.
alcohol,
Yeah, I don't drink
so
either.
that makes it also hard because I feel like meeting at a bar is a lot just more casual. But then
Yeah.
it's like I'm gonna go to a bar and like drink.
You could just
water.
get-
You want to
You
get
could get,
drunk
like, a
and
soda or
fuck.
something.
That's what it seems like. Like
Me?
No,
No, I was like,
no,
no.
going to like a bar date. You know, like that's just like I would hate that.
I
'cause
love
It's
that.
like
I love
No,
it.
but
I
like-
literally love it so much.
Having a few
Upscale?
drinks, get shit.
Yeah,
Not-
and I-
you could do like an upscale lounge where it's
Yeah.
not like a bar where it's super loud, but like an upscale lounge, typically like
not like a dive bar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and like
yeah, you could get like you know, like
That's
a
a
soda
vibe.
or a juice or something, or just go to like coffee. But I'm with you. I don't think dinner dates. Maybe like a second or third date. But wait, okay. So we were getting into it about marriage. Oh, you said you don't really. I remember. You said, well, if a guy was an attorney or a doctor or whatever, that wouldn't really matter all that much. But you said you also, like, when you get married and have kids, you want to stop working once you have kids, right?
Yeah, so something that I'm attracted to when it comes to men is them wanting to grow, whether that's grow their business, grow up in a company, something like that. However, you don't have to be at the top to everybody come talk to me. I'm attracted to drive. That's what I'm attracted to. And then from there, let's say we get married in 3 years, and then 4th year I have a kid, but he's not making enough money for me to be able to support him. For him to be able to support me at home, I do have enough stock to where I would be able to support him continuing to go work, and then me staying at home.
So you have enough saved to support your whole family, like your whole family, and then 2 to 3 kids for 18 years?
Maybe not
her
2 to 3.
not working, I think she was saying,
me
like
not working.
subsidized to
Yes,
be able
so
to stay at home.
he's
for a
making
few
money. I
years.
still have enough money to where I'm able to support his income and then my income combined. And then we'd be
Okay.
able to be good.
Where do you live again?
Las Vegas.
You're in Las Vegas? Okay. Well, I mean, and I forgot exactly what you said, but did you say you wouldn't care if he was like a high earner?
No, I wouldn't.
But I mean, if you want to stay at home, then you're gonna have to have a guy who's capable of providing.
However, you don't have to come to me already at the top. You can come to me at the bottom, and I'm willing to.
You just want an ambitious man.
Yes, exactly.
Someone who
Ambition.
has goals. Yeah, I like that.
I honestly would rather go for the ambitious guy than someone who's already built up.
Yeah.
It's not clear to me if, hot take here, if women actually like purely ambitious men. I think women are attracted to men who have reaped the rewards of said ambition. No. But if he's ambitious and like not where he's works at McDonald's, but he's ambitious, I don't know if you're still going to take the bet on that guy.
I did.
I will.
Exactly. I'm not saying all women, but I think it occurs to me that some women would rather wait at the finish line, pick the men who have already crossed the finish line, pick the winners instead of the maybes.
Well, I don't mind what the guy does as long as like they have goals and they are ambitious and very.
What if he's a SoundCloud rapper?
Well, at least
he's so
he's got a passion in something.
He's gonna make it.
Yeah.
You gotta support his rap career, man.
No. But this
more
is
like
sort
a
of
realistic ambition. Being a SoundCloud rapper is not realistic.
No, I quite like that.
It's sort of like survivorship bias, though. How many people want to be actors or in the entertainment industry and never make it? But they're so ambitious and they go on.
At least they try.
That's
right, but that's
unrealistic.
But practically speaking, like where does that leave you if you want to be like, for example, you want to stay at home and you want your man to be.
Yeah, you won't be able to stay at home.
Well,
like his ambition.
Well, she's not
if
saying
he
she wants to date
if he
an
doesn't
actor.
succeed,
No, yeah.
Specifically.
I want to date somebody who's like, okay, yes, you know what? This is the position that I'm in right now. It might not be the best position possible. However, this is my goal, and this is how I'm going to get there, and this is what I'm
If
doing.
he doesn't
it's
succeed,
very sexy.
It's different.
It's very
It's
sexy
I
because Manny had Manny had no money when we got together.
Like, I feel like you're sort of LARPing as a stay-at-home mom in the sense that I think a stay-at-home mom is something bigger, and it's like a culture in a household where the man is providing for you, so then you have the luxury to stay home and do it. Like, it's not merely just reduced to a financial thing, like you stay at home because you financially can. It's like you stay at home because the guy is complimenting you. Like, that's amazing that you can afford to do that for yourself.
Exactly, that's why
but then you're sort of like not a sugar mommy, but if you're like paying this, or, you know what I mean? It just seems sort of like I wouldn't want to stay home because I have the choice to. I would want to stay home because my husband is taking care of my family and I don't have to like secretly pay the bills on the side.
Oh, 100%. I get that. And it's not going to be something that I'm going to be doing forever. And I'm going to make sure that that's something that's told. And there's certain things that men will do when they aren't making money that show that he has the capability to take care of you when he is making the money.
Like,
it's an attitude. It's the way he talks.
I don't think women care that much about ambition.
I just want to
I don't think they care.
I really want to circle
I'm
back
the most
to what you were saying.
ambitious person in Santa Barbara. These Santa Barbara women are not like, oh,
I've already
gotta
said
get
I
with
fancy
Brian.
you.
Gotta,
Well, maybe they want to get
Move
married.
to Las Vegas.
and
I feel like
you don't
work
want-
ethic is maybe a better way, because when I think ambition, I think like grifter, like crypto promoter, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't necessarily connote someone who actually is working hard. Like, you could be very ambitious if you want to be like the world's best OnlyFans creator. No offense, that's not necessarily like
very
ambition
ambitious.
that I would look up to. So I feel like, I don't know, not to put words in your mouth, but there's a little more like refinement there. Maybe.
Let me try to put it into
As long
a
as he
different
has, like,
perspective. Somebody who has a goal, it's a possible goal, it's a reachable goal, and then he also knows how he's going to achieve that goal.
Okay.
And it's not something like, oh my gosh, one day I'm going to be the next like Travis Scott, and then he's like, you ask him, okay, how are you going to be Travis Scott? And he's like, well, I'm still going to make this music. And like, no, that's stupid.
Yeah, it's got to be actively working.
Sit here and tell me,
towards that
listen,
goal.
I'm going to invest in this. I'm going to invest in this. This is how I'm going to get the money to invest in this, or blah, 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 blah. Things like that. Not necessarily someone who's working a dead-end job or doesn't make
good
sense.
times,
Like,
good times.
what you were saying,
yeah.
Brian, I wanted to circle back to that real quick. I keep
Let's
trying,
circle
but
back.
when you
Circle
were
back.
saying, like, most women want to, get a guy at the finish line and don't really want someone in the middle. Maybe for some people, but like me personally, I feel like if you're with a guy, like you were saying, and they have a reachable goal and stuff, and like you're with him and, grinding with him until he reaches that goal, and then, eventually, then, he's at the top with you and you were there with him through the whole struggle, and that just shows like how much of a good woman you are. And I feel like you could prove yourself to him, you know, that you trust and believe in him, and you know you want him to be the leader, and that he was able to reach those goals. So
I'm curious though, for the women here at the table, where on the totem pole of like is ambition? Like, where is that number one thing you look for in a guy? Is his ambition? Is it his character? Is it his game? Is it his
I think
Rizz?
someone who's just funny, get along with.
Oh, I thought you were about to say something else, but
and big cock.
Yes,
Sorry.
definitely.
No, I'm
Honestly,
actually not a size queen.
Yeah.
We're in, boys. Okay.
Definitely,
I'm
I have
actually
to be
the
able to give you an
reverse.
orgasm.
I'm the
for
reverse
sure.
of a size queen.
You've got a really big cock.
What?
I'm so confused.
What?
What?
No, like
Size doesn't matter.
no.
No, that's
like
It's the
I'm
motion
not
of the
reverse.
ocean.
I'm like the corresponding like.
wait. What about
Yeah,
this?
I'm plugging
this BLM?
big labia. Yo, hashtag big labia.
So
matter.
you like big labia?
Large labia? Yeah, I'm a.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yep.
okay, period. King.
I almost wanted like.
I actually had mine chopped off.
Wait, you
So,
had a
RIP.
labiaplasty?
Yeah, I did.
Wait, are you telling the truth?
I paid like $5,000 for it. Swear to God, I did it about 2 years ago.
Why?
Hold on.
Because I didn't like my big labia. I'm sorry.
Guys like Brian.
It wasn't cute.
He is hard.
Now, honestly, I look like fucking
Now he won't
Barbie.
ever
You
see
lost your
This
chance.
is why I do what I do, so that women like Lily don't mutilate themselves.
I did ask to keep it.
Can I ask you why you did it? You didn't
'cause
like for cosmetic reasons?
Yeah, I just didn't like the look of it. I didn't feel sexy. I felt really insecure. And you know what? No one had actually said anything about it. I just felt really insecure myself.
Damn, that's.
So RIP. I did ask to keep it though, as in like
What do you mean
in
you
like a
asked?
jar.
Oh my
They were
god.
like- but they wouldn't let me keep it. They were like,
in a
it's
mason
like
jar?
bodily, like, pardon.
That's fucking disgusting.
But I just wanted it like,
Keep it.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Like a
Why
little,
not?
Like a
well, I could
placenta.
probably sell it, you know. You
I know a lot of
know.
girls that
Yeah, you
actually
probably
do that.
could have.
I know about 3 that've done it so far.
Who've had labiaplasty. God damn, this is fucking.
It
like
wasn't
a dagger
cute though.
in the
It
heart.
wasn't. I'll show
Any
it you
women-
later. It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
cute.
Public service announcement. If there's any women who are considering mutilating themselves and getting a labiaplasty for cosmetic reasons, please don't.
Wait, why do you like it? Do you like to like suck on it or something?
He does. Said no
Excuse me?
comment.
Actually, I don't do that.
What, you don't
Oh my
eat pussy?
god!
I don't.
Whoa!
I have not.
Whoa, I'm gonna, retract my thing that I fancy you, because if you don't eat
Cool.
pussy,
Perfect.
like, I'm not.
Good.
I want nothing to do with you.
Good.
I can't
Yeah, I haven't gone down on a girl since the Bush administration.
Oh.
What's the Bush
It
administration?
was like
Carpet
2000
burn.
to 2008.
Why'd
what
you
is it
stop?
when the Bush? It's
So I
not
think it
Australia.
was like
Bush.
it was like 2007, 2008 the last time I went down on a girl.
Why?
Why?
I did it a couple times. It just wasn't my thing. Look,
Do you expect to get
pussy's
head?
great. Don't get me wrong. Like pussy, but just not my. I don't do that.
No, but do you not like?
I'll
you
do
know,
anything
making your
for
partner,
life, but I won't do that. What?
making your partner like.
Oh, I
come,
want no.
stuff like
Okay,
that.
well, I remember we were talking about women. There's the orgasm gap. I want to make my girl climax before I do.
So you just
Preferably
get out
multiple
like a little
times.
vibrator instead.
Well,
and just say,
there's ways. Depends on the girl.
you finger.
Yes, you can use your hands. You can use a toy. I'm open to using toys.
Right.
You know, if needed. So sometimes it's not needed, and you don't have to. But some women struggle without. So let's use. Fuck it.
Sad. That's so
Technology,
sad.
son, makes my job easier. Why not?
Motorsports donated $100. Brixan does not do that. He is properly terrified of dying from meeting a bad flat.
Who's that famous actor? Is it Charlie Sheen's dad? Fuck, what's his name? Or is it who's one of these actors got throat cancer and there's
fuck off. That's
there is a
not like 1 in a
hypothesis.
million.
No, there's a hypothesis out there that HPV. Well, we know it causes cervical cancer, right? So it's plausible that this also causes throat cancer.
But when
and
you know
can't
when you
be
give
eating
you know when you
pussy.
suck cock, if you do it really hard and deep throat it, like it actually
The
bruises
fuck?
your throat. So really
I feel like
like
that happens more. Losing your esophagus.
yeah.
Like throat cancer.
So really we're putting ourselves on the line. You can't really like. I eat a lot of
Get the
pussy.
rocks.
You can't.
Abdul?
You can't really.
Yeah, I think you
Get the
should.
There's no
rocks.
harm in eating pussy.
You should eat pussy.
Yeah.
Makes your skin better.
What about you, Nick?
Michael Douglas.
Wait, what
thank
about
you.
Nick?
This poor guy.
That's Nick.
He was just eating too much pussy and he got throat cancer.
That's a theory, you said.
No,
I don't
think
believe
it's,
it.
He said it. I'm pretty. I think he said it. I don't.
Wait, can I ask
you
Nick?
sure?
Nick, do you eat pussy?
I think she
does.
fancies you.
She's moved on from Brian.
I was like, fuck that.
No, listen, okay? Look, I got neck problems, okay? I'm sorry. I
Not
don't.
that old. Jesus.
Yeah, look, I got a fucking ice pack. Look at this shit.
Maybe have
I
that
saw
on when
that.
you do
I was
that.
wondering what that was for.
Boom. Got an ice pack, you know? Got neck problems. I'm just not a fan.
Can
But
I
I'm
use
deeply,
that after?
I'm de-
Honestly, I've been sat on so much cock recently. My pussy
Yeah,
is
we'll get you we'll get you some penicillin. How about that?
Perfect.
That's a
pussy talk is
tragedy.
making me wet.
Did you actually get a labiaplasty?
I'll
God
show you the
damn.
before and after.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
fine.
it's so much cuter now.
I heard it hurts
that
like
is
really bad.
depressing.
Like the
I did.
recovery.
I actually went out like clubbing the night I got it done.
Oh,
Because well, they got me on cat when I had it done, so I was like, let's fucking turn it up. Let's
So
go out.
sad. So sad.
Yeah, to
But
celebrate.
yeah, it wasn't painful, but I did have sex like a week after I had it done, and
Cool
the
story,
stitches
bro.
came out. It was
Thank
bleeding.
you
It was
for
really
sharing.
painful. But I shouldn't have done that.
yeah,
like,
they
if you
say
do
that you're
it
not
shouldn't have
supposed
done
to.
for like a month.
She should have done that, guys.
But I couldn't
That's
harm
so
myself.
sad,
would
though.
not.
That's so depressing. Yo, genuinely though, some women who have an
That's
outie.
a sweet message, though.
No, some women who have an outie, and look, I think they get it from both men and women, but maybe they had a boyfriend who made a insensitive comment. Maybe they've heard insensitive comment from the high school boys, whatever. You know, there's certain terms that can be thrown around that may make a woman feel self-conscious. Ladies,
Like punched lasagna pussy.
and there's also this fake news that if a woman does have an outie, it means that she's had a lot of sexual partners. That's not
looser.
true.
Yeah,
Not-
shut up.
Well, not loose, but like if you've had a lot of sexual partners, that it can cause. No, that's not true. You can be a virgin and have an outie. So, ladies, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Because I'm a natural body supremacist. I'm not in favor of plastic surgery either. Okay, I don't want no fake titties, no BBL, no fake lips. I'd rather no boobs than perfect fake titties. I'd prefer like a flat bum.
Yeah. Well,
as
I haven't.
the English might say.
I haven't had my bottom done, and I haven't got fake tits.
Oh, I'm not talking about you. Just I'm saying like I would prefer.
She's still trying to fuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, checks out. I prefer a girl with like maybe a little, you know, sometimes girls got a little belly fat. They're thinking about getting the lipo. The lipo belly looks weird to me.
Oh, when they've got like
sitting here
the
like hiding my stomach and
What,
stuff.
you
Somebody,
got-
no, like you said about the stomach, but no, like
Oh,
that's what I'm like.
well,
I
I
want
mean-
lipo on my stomach.
Have you
and
seen,
I'm,
like, the
sitting
fake
here like
abs?
this.
you
What?
can get like fake abs put in.
Yeah, that's just weird. In any case, listen, ladies, if you're thinking about getting a labiaplasty, don't do it. If you need, I'll talk you out of it. You got a large labia, I'll talk you out of it, whatever.
Yeah, just send him a photo and then he'll have a chat to you.
I'm going to be a bit hyperbolic in this next statement. I only date women with large labia. How about
Ooh.
that? I only
That's
date
like
women.
top one criteria.
Women have, there's women out there who are size queens. I know you said you're not a size queen. If women are allowed to have preferences like that, so too can us men. So I only date women with large labia. The bigger, the better.
Fuck, should have left it.
I'm just trying to
Put it back on.
Yeah, sew it back on.
I want to jump in. I think it's interesting. 2 out of 3 of you, right? OnlyFans porn.
Oh,
Brixan's flannel donated $100. Denim Dana, calm down with the mic stand.
What's
It
she
won't
doing?
impress Brixan.
Is she doing? Is she
Brixan rejects
using?
all girls who wear Canadian tuxedos. He only love me, his flannel. I live in the back of his
I don't
Subaru.
have a Subaru. That's her. Speaking of which, somebody had a. We were talking about
We'll
Subaru.
check on that
We were
later.
talking about Subaru. I said so I'm from Vegas and how I put it on like a self-driving mode.
Oh, we got Fat Boy. Please ask Natalie Winters about what?
Her cunt.
What the? No.
Titties?
No.
I don't know what that is, but.
They want you.
Okay, I think we'll skip over that one. I don't think.
I
I don't know. Fat boy does not work for War Room.
Okay, fat boy. Okay.
Coming back
Fatty
to the
boy.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
You do your quick thing with the Subaru.
Yes, I was talking about how I drove my Subaru here. Well, not really drove it. I just put it in the self-driving mode, and it just took off. And then you responded.
Yeah, so you know how you get them Teslas that are like really like easily drivable? I actually fucked the driver while we were driving down like the motorway in one of them, but it was daytime, all blacked out, and honestly, some of the best sex I've ever had. That was
Did you
good.
know him?
It's beautiful.
Yes, yeah, he wasn't like my Uber driver or
I thought
anything.
It was like a
yeah.
stranger or
That's
something.
great.
Yeah, no, I knew him.
Oh wait, last thing on marriage, and then Manny, I know you wanted to come in on something. Last thing on marriage, because I know we've moved on to a couple different topics here. I do think when it comes to marriage, right? Again, from the religious perspective, marriage, cool. The issue is though, even if you're religious, when it comes to, let's say your marriage doesn't work and one partner is suing for a breakup, suing for a divorce, they're not going to go to the church. They're going to go to the state. The state presides over their marriage, not the church or their priest or their biblical values. So when the woman is unhappy from the man's perspective, she's going to go to the state. She's not going to go to God. So she might, but if she's dead set on getting the divorce, and many people are, she's going to go to a divorce attorney. And also, let me just, even if your wife is not inclined to screw you over in a divorce, maybe she's a good person or godly or whatever, is her divorce attorney. Which, by the way, you'll probably have to pay for along with your own attorney. So, I think, and the divorce attorney's incentive, the divorce attorney is there to make money. So, again, it's sort of treacherous. It's a treacherous situation for men, especially men who make a good amount of money, to get married nowadays, especially with, the current state of the legal system. And so, yeah.
I was going to say, with the idea of, as a Christian, if there was something with Beck and I's marriage, we would bring it to God, and then we would bring it to our community, right? Our brothers and sisters in Christ, and then we would bring it to the church leader. So 3 levels added additionally before getting to that. So
right.
It is not, we live in a perfect world. We live in a fallen world. We are all sinful, and sinning means going against God. God is good, God is love, and evil is the absence of God. So when we go away from God, that's when we start to experience these things. So having that community around, having the body of Christ is a beautiful thing. By the way, if somebody's going, I can't do his program because he said he was, in a relationship with Jesus, the program, you do not need to be of any religious belief, anything like that. We made it that way, so it's open to anyone. So if anyone is wondering that, just want to make sure I say it.
Okay. Here, I'm going to finally get into some of people's pre-show notes here. I was going to start with Lily, but I think she's gone off to the bathroom here. So first, let's start with Andrea. Andrea, you said you met some weird guys from Tinder before. Any notable stories you can share with us? So
I met this one guy on Tinder. And really cool looking guy, he was like 6'9", was in the military. Damn. He had a really nice house in Arcadia, if you guys know. Yeah. So
Arcadia.
Yeah, I know, in Phoenix, in Arizona, but yeah, really nice house, And I was talking to him, but anyways, so his Tinder bio was like, I like to buy my girlfriends voluptuous assets. So, we were talking. He's like, yeah, I like to get them, lip fillers, BBLs, Botox, breast implants, everything. And he was like, it's kind of like making my own customizable Barbie doll. Yes.
Red flag.
And I'm not making this up. This is like the weirdest, and I feel like the only weird story I could really tell. But anyways, I get to his house and stuff, and he's just like telling me how he was dating this girl, but actually she was transgender. So he, paid for her surgery to everything. Yeah, paid for her surgery to. Sorry.
Wait, was it?
I know, I cleared it.
Thank you.
We good?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, my bad.
Titties didn't go.
Okay, no, they're good now.
They're titting.
Okay. Sorry. Did you guys see that?
No.
No, I got it just in time. You're good.
Okay,
Jesus
thank you.
Christ.
That's so distracting.
I wear covers.
Anyways, yeah, so fucking, and we're like talking and stuff, and he was just like getting really upset about that, and it was really weird. Like, we didn't hook up or anything. Then I left, and then we're texting and stuff, and he was calling me like doll and asking me like how long I've been into like the whole Barbie look, because I used to wear like a bunch of makeup and like stuff like that. And then it just got weirder. He was like telling me, oh, is it okay like if I can tell you what to dress, what to eat, what you can do every day, blah blah blah. And yeah, it was just like really odd. And then he was like sending me gifts of like a 3P, 2 in the pussy and 1 in the ass. Yeah, and then he said he wanted to do that, and then
I just come back to this conversation.
Yeah,
2 in the pussy, 1 in the ass.
Wait, so hold on. You said he was dating a woman that wanted to become a man, or a man that wanted to become a woman?
Yeah, they were already.
Which way?
Yeah, there was a man who wanted to become a woman.
And he was dating the man.
Yeah, and then he's like into gay guys too. So he would tell me that he wanted me to have a gay guy have sex with me, missionary, and then he has sex with the gay guy anally.
Like Human Centipede type
kind of,
of
yeah. Like it was like American Horror Story. There's a scene in like the election one where she's laying down, the guy's doing it, and then he's behind the guy while he's fucking the girl, and it's kind of like a whole like weird. It's like a weird train.
I think he needs
him anally, then he can't go
program.
back. Yeah.
And then it's like, well, if he's gay, why would he have sex with me, a woman?
He's bisexual.
Yeah. He said he wanted a gay guy to fuck me. And then he fucks the gay guy. So I'm like, how is that even possible? Yes. Like, Tinder is a dark place. And then just to kind of like, I don't know. And that's pretty much it.
I'll at least address, so he had a desire. Was he like kind of a well-off, wealthy guy?
Yes.
Yeah, so he wanted to pay for you, and then it sounded like his other people that he was dating pay for various plastic surgeries. You said lip filler, breast implants, BBL, perhaps lipo too, or?
Yeah, all of it. He said he views women that he's dating as his own customizable Barbie
That's so
doll.
Weird.
Yes.
It's such, like, any girls here at the table who are watching, if your significant other, your boyfriend, whatever, is pushing on you to get any plastic surgery, I think that's a major red flag.
Yeah.
Major red flag.
Like, literally just wants to control and just make me his Barbie doll. And I was just like, yeah, no. After that, I ghosted him, because it's like maybe some girls want all that, but eventually you're gonna hate your life and just being controlled like a puppet on a string. Yes, it was crazy. He was a very handsome man,
6'9".
and it's like
he's tall.
Yes,
tall.
Never in my life have I seen a man that tall.
And he was handsome.
Yes,
and
yes,
rich.
Yes.
We should get this guy on the show. What is going on?
Yeah.
So he was like a bisexual.
Drop his Tinder.
He was a bisexual. Had like a plastic surgery fetish, kind of almost.
Yes, he sent me pictures of his like ex-girlfriends, and just like from the nose down, just very.
Dude, this guy is a fucking menace. No, like, it's one thing, like, he can probably actually get the women to do this, because bro, he's 6'9", you say he's good looking, and he's wealthy. This guy's a fucking menace, destroying women, honestly. But go ahead, Natalie.
Okay, so to me, it sounds like this guy obviously has some like perverted sex stuff going on, which I think you would probably attest. I'm sure there's some level of like weird porn addiction going on there that leads you down that rabbit hole. And it sounds like you were basically offended about him more or less treating women like objects and trying to dictate what they could or couldn't do with their bodies, all in exchange for money. So how is that really any different than what you guys do?
He's like literally controlling their life, though. Like he's telling me what I can eat, how I can dress, what I can do, who I can talk to. He wants to make me look a certain way, and it's like OnlyFans. I can look how I want to, and I look how I do, and they love it. Everybody has a type, and and I get what you're trying to say. I really do, but I mean, there is a pretty vast difference.
It varies in degrees, but don't you think that OnlyFans as a platform is maybe kind of laying the groundwork for people like that to go down? You don't think there's any correlation?
No.
Not even OnlyFans, but just porn in general?
Well, yeah, because actually his ex-girlfriend was a porn star that he was paying for all the surgeries and stuff. So, I mean, I get what you're saying and stuff, and it's always going to be, sometimes, I do feel bad for the guys and stuff, who are buying it and, and I just
Can we
it's
get
always
this
gonna
guy
keep
on the show?
happening. We need to find him.
You don't. I mean,
I don't
didn't
know.
you?
I don't know.
have
I can't.
his-
I could probably try to look through my contacts, but I don't even know if I remember his name. I think I actually screenshotted.
How long did you date him?
I
You dated him,
screenshotted
though,
his
right?
Tinder profile.
Oh, you never met him.
I did. Yes,
Oh,
I
were
met
you
him in
guys
real life.
hooking up?
No, we never. We met one time, and
Just
He
once.
was and it was just
Wait,
very
off
weird.
the bat, he was trying to.
He was just telling me what he wants
Okay.
and what he expects and stuff, and I was
Why
like,
did you meet with him?
Oh, okay.
well, I didn't know until
Oh,
we
it was
talked in
in
person.
person? Okay.
Yeah, and
Did he pretend to be normal at first?
yeah,
Two
and then he
sides
just
to
kind
every
of.
story. Two sides.
That's
to
how
every
you
story.
hit them.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a prime
I'll have
sub
none of that.
if you got one. Also, youtube.com/whatever second. That's our clips channels, mate. Fucking subscribe, you.
Is that his way of flirting?
You. I don't know. Okay, no.
Something.
I don't know. I butchered it. Wait, okay, hold on. So, okay, there's this crazy dude. Hold on. Let's see what else from you. You've been ghosted a bunch. How many times have you been ghosted? You mentioned that in your pre-show notes to us.
Yeah, literally like every time, like, you know, I go on a date with somebody, or, you know, even just like talking, and then that's what, like, we were kind of talking about that earlier, you know, you talk to somebody and then they just like they just want to see what you look like they don't even want to meet up with a woman in real life. Like, if they can convince you to give them nudes for free, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, we might hook up and stuff, so, you know, I'll show them what I look like. They don't even want to hook up. They just want to see what you look like for free, you know, like, and a lot of like guys, like, with the addiction and stuff, I feel like they don't really know how to like talk to a woman in real life.
Don't you think making OnlyFans content makes it more likely for guys to not feel invested in a relationship, because it's easier for them to ghost you because they can just go to OnlyFans and see those pictures? They don't have to build
Yes,
wait,
exactly, and they don't know how to
do
talk
have
to
jump
women
in here.
IRL.
I have a hypothesis here. Could it be that prior to seeing the nude photographs that you sent them, perhaps they were inclined to meet up with you? After seeing the nude photographs, maybe they had a change of heart? Could that
Maybe
potentially?
that's also probably
Could it
another
be?
reason, but it's like, it's not
You
even
know?
like, you know, like before like sending pics and
Could it
stuff,
be?
because like, and I would also just like, you know, meet up and we would go on dates,
Yeah.
and, you know, I would see a guy for a while and then just randomly like just get ghosted. So yeah, you know, it could be, you know,
It could
and
be.
it's okay, because
After
one day
they
I'll meet
saw
a
the
man.
photos.
One day I'm gonna meet a man who loved me for
Might have been
me.
after they saw the
So
photos.
Yes,
had a change of
preach.
heart.
he gonna love me for me.
Period.
So, you know, I may not be everyone's type, but I'm
Okay.
somebody's type, and he out
All
there.
right.
So
I'm just.
I
throwing a
know, I get it.
hypothesis out
I know,
there.
and I've thought about it too, and it probably is. You know, I'm insecure about how I look. You know, they're probably like, oh, well, she's probably fucking fat, so don't want to be with me. I get it. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. You know.
Just a hypothesis. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know. That's just, I'm, you know, brainstorming here. You also said online dating is weird. I think guys who use it aren't real men because they can't just pull a girl in real life.
Yeah, and that's like what I was saying, you know, like the all online stuff. It's everybody, not everybody, but a lot of men are used to just being online and getting that quick satisfaction, you know,
Quick
real
nut.
quick, you know, yeah. And,
Yeah.
But
and
you
then
guys are
they just like,
responsible for
and then, yeah, you know, and like they don't want to, you know, like put in the work, get to know somebody, or like, you know, like, and it's like being shy too, you know, you go somewhere and you're like, man, I should have talked to her, but then you go and like, say you know her on Facebook, be like, oh, I saw you at that party.
I got something for this, for the whole panel. So going around the table, do you think it's easy to attract a woman as a man?
Yeah, you know, if
Well-
you got Rizz.
Do you think?
Okay, well-
Wait, I need like
Attract a
seconds.
woman as a man.
Do you think it's easy to attract a woman as a man?
If you're tall.
Oh yeah, from personal experience, yeah. I find it alright.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
You think it's easy? You think it's easy to attract? Because you're.
What you mean if you're any woman or you?
Okay. This question is prefaced by your statement. You said guys who use dating apps, so who meet women online, aren't real men because they can't get women in real life, aka like approaching women in public. So the question is, do you think it's easy to attract a woman as a man? Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think
You-
it's very difficult for a man to approach a woman. I feel like they have to be very confident in themselves.
Okay. What about you?
I agree. No, I don't think it's easy.
I think with the onset of like Me Too culture, the feminism stuff, I think there's a lot more negative ramifications if you hit on women.
Very good point. What do you think?
I think that they can get kind of scared, so they like try to stray away from that as to why they use dating apps. Like it's hard for like some guys to go up to a girl because like, oh, like she's so pretty, like she's probably gonna reject me. Well, when in reality she might like be like, okay, I'm down, like let's go on a date, like here's my number. But they just need to like face their fears. Okay. Your thoughts?
I think it depends on what type of girl you're going after, probably.
Okay. All right. So I want to actually do an experiment here once Madison comes back. So those of you who said it's easy to attract a woman as a man, what we're going to do is we're going to have you pretend to be men, and you guys are going to hit on Madison here.
I actually think I got the question mixed up. I thought you meant, is it easy to attract guys as a girl?
No. The question is,
yeah,
is it easy to attract a woman as a man?
I got it a little bit mixed up.
Yeah.
But Madison's very pretty, and so like I can imagine she gets a lot of guys that approach her, and so like.
But is it? But the role play here would be you're pretending to be a man. Here, we'll do it with you since it was kind of your ultimate day.
Hit on her.
So you're going to pretend to be a man, and you're going to hit on Madison.
You look fucking fit today, mate.
That's good. Actually, we'll have you do it too. Okay, so, here, Madison, sit here. I'm going to referee from behind the scenes. So, all right, go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fucking langers, mate.
I don't
Look
know
at the
what that
bunda on
means.
that thing. It's all English slang. Sorry.
Can I sit on your
It's a
hat?
no for me.
Oh my god. Can I sit on your head?
I feel like you guys should actually try though.
Try.
Like be in the position like of a man, and what would you say to
I feel like I've
approach maybe
seen you
yourself?
somewhere. You look so familiar. Your eyes are just so gorgeous, and that highlighter on your cute little nose. I'm trying to get to know you.
That's so cool.
Trying to get to know me.
Would you like be attracted to a guy if he came up to you and said that?
Maybe. I think so.
Wait, so do the role
I think it's
play.
definitely better than
So
okay.
Do the role play.
Okay.
Do the role play. You
I'm
guys-
gonna,
you're
I'm gonna
at Trader
actually
Joe's.
respond how I would respond.
You're at Trader Joe's.
What's Trader Joe's? Is it a nice restaurant?
grocery store.
Is it a
Grocery
shithole?
store.
Okay. Oh my gosh, are you getting broccoli as well?
Yeah.
Are you? Fuck off.
Next.
I already did mine.
It is ours.
If I
It's
was
hard,
a girl
it's
and to
hard.
hit on a girl, I'd just
hard.
be like, call them pretty and be like, are you into girls?
I'd be like, hi.
Here, your goal is to try to get her on it. So actually try to move the interaction forward. Try to get her on the date.
Okay. I'm trying to think what a guy would say to me. The thing is, if he was just really fit, I'd be like, yeah, take me on a date, fine.
You could also think about something a guy has said to you that you've been like, oh.
Oh, we're helping her too much. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, your hair's so nice.
Thank you.
No, it's really pretty. I like how long it is.
Thank you.
My sister has long hair like that. Oh, fuck off. I don't know how to hit on girls. I'm not a guy.
Okay, I'll hit on you.
Okay.
I'll hit on her. You're gonna hit on her?
Next.
I already did.
Okay, I'll hit on you.
Oh.
She said she went
You're
one
gonna do it,
already.
and then we're gonna. Okay.
You wanna do it?
I already went. Okay, I'll try.
Yours was pretty good, but
Here.
Thank you.
Whoa. Here, no. Bring it back. We'll do you, and then we'll do her. Go ahead.
What?
All right. Damn, girl, your skin looks so soft.
If someone
Your hair's
says
so
damn girl.
beautiful. I'm really trying to get to know you.
oh, thanks.
I'm really trying to get to know you. If you just give me a chance, I really could prove to you I could be the man you want. We could build something. Just get to know me.
I'm okay.
Where you want to go? I get it. I get it, girl.
exactly how
I respect it. I respect it. Have a good day, Ma.
Thank you, you too.
Okay.
Can I just like say something that that reminded me of? You know those guys that like sell chocolate outside of Target, and they'll like try to hit on.
Do it
Okay.
serious.
Okay.
Seriously, try to shoot your shot. Go ahead.
Okay.
That one was
Hey, what's your name?
Madison.
Are you from around here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I just moved here. Maybe
nice.
you
Where
could
are
show
you
me
moving
around
from?
sometime. You think I could
Okay.
get your number?
Yeah, sure. That was, I would say that was the best out of like all. Still not like, still not
If
like.
I'm fine and I got money, then she'll say yes.
Yeah, I think it's more just like if you look at someone and like you find them attractive and they sound normal. And
Maybe
you're like, okay,
not
you get my
sound
number.
creepy.
I have to find you
Like, hey,
attractive,
man.
too.
Yeah,
I know you like it.
I don't think I've ever had a guy talk to me like that. Actually, wait, no.
yeah, they don't
That's a
speak
lie.
like that in England. They're more like, fucking hell, you're fucking leng. Let me get your number, G.
That's what they say.
They say G? What does G mean?
G, like,
Girl?
yeah,
Gal?
like just like, you're my G, like you're my mate.
My
Well, you over here
Mate.
means gangster.
No, G is like my mate, my friend. Like, you know, you call like anyone,
Real
oh, that's my G.
OGs.
Like my bestie. So like they'd just be like, oh, you're Budna Lengas. Fucking hell, look at the rack on that.
I mean, how did you hit on your wife?
Yes.
Beck and I were set up on a blind date.
Oh,
we went to Topgolf, and you think it'd be good, but it'd be one person who's watching us on our first date the whole time.
We
so
were
it
with
was
my
very.
sister and her husband. They set us up.
Oh,
Yes.
I get it.
It was a
So
double
then
date.
we come to find that we're pretty much next door neighbors, and our first date, or some of them, were just going to the grocery store. Speaking of Trader Joe's, and it's cool because you see what does this person shop like, you know, just having casual conversation. What you getting there? Okay, you know, and just kind of living life with each other a little bit, seeing what it's like. So it was nice.
I was watching behind the scenes. You guys all failed. Like, I'm sorry. That was a.
I'm not a guy.
How did I feel?
But you had a very strong opinion because you said you think guys who use dating apps to meet women aren't real men and that they can't get women in real life. But you just demonstrated your quote unquote Rizz. And that shit was
Whack.
Because I don't
pretty weak.
Rizz. I don't Rizz, man.
We're not used to, like, we're used to guys
But don't you
hitting on
think,
us.
like, okay, do you think, for example, men should put in more effort when it comes to dating? Do you think men don't put in enough effort when it comes to dating?
I think they do.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
they do.
okay.
I think most of them are scared. I don't think they try.
But it's like you have these high expectations of men to like, oh, we should go approach, but like, y'all
I'm
fucked
not
that
a
up.
guy.
You fucked it up.
I tried. I know.
I think if
know.
you're really good looking though, you can say
Yeah.
like more or less like.
Let's see what. Oh, go
Can we
ahead.
all agree it's scary to talk to, you know, a girl if you're a guy?
Yeah.
Oh, how's it done?
I've got guys' numbers before, and that's pretty easy. But I think it's a little bit different.
It's interesting. One of the things we talk about porn, but people who watch porn, they're watching it and they're like, oh, you know, she's just into anything I want. She's going to change her body. She's going to do any position I want, the human centipede, whatever it may be. And then they get out there, they say, hey, what's up? I'll bang you. Whatever. Sorry, I was trying to half go English accent, not. But anyway, switched halfway. But then they get rejected. They run back to porn. Then they try one more time. Then they run back. And soon they've just gone down this rabbit hole of just, I can have any woman, any way I want, anytime I want. And they're seeing I can have it anytime I want. They're being fed that. But then they're getting ED, which is something that I struggled with a ton very early on after watching porn. And it's like, hey, how you doing? It's like, she wants to move things forward. You're like, I don't know. So you're in this weird complex of, yeah, I'm this huge ladies man, but it also doesn't work. And you're freaking out and you're thinking she wants to be slapped around in the bedroom because that's what I've seen online. And
Don't do
this
that.
is a crazy one. 96% of aggression against women is received positively in porn. Was
or
that right?
neutrally.
Or neutrally. And so it's like, whoa.
Yeah, I went to the AVNs, like a porn convention. All
Yeah.
the guys there.
Sorry,
yeah.
so what? Wait, go ahead.
All
go
the
ahead.
guys there are super like.
Aggressive.
Super
No,
what?
no, quite quiet usually. Quite like introverted. Are very like nervous to speak to you.
Yeah.
Can I speak to something PG-13?
Sure.
When you're watching OnlyFans, when you're watching porn, they wish that they were there, and they wish that you were theirs, right? And they're sitting in adult word, the cuck position, right? They're sitting on the side of the room watching something happening, and they're sitting there and they're feeling, I should be a real man being with that woman, and I should, and she wants it, but then they're getting ED thrown on top of it, and then you're at the porn convention, the sex convention, and they're going, it's like, that's your shot if you're going for that, you know, and they're so scared. And so it is one of those things where even people come up to us, it's like, should teenagers not do that? And it's like, yeah, we should teach those kids how to talk to girls in high school, so that way they become adults who know how to talk to girls instead of just pressing a button, and their body can literally handle it if they have a wet dream, right? It's like it's built into the system if they really need it to. But, you know, sometimes people say, well, if a kid is 60 days and he's like, gotta get off. Well, that doesn't happen, because what happens is, well, it's kind of soft when he's getting going, and then he starts having some thoughts, and then he starts thinking about, well, maybe I should watch some porn. He watches porn, and it just teaches him, reinforces, and then
Is it bad for you to wank? Not to wank, though?
Well, I think you should be using that energy positively in a different direction. So like we were talking about, learning how to speak to girls, because that is driving you to, I want to have sex with this person. So they need to think I'm a normal person, not, no offense, but just, I like your skin. You look like my sister, a little bit, it's like, they need to learn how to talk to them, right? And so if they're scared and they never do and they never learn it, and then also just using that energy to just build skills, especially at that young age. And so Beck and I, we were lucky, we were pretty young when we got married. We were pretty young when we met each other. How old were we? 22, 24?
20 when we met.
20 when we met, 22, so yeah.
I recently did like a porn scene where the whole scenario was he hasn't had sex in like 6 months, and I was like, are you not going to explode? Like, is that not really bad for you? And then obviously we got into the...
Nice.
But I find that funny that I thought it was really bad for you not to wank.
Yeah, like blue balls. Is blue balls real?
The body's just going to take care of it. You're going to be dreaming, you're going to be thinking about it, and really, if it really is that much, you don't have to.
I really
It's honestly, at that young age, it's healthy because it builds certain like emotions or what's the word, hormones. So it releases certain hormones and things like that. However, it's healthy in moderation. When you do it continuously, that's when it then becomes unhealthy.
Word. Okay, cool. Wait, what about, you said something about, there's something about AVN and like something about they're
shy.
Violence in the porn
they're not
or something.
Violent. Yeah.
No, they're not violent, but there's this uptick in like violence in adult content. And also I found in relationships, I don't know what happened in like 2014, all of a sudden y'all wanted to start getting choked. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
2014.
That was fucking Tumblr.
Never
started that.
I never had
50 Shades of
50
Grey.
Shades of Grey. I never
That is
had a
what
girl
happened.
ask me to choke her, and then all of a sudden it was like overnight.
It was an epidemic.
It was just a
honestly.
switch. Girls all of a sudden wanted to be choked. I'm like,
It kind of feels good, doggy. I'm not gonna lie.
There is a direct
sometimes.
correlation between people who read 50 Shades of Grey and they're much more likely to be in an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
also,
Yeah, it really got normalized.
I don't know.
But
Are we saying that there's innately? Wait, hold on.
I had a friend. I got bloodshot from getting choked too hard. Yeah. I was like, "Girl, what happened to your fucking eye?" And she was like, "Oh, we did it too hard." I'm like, "What?"
But like,
the?
why? It does interest me. Like, so 50 Shades of Grey was like one of the best-selling books for. Is it of all time? I don't even know. The movie was insanely successful. It occurs to me that a lot of women seem to be attracted to these sort of like Machiavellian dark triad characters, and it's just something to think about. I don't know what's going on there.
I think
What's going on there?
Women have bought into the idea that they are objects. There was a study recently done where 91% of men watch porn on a regular basis and 60% of women. So this is not just a man's issue. It's not just men watching porn, but so much of porn, we say 88% has aggression against women in it. Well, when women are watching that, what is that teaching you? Is it okay for someone to be aggressive to their partner in real life? Are we promoting that? Is domestic violence a good thing?
Nobody
Absolutely not. But in the bedroom, you guys, when a couple connects on a different level, and obviously in moderation, you're not gonna be choked out, obviously. But it's like a little
moderately slapping them.
No, not like kind of a little bit of a tug or a little bit like kind of spices things up, not like beat the shit out of me. No.
The thing that we're talking about is, and
the wind.
And this is how crazy it is 88% of porn scenes contain violent aggression, slapping, choking, hitting, spitting. When I read that stat initially, I said, what violence? What violence is in porn? I don't even understand, because I had been watching it for so long, and you go, that's just normal sex that was going on. And how crazy is that, just hearing that? But then when I stopped watching porn, what was amazing is not that it was 50 Shades of Grey in the bedroom, but it was more about power, getting off, all these different things. Our whole routine, if you will, completely changes about love, connection, and intimacy. It was just a beautiful thing, just getting to experience that with Becca for the first time. And we were 3-4 years into our marriage, and it's like, oh, this is what it's supposed to be like. This is awesome right here.
And in college, I was one of those people who read 50 Shades of Grey, and I was like, you know, I can see why people were wanting that, because it's like, you're making it this sexual thing to be treated like an object. Call it whatever you want, but you are making it a sexual thing. So then you seek that out, and I did seek that out of like, hey, you know, choke me or do these different things. And then I was like, gosh, why do I feel like crap after this? I feel like I'm not being respected, because I think we're designed to want someone who caresses and cuddles and kisses us tenderly and not slaps us and comes on your face.
You could get the cuddles after. Women do get
aftercare. Let's move on. You said that you had lots of icks that men give you. We'll ask the whole table on this. What's your list of icks?
Okay, let's see. Bad breath. A man with too many bad days.
Bad days?
Too many bad days.
Yeah, you know, doesn't respect his mom, doesn't clean his room, greasy,
Lily,
smells bad.
Your mic down.
What else? I'm kind of drawing a blank here.
Smells bad, greasy, too many bad days.
A man like who doesn't work, or somebody who like, I don't know, just stuff like that. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm kind of like drawing a blank here.
Any other icks? You had a list. Yeah,
I know. I'm like drawing a blank. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, anybody else? You have icks?
I actually don't believe in icks. Like, I think if you love someone enough, like, you don't get the ick. But that is just like turn off.
Yeah. A lazy man. A lazy man for sure is an ick.
Immaturity.
Okay. What about you, Natalie?
I think when I lose respect for someone, that's when I get the ick.
She gets the ick. Lose it. Okay. All right. What about you? Any icks?
I think being immature.
Can I have you tilt your mic down a little bit? Anything else? Yep.
No, that's it.
Becca, what about you? Any icks?
Someone who's not willing to have a vulnerable conversation.
Yeah.
Period. I would give the ick in that situation.
I thought icks were supposed to be like weird things that like you just get like turned off and you get the ick, like you like can't
you
look
put
at
the
them
seatbelt on wrong.
Yeah, like these are just like
due to like anime.
Or like seeing their butt crack when you get out the
car.
Yes,
wait, that's dude like anime. What's going on there? What's wrong with that?
It's just like, I don't know.
It's the voices of the anime, like the anime characters.
I'm so confused. Yeah, you know, shit like that's what you're talking about when you're talking like that. Like, I don't want to hear that shit.
Is it an ick because perhaps like you view like anime is sort of like a
nerd alert?
Well, it's kind of it's maybe a little
it's
bit
so childlike.
A little like maybe you're too old to be watching cartoons type of thing. You know?
And if you play video games too much and you ain't getting paid for it, turn off.
Okay.
You're getting mad at the game.
Turn off.
Yeah.
If if the guys play video games, you know what it occurs
too
to
much.
me?
Just too much.
I think a lot of women, well, actually, just going around the table, do you guys have an issue with a guy who plays video games going around the table?
No. I would play video games with you, honestly.
Play video games. What about you? Video games, is that an issue? I guess it's a pound.
Excessive.
No, as long as it's not like, taking up like all your
I'll play a
day.
game too.
It's the metaverse, very anti-transhumanism and all that stuff.
Okay, all right.
In moderation, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you play more than an hour, then that's it.
More than an hour, deal breaker. What about you?
Yeah, moderation.
Moderation, okay.
Unless you're getting paid
what if
for
it's
it.
like a super nerdy game, though? Like he's playing Hearthstone or like Heaven
Well, what's that one?
Heaven forbid.
That's the Dungeons and Dragons.
Let's say he plays World of Warcraft, right? Let's say he's got like a level 60.
Is this an ad?
You're talking about yourself.
Like,
Wait,
here's
is
the
this
thing,
an ad?
right?
No, I think this is a theme music or something like that.
No, you know, like, what if he's playing, you know, Currently, World of Warcraft, it's Season of Discovery, and it's Phase 2. They just launched Phase 2 a couple days ago. I don't play video games anymore, but I watch Twitch streams or whatever, and it's like Season of Discovery, right? So right now the level cap is 40, and people got like multiple alts and shit. There's Nomuragon and shit, like, they got all the new runes, right? So people are out there collecting all these new runes that just released phase. So you got to play like 7 hours if you want to, like,
speaking a whole different language.
No, but if you they released phase 2 of Season of Discovery of World of Warcraft, like, I think it was on the 8th. So people are grinding. People are playing like 12 hours in a row. So like, but you shouldn't like disqualify a guy just because he's playing like 10 hours a day, because he's trying to raid Nomer. He's trying to raid.
Then I can.
He's trying to raid Nomer.
He need to be making money off World of Warcraft if he playing for 10 hours a day.
He's trying to play Nomuragon. Like, he's trying to get to Nomuragon. He's trying to raid. He's got multiple fucking alts. He's got he's leveling 4 characters to level 40. He's got a rogue, a druid. He's got a warlock. He's got a fucking mage. And also, look. Let's talk classic. Forget these fucking Season of Discoveries. If you're playing classic, that's a hardcore investment. You're gonna have 4 level 60s. Me personally, back in the day when I played, I had 4 60s. It's just a crazy thing.
Could you sell your World of Warcraft account?
Probably not.
538 donated $200.
Thank you, Bone
This
Man.
is why I love Brain. The farthest he runs is Hearthstone. Dragonflight is the bomb.
I haven't played Hearthstone, and I was a legend in Hearthstone, okay?
If that was an ad, that was pretty good reading.
I haven't played Hearthstone since like 2019. I quit video games in 2020. Haven't really played. I played Fall Guys for like 10 hours or something, but I quit video games. Wait, Nick, pull up my fucking sorry. I'm not yelling at you. I'm really passionate about Hearthstone. If you go into the Dropbox folder, Nick, there's my Hearthstone. Where is it? Hold on. I'm trying to see. It's in the first Dropbox folder. It's called the Hearthstone screenshot, if you can pull that up, just so I can flex on these fucking noobs. Like right now, I'm just AoE. This is like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bro, this is like a 1v7. I'm fucking 1v7. I'm like a mage, like AoE farming. It's like Arcane Explosion, fucking Frost Nova. We're gonna do Cone of Cold and a fucking Flame Strike on cooldown. Gonna cold snap that shit. Ice Nova again. Fucking Arcane Explosion. Throw out a fucking another Cone of Cold and fucking Flame Strike. You guys are done. I'm AoE farming you.
Please.
I'm fucking AoE farming you. All right.
I don't know what this means.
Wait,
what
Nick,
does
pull up my Hearthstone shit, Nick. You got it?
You're talking a different language.
Where's the emergency
Zoom that
exit?
shit in. Zoom that shit in. This is me. Look at that, ranked. And I hit a higher rank than that. I was like rank 33 in the world.
Bang is
Look at those wins. Zoo Warlock, fucking 1,623 wins, son. That's some gangster shit.
Wow.
Come at me, bro. Look at these noobs. They probably...
Are you
Okay,
wizard?
sorry.
Bang.
The man, Brian.
That's what's up.
Did he get paid?
No, that was for... that was for passion.
Oh, okay.
I was
Yeah, I hope you got your bag with
If
that,
it makes
honestly.
you happy, I see how happy it makes you.
Would it give you a boner?
I'd let him do it then. If it makes you that happy.
I'll tell you this: when I played Hearthstone, I would get so fucking tilted playing that. I don't know if you know what tilted is. I would get so tilted. Sometimes I get Nick knows. I get tilted.
Is this where all these fucking
tilted is a
helmets are from?
gamer term for getting frustrated. So like tilted, I think it actually originates from people who used to play, pinball machines. They would, if you get frustrated with a pinball machine, you'd fucking like tilt it. So tilted in video game, you get like you're just losing a bunch of games, or
But
you're
you
just
would never
fucking
get
scorched.
like that excited that you would get a boner.
No, it would ruin my day if I was like lose consecutive games in a row. This is why I had to quit video games, because I'm not like the type of guy. I can't play an hour. I gotta fucking I'm
Make your whole
grinding,
village.
son.
What,
Take
literally
grinding.
like you'd have a bad day.
Dude,
if
I
you
would
were
be
losing.
if I didn't play. I'm not even kidding.
No,
If I did not play World of Warcraft, I would be a fucking billionaire right now. I kid you fucking not. Maybe not a billionaire.
And it takes up a lot of
I
time.
will
That's
tell
an
you though,
addiction. Video
I will
gaming.
tell you
Yeah,
though,
you had
You
that.
were addicted.
if anybody Hearthstone is kind of a niche game. If Hearthstone actually made me smarter. I think video games can have an application because Hearthstone, you gotta like, that's some like big brain shit. You gotta be thinking like, it's almost like chess, son. And it did actually like make me, it was helpful. It helped. Same with World of Warcraft. It helped with my organization, time management. Because like, hold on, let me fucking, if you're playing World of Warcraft, right, like, I'm gonna maximize my time, like you're gonna min-max and shit. So here's what you're gonna do, right? Like, you're gonna wanna make sure, like if you're hopping on that flight path, that like, you're taking the most optimum route. Like if you're leveling, you're not gonna like wanna level slowly. So you're gonna make sure you get the right quests, and you're just gonna make sure that if you're gonna go to the city, like you do it at the right time. The fucking, if I'm going to Orgrimmar, bro, I'm getting shit done in Orgrimmar, bro. I'm fucking turning in quests, I'm training, I'm doing all this shit, you know?
I love a good side quest.
Yeah.
Love a good side quest.
Bro, but like, honestly, the thing I love about doing this podcast is like, I'm literally AoE farming twice a week. I'm fucking AoE farming, AoE farming clips. I'm like a mage. Again, Cone of Cold, Flame Strike, fucking Ice Nova, Arcane Explosion, son.
See, and you turn
boom,
it
boom, boom,
into
boom.
something that you can profit off of.
Yeah,
you know,
dude.
and it like, you know, it made you organized.
It's beautiful.
It's good.
It's a beautiful thing. Okay.
I'm proud of you.
Okay. Good talk.
Glad you spent
said
all
you
your
don't play
time
anymore?
doing
I don't.
that. Something
No
productive.
video games. I'm done with
Please.
video games, but I still.
Never again.
Have you
I
stopped
still,
your
like,
video game addiction?
I can still nerd out
Yeah.
like how I just did right now.
Jesus,
reminiscing.
that was a lot.
I would
What was the breaking
definitely.
point?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I
What
would
was-
definitely watch you if you were to play, like on streaming on
Yeah.
Twitch.
Dude,
like,
honestly-
you seem very
You should do
passionate
it.
about him, and I would like
One
cheer
stream
you
day.
on.
We want to see
I
Ryan
actually,
stream.
I'm gonna get Madison to start playing video games.
Her face
She's gonna
was like,
start-
"Are you sure?"
She's gonna start streaming, and then I've considered just sometimes. This is a nice.
Is she
group.
like your workhorse?
Yes, Madison is my slave. How did you know? No, I've considered sometimes doing the show. I'm like, bro, I just want to play World of Warcraft. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Because sometimes, bro, we get some characters on this shit.
Have like a live stream where people come and just play World of Warcraft.
Oh, I've considered
like,
so many times
all
after
together.
like a grueling show. I'm like, fuck, I just want to stream World of Warcraft. Fuck this shit. This is way too much of a headache. So what was the breaking point? A month into COVID, April 2020. I'm playing Horde, right? World of Warcraft Classic. Get this shit, right? I've got 4 level 60s. I'm doing everything for my guild. It's a hardcore raiding guild, son. You know what I'm talking about. That's right. Hardcore fucking raiding guild. We're fucking raiding Molten Core. We're crushing that shit. Ow, fuck, I hurt myself. We're crushing Molten Core. Blackwing Layer, easy. We're all the world bosses. You know fucking Azurgos and fucking Lord
course,
Kazakh.
yeah, I know that guy.
Of
Good
course
guy.
you know that shit.
Yeah.
We got that shit on farm. All the other guilds are fucking jealous because we're taking up all that world boss loot because we're fucking G's with that shit. We got summoners. Hold on, I'm getting really fucking hyped.
I want to know
about
what
this.
happened.
Bro, so okay, we have here's the thing, right? We're what's the ZG20. Wait, is it ZG?
No, you're good.
ZG20 just came out. I think it was Phase 4 just came out. Nightmare Dragons, the Emerald Dragons, Green Dragons, right? More world bosses, right? We're on that shit. Get this. I had a couple, what's your favorite loot system in World of Warcraft?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, let me go around the
Play
table
World
on
of
this.
Warcraft.
Ladies, what's the best loot system in World of Warcraft? So you got Loot Council, you have Suicide Kings, you have GDKP, you have DKP, you have Soft Reserve, you have EPGP, and then there's I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. Which one's your favorite? Doesn't matter.
I feel like
Anyways,
the EBGPT.
cool. So my guild, Hardcore Raiding Guild, most of them have a loot council. Now, loot councils, guys, can be corrupted, right? And loot's very important because I'm a fucking DPS pumper. I want to parse. I'm getting those 99% parses, right? Fucking epic, legendary parses. Sometimes I'm getting the pink parses. You know what I'm talking about? That's what's up. But, bro, I'm getting passed over on loot, and there's some terrible loot decisions, bruv. So finally, the loot
corrupt.
council, the loot council's
They're corrupt.
fucking corrupt. There's corruption with the loot council, and I got screwed over too many fucking times. And I'm a fucking, I'm an asset to this guild. How you gonna fuck me over with loot? Maybe I'm a loot goblin. I'm a loot goblin. Hold on, I got something.
It's because
for
they were
this.
jealous of you.
Mate,
They
I
were
was
definitely
good,
jealous.
honestly.
Grats me, boys! Boom! Ninja loot!
I got passed over too many times on loot. It was not being distributed properly. So you know what? I G quit. I G quit the guild. I had 4 60s and I said I'm out, and I just uninstalled the game.
Yeah.
I uninstalled the game. I was tilted because of some loot decision. I was like, fuck this shit.
And they're all probably like fucking friends in real life and stuff. So if like you don't really
Nah,
know
not really.
them, no, like not
But
real
there
life,
were-
but
there
like
was,
online
bro,
and
World of Warcraft. It's a great game, but like it's can be a very toxic community, online gaming.
yes, especially when like them kids. I remember like going to my friend's house and they would like talk on Xbox and be like, "Come over, let's fight!" Like
This is why sometimes and
Dropping
and it's not
natties and
appropriate,
everything.
but sometimes I'll be like too stern with Nick, and bro. And Nick's a trooper, right? But like this is like how the leadership, like this is, I'm used to gaming, the gaming world. So like I'm used to like
thick skin.
dude, I'm so used to just like talking to
you're good at
people in
this.
certain ways. Like I was not in the leadership, and the guild leadership, again, we're the #1 guild. We're one of the top guilds. Speed running shit, like speed running. Okay, speed running.
Yeah.
Speed running shit, right? Fucking clearing molten core in like what 30 minutes, bro.
Damn.
Gangster shit. Top 10 NA horde, right? So, bro, why?
It gets to a point you're just done.
But dude, if you're in like a hardcore raiding guild, that shit's toxic, and it kind of rubbed off on me. So sometimes I'm toxic to Nick.
Guys love
I love you,
toxic.
Nick. Nick, you're the homie.
I wish you were this fucking
Actually,
passionate
this
about
is a
my
guild.
tits.
I am running a. This is my guild. Nick he's one of the guild members, right, Nick?
Nick, do you play as well?
He has a tabard. I make him wear a tabard every show. Okay, anyways. All right. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I brought that,
That
up
was
because
good.
you said you don't drink as well.
I don't
and you
drink,
said
yep.
if you didn't play, you'd be a billionaire. And I was wondering, you were saying
Yeah.
it's stressful running the show, obviously,
Yeah,
building
yeah,
this empire.
yeah.
But that whole idea of, trading one addiction for another, that happens a lot because people are going to a video game, porn, weed, alcohol, whatever it may be, for a pain reliever. I was weed, I was drinking, if you pull up teamvulnerable.com, you see my before and after photo. I look like Brendan Fraser getting ready for the whale.
You can pull it up, Nick.
And
Yeah, I want to see.
funny enough, I'm the
You're
one
not, you're not nude on there, are you?
Who's that?
no.
Fraser.
Okay, just making sure.
He's like an actor. You never seen The Whale? It's just like a really
Hearthstone.
But the
He's like
whole idea
600 pounds
of
in the movie.
really,
He's
we were
joking.
talking about it of like, well, they're going to do it anyways. Well, they're going to, and it's people are running to a pain reliever for some reason. So there's something going on deeper inside. So I was just wondering, when you said you quit, it was
Yeah.
a bit of a rage quit, but the no drinking, that's good as well, because
Yep.
people change or trade one addiction for another many times. And so glad you didn't do that.
Yeah, no, I've never been much of a drinker to begin with. Don't do drugs, don't smoke. So my vice was video games.
Yeah.
That was my vice.
What are you drinking? I see you drinking some drink.
This is
green
the
drink.
secret juice.
Yeah. So you don't drink
secret
coffee
juice.
neither?
Have you seen that
Is it
Honey Boo Boo
lean?
where she's like, it's my
No,
cocoa
it's
juice?
not. It's not lean. It's just sometimes my voice gets hoarse, so I have like there's like lemon and some honey in there.
It's
That's
a mix
great.
of like cashmere and MD.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's so great. Okay, let's get back to we did the icks. Do I have icks? Do the guys have icks?
Yeah, guys can have it.
Plastic surgery is a big ick for me.
Innies.
Small labia, yeah.
Innies. You don't like innies.
True, look, I was being a bit hyperbolic. Innies are great. Outies are great.
Okay.
I don't discriminate.
All pussy is great.
All labia matter.
Okay.
All labia matter.
Okay.
What else? Icks. I'm trying to think. Quarrelsome women. I don't like quarrelsome women.
Coulson, what's that?
Quarrelsome.
Coulson.
Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in the desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
There's someone who nags.
Someone who
Like
argues
like a
or
bitchy
picks,
woman.
picks
Oh my god,
fights.
Like-
take out the trash.
pretty much.
Why don't you do this? Brian, do that.
Why'd you play video games for 6 hours instead of throwing out the trash, Brian?
Pretty much. Trying to think if there's anything else. I like really. I don't like ego. I don't like people with whether they're men or women. I don't like egotistical people. So I like people more like down to
Brixan's
earth,
flannel
modest.
donated $100.
Thank you.
I am Brixan's flannel. I am wadded up in the back of the Subaru he disowns. He traded me in for a hoodie.
True.
Brixan is a closeted lesbian.
Yep.
Please
Caught
help me. I am sad.
Oh,
We'll make you
there you go.
Brian's flannel.
I'm a
Brixan.
closeted lesbian.
Who's Brixan?
I mean,
Brixan?
Is it true?
well, I date women, so
But
if you're a man, aren't you a lesbian?
Well, that just.
That doesn't make any sense.
Mike, no, makes sense.
I mean, if I suppose, like, if I identified as a woman, I would be a lesbian.
What's this?
Yeah. Okay, there.
What's
Yeah.
with the flannel?
What?
Yeah. Why is he saying he's Brian's
Well, normally
flannel?
I wear.
Why
a
not
flannel.
Brian's sweatshirt?
Yeah, be Brian's
I don't know.
sweatshirt
He
today.
wants me to bring the
Yeah,
flannel
where's
back,
your
I
like
guess.
bright coloured clothing?
Tip 500. He'll bring this.
I knew
the
you
flannel.
were coming tonight, and I knew you just couldn't resist the flannel, so I had to tone
Right.
it down.
You
I had
gotta.
to tone it
What is
down.
that? The brawny, the paper towel guy.
Yeah. No, it's wintertime. It's wintertime, so I'm wearing,
He's
keeping warm.
functioning, so you had to put it in the wash.
Keeping
It's
warm.
fine.
Last things with Andrew here from our notes, and I think you guys doubled on this. You said how guys always downgrade and cheat on us with ugly ass females.
Yep.
Why do men always cheat on their girlfriends with ugly ass females? That's what
Yes,
you
like
said.
yes, and they downgrade. Like, and I feel like men, they always downgrade. You know, like as like when they're cheating and stuff. It's really weird, and I think it's just because their self-esteem. You know, so like personally speaking, I got cheated on with like 2 girls that were like Brandon Fraser the whale. I'm talking like. They should be on my 600-pound life, and then it was weird because it's like, how you gonna call me fat and then you go with these huge women and stuff? Like, it's crazy. And then my other ex too, he would call me fat, and then he cheated on me with the pregnant girl. Not saying anything to you, you know, but it's like. You literally, when you're big, like, you whole, I'm not saying like you're fat, but like, and then, yeah,
That's a
he
kink
cheated
to
on
some
me
guys.
with the pregnant girl. He wasn't the daddy, and I went through his phone, and he had sex with her without a condom on. And then I called her, and I was like, you do know he's still fucking me too, right? And
Good
you're
times.
pregnant with a baby. And you don't know if I'm fucking other people, and what if I gave him something and then he gave it to your baby? And yeah, I was like, girl, you a hoe. Like, I can't believe you just, like, if you have sex with a man when you're pregnant and it's not your baby daddy without a condom, you are a hoe.
Keep
And
doing
I
that.
hope she's watching it. I hope my ex is watching it, because like, I'm gonna light his ass up every
Good
time.
times.
So yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
about it.
so it's,
I've just noticed, like, you know, the
The men cheat down.
Yes.
They cheat down. Well,
I wouldn't say
question-
date down, but cheat down.
They always cheat down. Okay, well, question for the panel here. Would you prefer your boyfriend cheat on you with a girl who is hotter or uglier than you? You might acknowledge that they always cheat with women who are.
I would have
less
them cheat on me uglier because it'd make me feel better. If she was a badass bitch, I'd be like, damn, I need to look like her.
But you're kind of happy then that they cheat on you with somebody who's
No,
uglier than you.
I'd still be
Well,
sad.
you're still upset, but you
yeah, but I'm like,
prefer.
I feel like, you know, it's
Here,
like,
going
well, at
around the
least you can
table,
pull
starting
someone.
with you.
Honestly, someone ugly, and then you can kind of justify
Clown
it.
him.
Oh, fucking
You can
hell,
clown
she's
on it.
ugly
There
as
you go.
fuck
What about
anyway.
you? Nick, could
Someone
you close
hotter.
that? Hotter.
Hotter.
Okay. Interesting.
Hard to
What
find, but harder.
What about you?
Probably uglier.
Uglier. Okay. All right.
Uglier.
Uglier. Okay.
Uglier.
Neither, but ugly.
If you had to, okay, all right. I think it's the case, though. You know, it's like, you know, it kind of makes sense. You know, why they cheat with uglier women. You know,
Yep.
they're available.
Yep.
They're available,
They're ready.
and you shouldn't cheat. You shouldn't cheat.
They're easier.
but it makes sense.
Yeah, just look at it.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
They ain't getting no attention that much.
All right, we're
Negative.
moving on to Hazel here. Hazel, you said an ex-boyfriend of yours got obsessed with you, followed you everywhere, broke your windows, slashed your tires because I wouldn't get back with him, and he would call you crying every day. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, that was pretty immature of him, but I was with them for about 6 months. It was kind of during a break from my previous relationship.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that serious, but I ended up getting back with my ex, and he was very upset about it. So yeah, he pretty much slashed my tires, broke my windows. He wouldn't leave me alone for a long time.
Speaking of slashing tires and breaking windows, has any girl here ever slashed a ex's tires, somebody's tires, ever gotten revenge?
Thought about it.
I don't want to go to jail.
I've swirled someone.
You've spilled some...
Swirled someone. What's that? Swirled. It's like when you like throw a drink at their face.
Ooh.
Throw a drink.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Like in Glee
In
with
a
the
guy's face?
slushies.
Yeah, I've never watched Glee, but
Yes, so
I've thrown drinks at
One guy
people,
knows,
too.
yeah.
Good
Loving hip hop.
times, Good times. Okay. And Jade, you slashed the tire?
I did something a lot worse than slashing someone's tire. So he bought me a BMW, and then he cheated on me with one of my best friends, and I totaled the BMW on purpose. And he's actually still paying for the car too.
Okay. Because it was in his name.
It wasn't in his name yet.
Wait.
So he would have taken it then. Yeah, fuck him. Good job.
Good job.
Wait, he was cheating on you?
With one of my like closest best friends ever.
And so you wrecked his car that he bought you?
me, yeah.
But it was in his name. So.
Was there insurance on the car?
There was Gap, however, it was an older BMW, so it actually no, he did not get Gap. So they sold the car at auction for like $2,000.
Good job. Proud of you.
Yeah, that's some
I don't know about that.
When they cheat
No,
on
it's
you.
honestly like it's one of like the worst things. Like I regret it a lot.
really.
Oh, she regrets it. Okay.
I regret it. Would I do it again? No. But in the moment, I think I was just so heated. And on top of that, I was like only 20, so I was super immature.
How'd you total it?
I don't know if I want to say it in front of everybody because like insurance is going to come after me or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to.
You can tell us after.
I literally like, what if I was just hit? Maybe I was hit.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, she was just hit.
She got an accident.
Geico, leave me alone, please.
When was it? Your 23 statute of limitations?
Stop.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can get into that a bit more later. We have Lily here. Lily, you describe yourself as a liberal feminist.
Oh, I was just answering the questions. I didn't really know what liberal meant, but I was like, I guess. But I haven't voted.
You have a what?
I haven't voted.
Oh, you haven't voted.
No, I haven't voted.
Wait, are you able to do like other British accents? Like, can you do
Yeah,
received?
fucking hell, love. You're looking fucking lovely
Wait, question.
tonight.
Can you do received pronunciation?
What does that mean?
You don't know, that's what it's called, right? Received pronunciation?
I just don't understand what it means.
Chat, wait, chat. That's like how the Royals talk, right? RP?
You should
Received.
try an American accent.
yeah.
Isn't that what it's called? Wait, chat. One in the chat. It's called received
They talk like
pronunciation, right?
yeah.
Chat. It's RP, right? Received pronunciation. Hello, chat. Anybody?
Nobody knows.
Do you?
Okay, whatever. All right. Where were we? Okay, you call yourself a liberal feminist. Are we? Yes, right?
Yeah, well,
But you haven't voted.
No, and I guess my definition of feminist is like you want equality, and that's
okay.
kind of
All
what
right.
I think.
We're gonna get into the feminist stuff later.
But I'm not like
Yeah, of course.
so hard.
On your Twitter, it states that you love being a sluzza.
Yeah.
What's a sluzza?
A slag, slut, whore,
Shaggy.
hoe, 304.
Sluzza.
Sluzzer.
Is this like a British term or?
I don't know. I just know it's like. I'm guessing
like
it's a British
slang.
term if
Okay.
you guys don't know it. But yeah,
And you
like
do-
a
so you
massive
do-
sluzzer.
You do porn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious, how many men have you done scenes with? Do you know? Do you keep count?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Do you have an estimate, a range?
It's in the triple figures.
Triple figures?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, triple
triple
digits.
Like in different men?
Yeah.
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 Okay, got it. How many? Because in your pre-show notes, you say that you're too much of a slut to date anyone. This is not my words. Your words. You said you're too
Right
much
now,
of a
I'm
slut.
just having too much fun being a slag to date anyone.
Okay. And so you're not dating any civilians,
No, no,
as
no.
they're called.
No, I'm not taking anyone hostage just yet.
Okay. Do you? I mean, how long have you been involved in the adult industry?
3 years.
3 years. During that time, have you dated any civilians?
Yes, but only for like 6 months.
6 months. Do you tell them up front? Like, because I'm sure, like, do you go out to bars and clubs? You meet a dude at a bar and a club? Do you have dating apps, maybe?
It really depends, but my dating app, I don't think I've got really many dating apps anymore, but when I did, I set them to very conservative photos and like...
Wait, you'd send them conservative photos?
No, like set it so it didn't like really attract, like I wasn't posting like me like, yeah, it was just like
You
me,
save that
like
for
a
the
selfie,
podcast.
me with my dog, like more conservative photos. And I didn't outright say like what I do.
So, but you would, because you also said, and I don't know if you said this. Okay, you also said you've never not what on the first date?
I've never not shagged someone on a first date.
So every time you've been on a first date.
I can't help myself.
Okay. And you've dated for the 3 years that you've been doing porn, you've dated during that period, correct?
Yeah, like I've gone on dates, not necessarily.
Okay. But so, like, would you disclose to them that you're involved in porn?
Not all of them, no.
Oof. Okay, look, I mean, you're just, I suppose there's an argument to be
especially if you just meet someone for one date and you shag and then you like, you know, you don't talk anymore.
Look, I suppose you could make the argument that, like, you know, you're not, there's certainly no legal obligation certainly for you to disclose that you do porn. From my view, and perhaps maybe a lot of men also would agree with me, maybe the chat can weigh in here. I would hope, if I met a girl on a dating app or in person, whatever, that she would disclose to me if she does porn. So that I could rightly disqualify her. Here's the thing for me, like, even...
Do you find it embarrassing, like, if you were to sleep with someone and find out that they were afterwards a porn star, would you be, like, embarrassed and...
No,
like,
but it might
worried
go
about
about
an
why would you not tell them that you're a porn star?
Just because, well, sometimes, like, I just meet them for a date and I don't want to answer all the questions.
But I mean,
that
that's
come
one of the
with
first questions. What do you do?
Yeah,
How do you
usually
live
go,
there?
I work online. It's really...
You'd omit.
Pardon?
You would omit. Omission.
What does that mean?
So you wouldn't...
I just wouldn't admit it. Like, I'd just be like, oh, I work online. It's really boring.
Oh my gosh.
But what would cause you to want to do that
really
instead of just
boring.
saying this is what I do?
Because sometimes I don't want to go through the whole conversation and, like, obviously people look at you so much differently and I just don't want to go through the whole...
Brixan's flannel donated $100. Lily would be a 10, but she's been ran through more than the Chicago Bears defensive line, so she's a 2.
I'm going to fix her. I can fix her. I got it. We're going to make her a trad, not my trad wife, but we'll make her a trad wife.
It's a trad wife.
I actually should do a segment. We should chat. What do you think? We should do a segment on the show where the OnlyFans girls would come on. We actually push them to, like,
we do, like, etiquette
stop
lessons.
Doing no. We politely push you
right
to get out of the adult entertainment industry.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think there's anything that would really...
What's that?
I don't think there's anything like that would really push
really
me. Yeah.
Push you what?
To not do it.
To not to do it?
Yeah.
What if I told you that... Yeah, I can't think of anything actually. Never mind. Yeah, I can't really help. But
Well, wanting a relationship with someone.
I've been in, when I was in that relationship, he said he was like he wants me to stop.
She said she wants to date a porn star.
There's many people that are in relationships that do OnlyFans and porn.
Yeah.
And also there are a lot of guys who are like into it. Like,
wait,
there
but
are
let's.
a lot of guys.
I do want to stay on the topic. So you said that you would not disclose to, like, a
not
civilian.
all the time, no.
Ooh, that. I mean, look. I don't know if you have, like, whether it's an ethical, moral obligation to disclose, but I know for me that I would want a girl to disclose to me if she does porn so that I could make the decision of whether I'd want to pursue her or not.
Well,
in my
further
case,
down the line, like, of
yeah, but you
course
say you sleep with the men on the first date, and perhaps, like, for me, it's even if, and I'm not interested in casual sex. Like, for me, I'm not interested in sleeping with a girl once and never talking to her again. That's pointless to me. But even if I was inclined to do that, I wouldn't even want to have casual sex with a woman who's promiscuous or who's done porn or who has a high body count. because those things are pretty much deal breakers for me.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't really go on dates with men that are like, I mean, to be fair, we don't really talk about it that much before the date, but like if someone's asking me on a first date, like, I mean, I don't think I've ever been on a first date and someone's been like, what's your body count? Or like, I hate sluzzers.
Sluzzers.
Yeah.
Right. And I do think
Nickelodeon donated $100. A guy you just fucked told you he's fucked 100 plus women online. Is you first concern what his job is, or how healthy he and his semen are?
Nickelodeon, that's a pretty good point. And I mean, one thing that comes with like the porn industry is like the
health.
Yeah, and look, the typical argument I hear on this is, well, we get tested every 7 days or whatever, 14 days, whatever it is. I don't know if there's different standards in the UK.
No, it's same.
I do, yeah. And perhaps it's the case that the incidence rate of like gonorrhea or chlamydia or whatever, the primary things that they're testing for, is lower in the porn industry, but what's higher in the porn industry is HPV and herpes, which they don't test for. And if they did test for it, and if having a positive test for those things precluded you from participating in porn, the entire porn industry would collapse because most of these porn actors have herpes.
Well, I do a full...
Is my understanding.
I do a full panel. It includes like everything.
It includes herpes?
Yeah, well, they take blood. They have some...
Oh, yeah, they do also test for HIV. Yes, that's the one I forgot.
They make me swab my arse, swab my throat. But like...
Yeah, they swab.
What?
They swab? Oh,
you
no, is it like you go and swab it yourself?
Yeah, but they don't really... Okay, but so you get like do you get an email or you get a...
Yeah, an email.
Okay, do they show anything for herpes or HPV? Really?
They show everything.
Yeah, you get a full panel.
They don't test, my understanding, and we've had some other women in the porn industry, entertainment industry, my understanding is they don't check for herpes.
I'm pretty sure they...
Primary care.
Yeah, because
Well, no. Okay, I just want to be very precise here. So there's the industry mandated STD testing. My understanding for that, they don't check for herpes and HPV. Now, if you go to your doctor and you're in the porn industry and you want a full panel,
yeah, everyone that
yes.
I collab with, I make sure that they have a full panel.
Yeah.
Okay. But like, okay, the porn industry, like if you're doing OnlyFans, that's a bit different.
Yeah.
I think it's...
I'm not on Pornhub.
But if you're like in the fucking, if you're in the San Fernando Valley and you're shooting like traditional porn and you want to participate in that way, I'm pretty sure they're not checking.
I'm like
for herpes.
100% sure you have to have a full panel.
I would check.
Okay, all right. Well,
but also
I've heard
like,
different things. But
STIs are so much more common, I feel like, in just in the real
civilian.
world, yeah, because
well,
like, no
people
one
are
wants to
fucking
talk
for
about
sure.
it.
Like, yeah, definitely even.
And also, what's to say when I
testing.
fuck these guys on the dates? I'm not using protection.
Well, I mean, you can certain STDs, even if you're using a condom, you can still transfer. You know.
But like I said, that's just the risks of life. Like that's just.
There's a crazy stat. The average age of a porn star who dies, their life expectancy, 37. And there was a crazy one that, but general population who does ecstasy, 8%, porn industry, 50%. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Joshua Broom, former porn star, male performer of the year type thing. He knew 35 people who self-deleted themselves, right? And why do you think that is, being in it, having the experience from your perspective?
Well, I think obviously sometimes people go into porn, you know, like Mia Khalifa and like people have recently come out, that it used to be very, very unsafe in terms of like they didn't protect their performers and stuff like that. But like, I mean, for all the shoots I've been on, it's all very, very safe, and like everyone is like, are you okay? Are you consenting to this? They give you a huge list on like what you want to do, what you don't want to do, and stuff like that.
Do you shoot here in the US or in the UK?
I have shot here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good times. Well, okay. So right now you're not dating civilian men.
No.
Because you say you're a sluzza.
Yes.
You love being a sluzza.
Yeah, I love cock. I'm pussy, to be fair. Like, I'm bi.
Oh, okay. All right. You go both ways. All right. You never not fucked on the first date. Wait, okay, question for you, since, I mean, this is related to being a sluzzer. We're going to do, all right, okay. How many men have you had sex with in the past 3 days?
3 days.
3 days.
3.
3 men?
Yeah.
Okay. Past week.
Well, because I've been here, I've been working every single day, except from Saturday. What day is it? It's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, but then I went to like a party and... Sorry.
A sex party?
Yeah, but it was only people who were tested.
So when was the party?
Saturday.
And it was a sex party?
Well, no, it was someone's party.
But it was a sex party?
But, I mean, people were having sex.
It was a sex party,
And
okay.
like, people were sat in the hot tub, tits out, yeah. But
So
did
you have sex at the party?
Yes.
How many people did you have?
2.
2 people?
Yes.
2 men?
A girl and boy.
Girl and boy? Past week, how many?
Every day of the week, and then yeah.
With a new guy.
Yeah.
Past month.
Oh, maths. See, obviously I've come from England, and I didn't really work much in England, so probably like I'm gonna say like virgin on like 17.
Past month. Okay, 2024. So that's we're a month and a half into
May. Yeah. This is maths.
I know maths. Maths.
I don't know. I think like what day is it?
Tuesday the 13th.
I'd guess like 25, 30. I don't know, 25.
What about how was 2023 looking? I'm asking.
You're just trying to work out how many people I've slept with.
Pretty much.
No, but like I don't work with that many people in England.
She knows it.
2023. What are we working with here?
Honestly, couldn't tell you. I'd guess
hundreds.
I'd guess like 100. I don't know. Don't hold me to that.
Like if you had to like in an average week, how many new men were you?
But then I work with so many more people because there's so many more people to work with.
Just
but
like
there I'm
average.
working with the same people.
In the UK?
Yes.
Okay, but when you're here,
it's like every single day.
Okay.
Yeah.
How often do you come to the States?
Well, this is my second time.
How long are you like allowed to stay here? I'm curious.
3 months.
So like,
That's
are you on a tourist visa?
Let's do the math on that.
So I'm on holiday.
She's on holiday.
Okay.
Yes. Please don't send me
So
back to England.
Oh, okay.
Deported.
I'm gonna shut that up.
Wait, okay, 2023. So I want to do a breakdown between like men you've shot scenes with and then civilian men.
See, when I'm shooting with like guys, I'm not really sleeping with guys. Civilian guys. That's.
But you said you've been doing this for 3 years, and you said during that time you have been.
But
sleeping
I
with
haven't
civilians.
always shot with guys.
Oh, so you'll have break periods, basically.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and also like, there's no need for me to like always be shooting with different guys. Like,
right.
Here it's great.
You recycle.
Yeah.
You recycle. Okay. 2022. How was that looking?
Oh mate, no, I wasn't doing boy girl.
Okay.
I just girl.
Wait, I'm curious. So you're 22, right?
Yes. Started this
So
when I was 18.
you got into the industry at 19?
18.
18.
Yes.
Okay.
It was just as I was kind of turning.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Does the sluzzer bang multiple dudes in one day? Do any finish in her? As a man, the one thing you never want to think about is another dude being able to ask how his dyke
that's a
tastes.
yikes.
Stop it, get some help.
So if obviously
Stop it. Get some help.
if I'm having I've had like threesomes with guys, and so obviously I'm shagging
Sure.
2 guys in one day. But if you're talking about like one guy and then the next guy, yes, but the first guy I will get him to like spunk on my face and not in me.
To what? Spook?
Spunk.
Spunk.
Come. Spunk. Come.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Spunk on my face, not
Good
in
to
me.
know.
'cause
Wait, good to know. So wait.
I'm so thoughtful, you know.
So you said you've done threesomes. How many threesomes have you done? Do you think?
Dude, how long's a piece of string?
How many? If you had to give a range, over 100 threesomes?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not that much of a slag.
Because
Jesus
I
Christ.
saw a clip from some. We do some pre-show research. You said there was a hot tub 10 guys story.
Yeah, that wasn't for a video. That was just personal life.
But did you? All 10 of the. You had,
Like bits. So like sucking off, hand job.
And they were all tested?
No, this was before I did like boy girl.
Is the stuff you're doing now more extreme from when you were 18 to now where you're at, or is it less extreme?
No,
or?
it's so much more safe, and like people talk so much more openly about like your wants, your needs. Like I said, like, you know, you could literally be like, I don't want to do any of this, just like I want it soft, I want it nice, like.
Wait, so
but in actual sex, we don't actually talk about that.
In the 10 guy hot tub thing, how many?
Yeah, this is on a family ski holiday.
How many? You had sex with a couple of them or all of them?
A couple of them. No,
was this a group thing, or like you'd take one, come back to the hot tub?
There was a hot tub and there was also a sauna, and I was like having sex with a couple of them in the sauna, and then others.
In the sauna, I feel like that's kind of dangerous.
It wasn't actually.
I sauna almost daily, and I don't want to have sex in the sauna. It's hot, and
it really wasn't that bad. I don't know. It was because we're skiing. It was really cold, so it's not that bad.
Okay, well, how many threesomes have you had?
Oh,
if you had to give the range.
Not that many.
Not that many. Oh, okay. I thought you were the queen of threesomes.
I'd say like 20.
Any foursomes?
Yeah.
Any fivesomes?
1.
Any sixsomes?
No.
Sevensomes? Eightsomes?
I don't really count. I'm not like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? I'm just shagging.
To Grid 1 Motorsports question, how many in a 24-hour period? Like how many in a 24-hour period? Nick?
4 on separate occasions.
In like one day?
This was one evening.
Okay. And it wasn't group sex, it was one...
No, this was separate. No, one of them was a threesome.
Oh, one was a threesome and then...
With a girl and a boy, and then the others were all... And then it was one guy, one guy.
It was a threesome with a guy and a girl, and then one guy, and then one guy.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. And this was for shooting scenes, or was this like a sex party type thing?
Fun.
It was a what?
It was for fun.
It was for fun?
Yes.
Was it like a swingers thing? Was like a sex club?
I was just horny, and
what was the? So were you in college?
And the guys actually knew I was fucking. No, it was actually on holiday.
You were on holiday.
It was in Ibiza.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if that gets any context.
Was that? Isn't that an island in?
Yeah, it's proper like party holiday island.
Yeah. Is that in
it's in Spain?
Spain. Okay. So, was a DJ involved?
No.
I feel like that's just like DJs and shit. I think whatever. Wait, so what about 4 in one night? That's the most.
Yeah, except from obviously like, but that wasn't sex like with the 10 guys.
Right. Wait, so the hot tub thing, you had sex with all 10?
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't have sex with all 10. The 4 in one night was all sex.
Wait, so okay, give me a breakdown of. I want a detailed breakdown of the hot tub thing. Was that also on vacation?
I was quite drunk, so yes, holiday.
Holiday goes down on holiday.
I meet this bunch of guys, and they're like, "Come back to us. We have a hot tub."
It's just you.
And my friend was also there, but she, her boyfriend was friends with them, and so she had gone already like in another bedroom with her boyfriend. So it was just me in the hot tub with all these guys.
And so, okay, I want like a chronological order of what went down with the hot tub story.
I was just making jokes. Like, this is how you start out. Like, you just start making jokes. You're like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if we all shagged right now?
It's a good one. Good joke.
And then like we started to definitely get into it. You know, like people are, like touching my thighs, and I'm like, yeah, do my tits look nice? And people are, like filling me up.
She belongs to the streets.
Okay.
And then I'm filling them up, and then like, you know.
But like, give me a play-by-play fucking.
Do you want like me to film this next time? Do you want?
No. But I want to see.
He wants to visualize.
I want the scope of.
Yeah. I don't know. It was exactly 10 guys. That was kind of like a rough. I just know it was a load of guys.
So it could have been more than 10 guys.
I don't.
Were there any other girls?
No.
It was you.
My friend.
But she dipped. She dipped.
Yeah.
So you're there with 10 dudes, some of them you know. So like, but what is the progression? Because it sounds like you were sexually involved with some of them to varying degrees. So I want like a detailed
Yeah.
Play by play.
So then, obviously, when you start touching each other up, people get horny and they start to get hard-ons and they're feeling your tits and like kissing your tits, and then you start kissing down their body and kissing their cocks, and then like, you know, the guys are there. Some of the guys are sat there watching. Some of the guys are, you know, one's getting a bit of a handy, the other one like kissing him and stuff like that. And then it was more like towards the end of it.
Doc Venabilis donated $100. Syphilis was deadly until penicillin. HIV killed hundreds of thousands because of its stealth transmission. The next deadly STD pandemic will come. I pray East End Girl reforms before it arrives.
Oh, Doc Venabilis. He's a doctor here. Syphilis was deadly until penicillin. HIV.
East End.
All right.
What does that mean?
East End. I don't know. That's a song or something. Thank you, Doc Venabilis. Appreciate it. And by the way, I actually want to credit you for being open about talking some of these things, because some people may not feel comfortable being so forthcoming and sharing this sort of stuff. So I certainly give you credit for your honesty. So, okay, hot tub, a dozen, a baker's dozen maybe. How many of them did you have intercourse with? Two. And then...
But then, like, some
how
people
many of
pass,
them
like...
did you...
I don't know, like, I guess, like, 4 or 5...
4 or 5 what?
Like, touched up, like, hand job or, like...
A handy.
Kissing or, like...
And then, so 2 guys you had intercourse with.
Yeah, because they were like, oh, like, let's go to the sauna. Those 2, and I was like, yeah.
And then how many BJs were given?
I was pretty drunk, but I'd guesstimate like 3 or 4.
And does that count? Like, is it 6? Like, did the guys who also had sex? Was there also the BJ too?
What? No, I've counted them into the number.
So those are different.
So like when I say 4 or 5, I've counted them in to the BJ count. Does that make sense?
Sort
I'm like
of.
losing my mind over this.
Sort of. Okay.
Is that a good enough like visual representation of what happened? But it was a really fun trip, and
I feel like, don't take this the wrong way, I feel like that story has to preclude you from like 90% of men. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't mind that. Like, it doesn't offend me that people don't want to date me. Like, that's totally their decision.
Sure.
And
that's fair for you to say.
Yeah, exactly. But like, obviously, I don't want to date guys that aren't into it.
Do your parents know these stories?
No, they don't. Obviously, I'm not like sat at the dining table. Mum, Dad, guess what I got up to today?
If they found this podcast, how would they react?
You know what? I tell them to stay off the internet, Mum and Dad.
And I actually want to add, like, and I'm not like, I know I was kind of reacting while you're telling that story. Like, I put some of the blame on the men there too, because like, as a guy, I would be so uncomfortable in that situation. Like, it's just
none of it's
so
pulled,
weird.
So I'm
that's so like, I don't know, chat. Like, that's so weird. As a guy to like, I don't know,
yeah,
like seeing your buddies, like, I don't want to be in vicinity of my buddies like getting hand jobs. That's kind of like
sus.
It's, can I say it? Is it kind of
who you are?
It might be a little effete, if I can avoid saying a certain word. It might be was that rainbow?
Yes.
I don't know. It's just like, I blame, like, come
But then
on.
I don't think there's no need to put like a label on anything. Like, we're just having fun.
But I never, like, I don't know. Are these your boys? Like, how are you, like?
They're all
I don't think it's considered gay at all.
It's like, nah, it's kind of.
I didn't think it was gay. I thought it was really hot.
All jokes aside, I'm a cybersecurity open source intel expert. You don't own anything you post, and I'm not a blank fiend. Sorry, the TTS doesn't come through. If there's any like censored words, it won't read it. Are you prepared to explain mega fellatio and DP to your kids? What is mega fellatio? I don't even know what that is.
Mega fellatio.
What is
Like, I think that's
it's like a mega
That's
blowjob?
like, I swear that's like fellatio is where you self-suck on yourself.
That, is it?
I'm like pretty sure fellatio is like self.
I mean, I'm Googling this shit.
I thought it was
Look
just
away,
like,
Manny.
Where you like suck yourself.
Oh, no.
Look away.
What the fuck?
Like foreplay?
I don't know what a mega... It's just like...
I'm pretty
it's just-
sure fellatio is where you like suck yourself off.
How do you even do that?
I don't know. People who are like
People
really
are. Some
bendy,
people are
they
probably
train
like
for it.
very
Yeah.
flexible or
There was
something.
like a show on where it was like this
Bro.
guy and he was.
I could suck my tits,
doing-
but reaching
It's
out
all
right
fellatio.
down
I can
there.
suck my tits.
Jesus
Can I
Christ.
ask you a question?
Here comes the
Oh, what is going on tonight? Okay. Welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. Wait, so, okay. I don't get, like, how could you be... I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Like,
Yeah, we need to hear
don't-
more from
I
them.
don't know. I don't mean this in a mean way, but does sex have any meaning for you?
See, I actually put this in my thing. I was like, I don't think it's that deep, personally. I mean, like, you can obviously have deep sex, but I don't think having sex is deep. Like,
And
for the
then
most part.
My second question, given my line of work, I'm very intrigued by like the, I would say, very negative side effects of the sexual revolution and like women's sexual promiscuity, because I think women bond differently with their partners when they have sex, whereas men, they can like have sex with a bunch of women and there's no emotional attachment even from like a chemical level. Do you not feel like attached, i.e. like if you have sex with a guy and you don't hear back from him or he ghosts you, like does that hurt you at all, or does sex just not mean anything to you?
Personally, like I've heard of this, like that girls get this kind of like hormone release or something like that.
Yeah.
But personally, in my experience, not really. Like obviously, sometimes you're like, oh, I fancy that guy, but like especially in work, it's very like it's not real sex. Like it's very.
So do you think that the sex that you have done in your work life has maybe changed the way you perceive sex in your personal life?
You know what? I was being a whore before I started OnlyFans anyway. And so not hugely, but I guess to some degree, yeah, definitely. But I'm like, I don't know, I see it as more like just an exchange. Like it's not like, oh, I love this guy feelings. Like it's more like.
Did you always view sex like that, even like from the first time you had sex, or did it used to mean something to you?
It used to mean something. Like
what
when
changed?
I guess when I broke up my first boyfriend, and I was just really horny and like just wanted to fuck about. And then that's kind of when like the downfall happened. But the first time I was like, I wanted to kind of like wait a bit more. And then I was just like, oh, it's just not that deep. And just kind of fucked around for the most part.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Wait, so what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, of course. You're telling us about like how many civilians you've... Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait, and you went to uni, right?
I actually dropped out of uni to do what I do now.
Brixan's flannel donated $100.
Jesus.
Megafellation equals S-ing all the D's. For clarification.
Okay, thank you, Brixan's flannel. Appreciate the clarification there. Mega fellatio, never heard of that. Thank you.
It's for the books.
Oh, uni. You went to uni.
Yes.
I don't know if I saw this from one of your clips. You said you had a lot of sex at uni.
Yeah, loads. But it's so funny because like I feel like I was more of a whore then than I am now, because like now I do it for work, so it's like I don't need to be fucking about all the time.
What was the sex education from your parents, from childhood, from
Not really any.
first sexual experiences?
Yeah, not really any.
I feel
They
like
just told me like don't have sex until you're like old, but that was about it. They didn't teach me anything about it. No.
Wait, so okay, when you say you were in uni for 4 years, or did you drop out?
No, I dropped out to do what I do now.
How long were you doing uni? 1 or 2 years?
I went to one lesson.
And that was right when you were 18, right?
Yes.
Like as soon as you finished, or after the summer?
Yeah,
after
so
you
when
finished.
I finished
What do you call it?
college.
Is it grade school? What do you call it in the UK?
Some people
Is it
go
high school?
to A-levels, do A-levels, but I
Okay.
went to college because I am stupid.
Oh, so there's university and then there's college.
No.
Or-
Okay, so you go school, you finish at 16, and then it's rather you do A levels or you do BTEC at college.
Oh.
And that's what I did, BTEC at college.
And that's what, is that what you call uni?
Pardon?
Is that uni?
No. And then you do that for 2 years or however long it takes you.
And so you
and
said
then go to university.
you were more promiscuous when you were in uni than you are now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So what did that look like? Okay, your first week of uni. What did it look like? What
Just a lot of shagging. Like
how much shagging? Give us some deets. Give us some numbers.
Well, I was there with my best friend, and we would like tag team guys. So if they were best friends, we would be like, right, well, you take him and I'll take him, and we would always fuck best friends. Like that was the kind of.
Okay, wait. So you like first week. What are we looking at?
Yeah, probably like every night I went out, I'd come home with a guy.
Every night?
Yeah, and that's where I had my first 5-some and first 3-some.
Wait, your first week of uni?
No, it was like
your first semester of uni.
Yeah, so basically, because I only did one, I went to one lesson, but I stayed at uni. I didn't tell my parents that I'd started OnlyFans and just stayed in the accommodation, but didn't go to any of the lessons.
Wait, so you took one lesson? And then you started
then I was like,
your
right, it's time to be a degenerate and start OnlyFans.
Okay, and so you said your first semester of uni, were you going out partying every night?
Yeah, it was
every night.
Like every night.
Almost every night.
Yeah.
Every night or almost every night?
No, almost every night.
Almost five nights a week, fair to say?
Yeah. And then when I wasn't going out, I was texting guys.
And so every single night you went out, you would have sex?
Yeah, yeah.
Almost.
That was like our intention. We'd be like, right, I can't wait to go out tonight and find some like fit friends to fuck.
Okay.
And like, who? You know what we'd always say? Whose bed are we gonna end up in tonight? Not
and
ours.
So, you said you had a 5-some?
Yeah.
With 4 guys?
No, it was 2 guys and 3 girls.
How does that even work? Okay, cool. And then you had a couple 3-somes too during uni?
Yeah.
Okay. How long were you in uni for? 4 months?
I think I stayed in the accommodation for about 6 months because it was like free accommodation away from home where I could do OnlyFans in the privacy of having my own like room.
Okay.
And also like it was great because then I could fuck a load of guys because I wasn't living at home anymore.
Ryan, can I jump in? Just
Sure.
'cause I don't know if that story, it'll still be there. And not to be the wet blanket, not to be the whatever, but it is so hard listening to it because it sounds like it's a nice ski resort. You're there, hot tub, sauna, whole bit. It was a resort type situation. And I'm literally thinking about my 2 sons, we're going to play in the pool. We got the daughter on the way. We got all this stuff. And it's like, if they were to see something like that.
Oh, it wasn't was it a private like house?
Yeah.
But thinking about how, just on that scenario though, like let's just say we walked by, me and my 3 kids, and they saw that, how would that make you feel?
It wasn't.
Well,
like
I think she stated that.
Yeah, it was like a private chalet, and the hot tub was just theirs. Like it wasn't like a resort where there's families there and stuff like that. I'm not doing anything in front of kids.
You're not doing anything in public, correct?
But to say that though, the average age that a young one starts watching is 8, and so saying I'm not doing anything
things in front of kids.
She just said no.
But she is.
No, on porn.
But then shouldn't that be the parents' like their
honestly,
obligation?
Tell me how this makes you feel. Lily.
Okay, but before. We did give a warning before the show that we don't want to discuss, like, young people.
Then we can just end it on this. We can end it on this of just an answer, a truthful, honest answer of just how would that make you feel when they're
that
watching.
totally makes me feel sick. Like, of course, I don't want anyone underage watching my content, but that is also not really fully my responsibility. It is the parents, it is, their guardian or just their education.
I think about Brittany De La Mora, former actress in the adult industry. She stood up to this. She is speaking up against it. And we think about education, how much that can help. I'm not going to say the word. Blockers on our phones.
Yeah. And I do think the porn community could do more to, make sure that only people over age are watching.
But that's kind of the crux of it all. If I could give you $100 million, or if I could say you could save 10 marriages, 10 self-deletions, and 10 women being, what.
But as an actress,
would you
I can't
take?
do shit. Like,
No, you can.
I really don't think it's her fault though, because there's thousands of
our
other
control.
girls doing it too.
No,
so
no,
if
that's
she
not what I'm
stops-
saying.
Yeah,
what I'm saying
exactly.
is
It's not
what an
gonna
inspiration she
change
could
the
be
world.
if she spoke up against it. That's what I'm saying. And,
Still
and
not
if it
gonna
could
change
help
anything.
those people, would it be worth it?
It still wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, I just
It
don't
might-
think
might
I-
not
Well,
change
yeah,
something.
you're just discrediting yourself. You're believing that you can't make any type of difference. But how does any movement start? It starts with one person. Manny stood up and said to me, "Hey, I have a problem and I need help." And we've been able to see the impact that that's had on hundreds of families, hundreds of couples. You know, and it's very easy to sit there and just discredit yourself and say, "I can't do anything. I can't help the world." You can change the world, and it starts one person, one family at a time, finding healing, and people being willing to stand up and say, what's happening right now is not right, and what's happening to children's minds is not right, and you can make a difference.
You guys have a fantastic mission. It feels a little bit like a non sequitur, though, because we're talking about her pre-porn promiscuity, and I would like to try to attempt to stay focused on the topic at hand. So let's perhaps return to that. So you were saying how, let's see, where were you? You're telling us about the hot tub. You're telling us about uni, your
Sorry.
uni experience.
I'm not laughing. Like,
So, I mean, what was that, looking like?
just having fun, going out a lot, and sleeping around a lot.
Okay. And so,
And I'd obviously just started OnlyFans, so I was like, I earn enough to be able to like support myself, and yeah, it was just so much fun. I actually really enjoyed the uni.
Why
even
did
though I
you
didn't do it.
decide to start doing OnlyFans? Like, what was the
You know what? I
impetus?
had wanted to do it for a while when I was with my ex-boyfriend, and then I broke up with him, and I was like, yeah, why not start it? I already had like a slight platform. I don't want to be like, oh, I've got so many followers, but I already had like a slight platform on Instagram, and I thought like, I can make some.
If OnlyFans didn't exist, do you think you would have stayed in university, gotten a degree, and like got a more traditional job, or what do you think you would have done?
Probably. I definitely think it was OnlyFans that led me to doing porn, definitely, because I realised how much I enjoyed it. That I was like, yeah, I want to like do this even more and stuff like that and grow more. But yeah, I don't know, maybe like, but then again, I was like, I don't even know really what I was doing in uni, and I went to one lecture, so I can't say I wasn't
Do you
enjoying
think
it.
that
but-
for other girls, it sounds like you've been successful in the industry, but like for other girls who are maybe wavering, like, oh, should I, go get a license and do cosmetology, or go get believe me, I'm anti-college, I'm anti-degrees, but like, stay in university and get whatever degree, or I could just drop out and go to OnlyFans and make a bunch of money, which again, statistically, not necessarily a true narrative. Do you think that that's sort of a risky path?
You know what? I have like a ton of not a ton. I have quite a few girls come to me every so often and say, I really want to get into the industry. Like, I want to start OnlyFans. How do I do this? How do I do that? Like, what do you think? Should I, like just asking for my opinion. And I do always say, please think about it so much, because like.
Do you give them your referral code on OnlyFans too?
Well, if I set, first of all, I say, really, really think about it. Make sure it's something you really want to do. Like, talk to your parents about it and make sure like people, you're not going to get like, I don't know, just have a good think, because it has a full impact on your life. And then, I let them think about it, and if they still want to go through with it, then yeah, of course I'll offer up my referral code. If they're not getting off me, they're going to get off someone else. Like, it's not, but if they really want to do it, then yeah. But I always say, like, it's not as easy as what people make it out. No one's successful not many people are successful
I think
overnight,
that's the real sinister nature of OnlyFans, and it sounds like you guys aren't necessarily perpetuating the myth, but that it is just like easy money. And I think that that's just like it's PR, for lack of a better term, wet dream for OnlyFans.
Some people obviously like do get, like the people who are already famous, but like it's I'm not saying I've got the hardest job in the world or anything like that, but it's hard. Like I work hard, I'd like to say, But I'm not saying like I'm gonna hold this job. But yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks online because people just think you take a few photos and then, you know, you're set for life. But that's just not the truth at all.
Yeah.
So kind of where I was leading into with all these questions, I know I was kind of almost interrogating you there.
No, don't
it was
worry.
leading.
You can
it
hear
was
all
leading
about
to
my
somewhere.
sex
No,
life.
it was leading to a point. It was, you know, in your notes here, you say that the internet makes people think people care way more about body count than they actually do, and that's kind of where it was leading. So it sounds like you don't really think body count matters, or it shouldn't matter. Is that correct?
Yes. I just think like, you know, these extremist podcasts sometimes.
Is this an extremist?
No, more like Fresh and Fit and things like that.
Oh, okay.
Come up on like your For You page and it's like, I will not date a girl who's got a body count over 4. Like, you are a fucking hoe. Like, you're a whore. You may as well fucking kill yourself because no man will ever want you. And that's not something I advocate for, but. And I just want to say, like, that is not true. And I think in a real relationship, like, people don't care that much. As long as you're not, as long as you're not a whore like me. As long as, like, but, like, if you're, like, a little bit of a slut, then, like, people don't care as much as
Well, okay. So, I'll open up to the whole panel. We'll go around the table. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count, starting with you?
Wait, does object mean I'm so
Disagree.
Do you?
Yes, so I disagree with men caring about body count.
Do I disagree with men caring about a woman's body count?
Mm-hmm. Do you object to it?
No, I don't. I think everybody's
Okay.
entitled to their own opinion.
Okay, sure.
To each his own.
No, I don't care. In fact, I think it matters.
If they didn't care, I think that would be a red flag.
Okay. Can you scoot your mic that way just a bit?
What was the question again?
Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
I'm not sure how to answer this. Can you elaborate? Like,
Okay, so a lot of men, not all men, but a lot of men prefer women who have a low body count or who are not promiscuous.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, if a woman has slept with 7 men, or 10 men, or whatever it might be, some men might think that's a lot and object to it and not want to date her or take her seriously in a long-term relationship. Would you object to that?
I think everyone's entitled to their different opinions. You know?
Sure. Becca, what about you?
No.
Okay. Anything?
I think
on
it would
this?
it would be tough, but I would look at their heart
Mhm.
and see if they are saying, you know what, hey, we've all made mistakes in the past, we've all sinned, we've all gone against God, but I want to better myself and move in a new direction.
Got it. Well, so it seems like almost everybody here, including a lot of the women, disagree with you on this. Do you think that perhaps your view on this is because you've had your promiscuity, or perhaps you still are promiscuous?
I think I'm probably talking about like my optimal guy. If I was with a guy and they were asking and caring about body count, then that's not for me.
Yeah, obviously I would disagree if a man has 100 body,
okay.
like a body count of 100, then it's a different
topic,
story.
yeah.
You wouldn't be able to tell me like, oh yeah, I care about your body count. When
You could actually. You could. I'll make the argument in a sec here, but so we're gonna go around the table on this. What's your body count? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely triple digits. I couldn't tell you what it is.
Do you think it's more than 200?
I would like to think probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like
got-
like I said, I don't care, so I don't count. And like that number's quite high. I can't count that high, you know what I mean? Like that's a part-time job, keeping track of that.
So, okay. Do you think there's a percentage breakdown between like the men you've slept with for work and then the civilians you've slept with?
I probably slept with a lot more like
For work?
civilians. No.
More civilians than for work. Okay. How many do you think, but didn't you say you've done over 100 scenes?
No, I've not done, I've probably done like
how many men do you think you've done scenes with? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70?
I don't know. Quite a few now.
Well, range. Give us a range.
I can't. Like, I'd say like
More than 50.
no, probably about 50.
About 50.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about like civilians? How many there?
Yeah, in the hundreds.
But are you saying
No,
that's a
probably
big
not.
range.
I'm gonna guess if you.
250.
I'm gonna
Quarter
guess
of a thousand?
it's between 150.
150.
No, probably a bit more than
No,
that.
well, yeah, a bit more than that.
And
Between
then like
150.
220.
150. So like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quite hard to like know.
Right.
I don't count, so it's hard to know like.
Are you counting women and men?
Yes, I count women because like I date girls, like I like girls, so like I class that as sex. Yeah. But I know a lot of people are like, I don't count girls, but that's because they don't.
Do you said you want a husband one day, right?
Yeah.
You want kids?
No.
No kid. Oh, no kids. Okay. Do you think that, do you at least admit or concede that the fact that you've been engaged in adult content and your admitted past and current promiscuity, do you at least admit that for the vast majority of
it's
men,
not optimal?
that's
yeah.
going to be a major issue for long-term commitment?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I understand that, and I know what my actions like result in. I get that, but then again, like I don't want to date someone who's
Right.
not wanting to enjoy other people with me and stuff like that.
All right. Well, I mean, it seems like at least you're kind of aware of.
Yeah, I'm a self-aware slut.
There you have it. Going around the table, body count.
All right, with like men and women included, like 20.
What's the breakdown?
I've had sex with like 7 women.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and then the rest are guys. And I'm 25, so, just
Okay.
a little bit every now and then, it adds up. So.
Sure. Miss 5,000 boyfriends. What about you?
Women and men, I would say about 35.
What's the breakdown?
6 male and the rest female.
Oh, okay.
Period. Okay.
Can I pass? Is that okay?
No.
I mean, if
We're not gonna force out your
yeah,
love.
we're not gonna force you. If you don't want to engage, that's fine with it.
I will politely decline
That's
to
fine.
answer.
It's 1.
Okay.
It's 9, but I do want to just say something about it.
Sure.
I had, I grew up Christian, completely turned away from God when I was in college, and I started believing certain things about myself, that I was an object, that no one was going to love me, that I was only good for, fulfilling someone's sexual desires, and I really started to believe that. So I'm so grateful that I had people in my life who affirmed what's true, is that I deserve to be honored and valued and cared for, and have a partner who's really there for me. And it was a big hiccup for Manny to get over that when I told him early on in our relationship. But I just want to say to all the women out there who are maybe thinking, hey, I'm too far gone, I don't think there's such a thing as too far gone. You can always turn it around and have a positive relationship with someone if you can turn around from.
But what about Lily? I mean,
Lily, absolutely.
She might be far gone. No offense, Lily, you're a nice girl. I agree with you.
If your
she might be
heart-
far gone. No
I
offense,
thought we were
Lily.
going
You
to
might
do
be-
this whole lesson on turning hoes into.
If you have a heart change and see an error of your ways, and let's just say you did decide to make a difference and turn it around and say, hey, I condemn my old actions, I repent of what I was doing, and I want to help other women. I want to help other women get out of this. It's like, I do believe you could absolutely find a great man who would stand by you. Absolutely.
And I feel like you could find a
I
great
don't think
man
you're too far
doing
gone,
what
but
you're
it
doing
is a
also.
requirement
She might be too far.
to
She
change
could
the
be too far
actions
gone.
moving forward.
Can I ask you a question?
There is redemption.
Yeah.
There might be
Was it-
redemption for
Was it hard for Manny to get over the fact that you've slept with 9 people?
Yes.
Do you think that's a little hypocritical considering his past?
Wait.
No, because I think I think it was hard for him to get over my past, just like it was hard for me to get over his.
Okay.
It was a big struggle for a long time when he told me. I don't know, none of you have gotten married before, but you expect
You've been married, have you not?
I was.
Sorry if you didn't want to speak about it.
It's okay.
Oh.
Kind
Sorry,
of.
I apologize.
Yeah, kind of not. Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't want to talk about it.
But
Sorry.
you go to your wedding night.
She just outed me.
No, I'm so sorry. I was like, shit, I should not
I'm sure
have
he's
said
gonna
that.
ask about it because it was in the notes that I listed in there. So
Oh.
I might tap in a little bit, but
Keep going, Becca. Go ahead.
But you go to your wedding night and your husband literally can't get it up for you. Do you know how that feels?
yeah, that must be really.
Do you
hard.
know how that feels to go, this is my day. I'm like all dolled up. This is our day. And he's struggling with this so much that he's having ED and can't get it up for me. So no, it was not easy. It was not an easy few years, and we swept it under the rug for years because I didn't want this to be my reality. I didn't want to, for this to be my story. I didn't grow up thinking, oh, I'm going to start a nonprofit to help people overcome porn addictions. Absolutely not. I felt called by God in that moment when he said, I need help with this. It's like, this sucks for me, and I'm dealing with a lot of how it makes me feel. But I want to be there to help other people get through this because I know it's tearing a lot of people apart. So it was hard for him, just like it was hard for me with dealing with his stuff. So it goes both ways. Nobody's a perfect person. And you have to.
God, you're gonna make me cry.
Wow, air hug. At least that way you won't get an STD.
It's like definitely like a difficult situation to go through, but it's good that you guys know that you're not alone and that you guys.
I know she
found
said.
each
I know she
other
brought
and-
up the fact that I was married. Okay, so let's just say I was actually in a pretty serious relationship, filled out marriage license and everything like that. Kind of got married, kind of didn't. Just it was really weird. I just don't really want to touch on how serious we were, but it was a relationship that I was in for 2 years, and not once did we have sex throughout that whole time because
That's
he
a
was,
friendship, Jesus.
It was.
Were you waiting? Were you waiting until?
No, we
Together,
were
why
not.
keep it shocking?
So throughout those 2 years, not once did we have sex.
And you were gonna marry him?
It's.
People do that.
I just want
I
to clarify,
thought-
Manny
till marriage
and
to
I
have
did
sex,
not have
religious
sex
people do.
before we got married.
No, yeah.
We had
Yeah.
sex with other people,
It's
but we
normal.
were
Not
then
you two
following
waited.
God. We waited
okay.
to have sex with each other.
I
We
was-
had not had sex,
yeah,
so
I
I
was-
just want to clarify that.
I wouldn't be.
I was openly like. I mean, I was committed to him, and this was someone that I thought I was marrying. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's try it. Not like probably twice out of our whole relationship did we ever do anything. And I thought it was a mental, not a mental condition, but a medical condition. Like, hey, like what's going on? And I thought it was me. I thought it was everything else. And it wasn't until it was in November of last year, I was like, okay, no, something's up, because I would talk to my friends about it, and they were chirping in my ear, and they were like, Jade, no, something's wrong. And so I went through the Wi-Fi router, because I was using all the bills. I went through the Wi-Fi router, I went through my phone, and he was actually severely addicted to porn. He even got to the point where he was using my own credit cards to buy OnlyFans. And I was like, oh, that's so cute.
Is this the guy you slashes tight? Oh, wait, no.
No.
I was gonna say.
This one, I was more mature. I just got my stuff and walked out of the relationship.
What age were you at?
Nice
Jada?
tries.
So this was last November, so 22.
Recently. Okay.
This was on Thanksgiving, by the way.
Wow.
Oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's super fun, super dope. If I found out earlier in the relationship, I would be 10 times more open to actually genuinely working it out. I mean, I love you. I want to marry you under God. 100% let me sit down next to you and help you. I would. However, he saw me so many times sit next to him and be like, please, like something's going on. I don't feel like I'm missing something. Please help me. Like, come on, let's fix it. And he would lie to my face straight up. He'd be like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's going on. I need to go make a doctor's appointment. And I went and I set the doctor's appointment for him, and he would go in and he would like miss the doctor's appointments. And then I would get a call on the phone saying like, hey, insurance is being like, hey, you need to pay the no-show fee. And I'm like, why are you? He knew what was wrong with him the whole time. He knew.
I feel like that's also just like a very, very hard thing to disclose to anyone, no matter how close you are. Because I mean, any addiction, like it doesn't even have to be porn addiction.
No
like,
offense,
addiction
but is
like a
it's
very
embarrassing.
It's an embarrassing.
It really is.
Like
It's
very
vulnerable.
shameful. That's why people don't really talk about it and stuff. So, no, it like kind of makes sense why people don't disclose that, but at the same time,
But
And
that's
I
what's
give
so
you guys
hurtful
props like
is
crazy.
the not being told about it.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's
whole
a lot
point.
of women that
it feels
I've
like there's
talked
a
with.
side of this person that you've never seen.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And now looking back on it, I mean, I know I jumped into another relationship or talking stage or whatever the hell I'm in so quickly. However, it's not necessarily that I miss him, because the whole time I wasn't getting my needs met, whether it was sexually, emotionally, physically, whatever. I wasn't getting my needs met. It's more of like I'm grieving like a friendship, but the friendship was like fake, built on lies. And
So I was up. You said that you were dating a guy, was it for 2 years, and you didn't have sex ever?
we had sex like twice
Towards the beginning.
towards the beginning, and then
And
just
then
stopped. Yes.
And then you discovered he was just watching a bunch of gay porn, was it?
Gay porn, straight porn, everything.
Oh,
Everything.
You didn't reveal that it was gay porn he was watching. Because
Everything.
that's in the notes, I think.
Yes, it is.
He was
did
watching
reveal it
gay
in the-
porn? How did you know he was watching? You
So I
hacked
looked it
his
up-
computer?
I hacked our Wi-Fi router.
Damn, that's something
You can see the history on the Wi-Fi router
Yes, you can see the history on your bills. You can see the
Teach me,
history on
please.
everything.
Was he subscribing to a gay male on OnlyFans?
No, so he was not
What if
subscribing
what if
to
it was
gay
like
mail.
one
It was
accidental click?
girl.
He accidentally clicked on some gay porn.
don't just-
and
No,
you think
because it'll show you
Oh, it
on
was
the
like
router
just
how
boom,
long
boom,
he
boom,
was
boom,
on the
boom, boom.
specific link.
And he would watch multiple.
And it would be like 30 minutes. I'd be like, no shit, you don't want to sleep next to me? And I'm like, you like
I mean, he might have been
bubbles.
gay. You guys had sex twice.
I know.
You dated him for how long?
2 years.
That's kind. No offense. That's kind of on you.
I'm baffled.
That's what?
That's kind of not to be insensitive or whatever. That's kind of on you. Like that
Everybody
you
says
stayed
that.
with him.
Everybody
that you
says
stayed
that.
with him
Everybody
for that
says
long.
that. Everybody says
That
that.
is a friendship.
I think
though. Like, surely.
right.
Hello,
Does it get to
One
the
of
point
my
where you're like,
friends,
wait,
one of
I
my
don't
friends
know what it is.
went through the same thing.
I have no
and
idea
I would tell
what it
her,
is
like,
about my
something's
brain,
up.
but when I get into a specific relationship or commitment, or like we go on the first date, I will run it until the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean that the first date I'm in love with you. That's not what it means. It's just
You're just
it's how I
committed.
am. I'm committed immediately.
Let's get a couple chats and we'll come back to that story though. I do want to come back to that. We have Marcus David 1794. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. This is our first time seeing you in the chat. Thank you for your patronage, man. Appreciate it. I'm surprised by the straightforwardness and the easiness she states these facts. Just wow, I believe this is directed towards. I certainly give you credit for your, as I already stated, your willingness to just be open about this stuff.
Brixan's flannel donated $100.
Yo, thank you, man.
There is a 0% chance you got that information from the Wi-Fi router unless you became an
His
expert
wife's
at
gonna find out.
DNS.
No,
Your
so
Wi-Fi router doesn't store DNS data. Straight cap.
Isn't there something though if you have access,
I
like
have
you know
access to
somebody's
bills, yeah.
somebody's
If it's your Wi-Fi. And you
if
pay for
it's
it.
your Wi-Fi, can't you intercept what the internet traffic
Yes,
is?
you can.
I don't know. I'm not an
I
expert.
did
in this.
it, and if you
Yo,
want the
Brixton's
screenshots,
flannel.
I got you.
Yo, Brixton's flannel. I will. Should I do something to put on the flannel right now? I don't know. You gotta.
Let's see the flannel.
I'll,
You're like edging me with this flannel.
Here, Brixton's flannel. Send another chat. You can pick the color. I got blue. I have black. I've got red. I have another red, and I got like a green. Let me know which one you want to see. I'll put it on. I'll put it on for the rest of the show. Thank you. I
Red for
appreciate it.
Valentine's Day.
Oh, I'll leave it up to him. Maybe he likes the blue. He thinks it brings out the color of my eyes. You never know. It seems like he has a preoccupation with me. So, okay. Nick, pull up the Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have it. Yo, thank you guys for the Primes. Thank you for the Tier 1. Thank you, Super Jim Photography. Thank you for the 10 community sub gifts. Appreciate it. Also, guys, follow our Clips channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're We're about 80,000 subscribers away. We're so close, guys. We're getting about 1,000 to 2,000 a day. So it could be, I'm hoping like April, May. If it keeps, our growth keeps going, maybe April, May. So help us out, guys. Thank you. Okay, let's get into some more of our pre-show notes here that you guys provided. I think we did everything. We got everything from. Really quick. I think you said on the body count thing, like, a guy who has a high body count, it's hypocritical if he wants a girl with a low body count. I disagree.
Really? No.
Now, I don't think it's good for anybody to be promiscuous or have a high body count, right? I don't think it's good for men. I don't think it's good for women. However, if a man has accrued a higher body count, let's say, I think it's totally fine if he recognizes that the optimum dating choice would be to date someone who has a low body count or who's a virgin. I don't object to that at all. And it doesn't make him hypocritical because, for example, need you desire a trait in order to desire said trait in your partner?
What do you mean? What was the question again?
Hold on. I got you. So in order for you to desire a trait in a partner, do you need to also possess said trait?
I feel like I desire similar things to my previous partners, or I have the traits. Like,
okay, sure.
Not opposites attract, like, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it.
But here's what occurs to me, right? Is that women desire traits in men that they don't possess themselves. So I don't think, now it would be hypocritical, for example, if a guy said, I think promiscuity is disgusting, but then they are promiscuous themselves. Or if they were outwardly judgmental of a promiscuous woman, but they themselves engaged in promiscuity. But if a man, for example, he had slept with, he's 30 and he slept with 40 women. Again, not recommending you do that, but let's say he did. I don't object to him saying, well, I would like to date a woman who's a virgin or who's slept with less than 5 people.
But why would he want that?
Because he realizes that's going to be an optimal partner for him. So despite the lack of his own low body count, it doesn't make him a hypocrite. It would be a hypocrite if he says, his actions were, for example, well, I'm negatively judging your behavior, but I engage in said behavior. But desiring a trait in a partner that you do not, for example, having a low body count.
I get what you're saying, but a lot of these men that have a high body count and want a woman with a low body count don't recognize that they shouldn't have a high body count. They're still promiscuous, they're still cheating, they're still fucking around, they're still doing all these things that they shouldn't be doing.
Well, we can also approach this from another angle. So there's a biological and evopsych reason for why men find non-promiscuity in women attractive and desirable that doesn't exist in women. But so I would argue even a guy who's actively promiscuous, he may very well still find sexually pure or low body count women attractive.
Are you sexually
promiscuous? They want them at home in the kitchen fixing up sandwiches while they're out with these other promiscuous women and cheating with other promiscuous
And again,
women.
I'm not making the case that men should be promiscuous, but
they are.
For example, if a man had a body count of 20, for example, I don't object to him wanting to date a woman with a low body count.
Yeah, of
Low
course.
body count under 10 or low body count under 5?
He could want a virgin if that's totally fine.
Yeah,
that's totally fine.
So
now here's
that's
why.
What I feel like it's hypocritical.
It's not hypocritical. Let me ask you a question.
So if
let me ask you a question.
Promiscuous,
let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a clarifying question. Do you think it's hypocritical for a woman who's not funny to desire a man who's funny?
Yes, because then she can become funny.
But how many? But I would argue that you ask most women. Most women will say, "I find men who can make me laugh attractive. I find that attractive." But what if they lack the? Hold on. What if they lack the capacity to be humorous or to make their partner laugh. Are they wrong? Are they hypocrites for finding humor attractive in a partner? And I would say no.
Morals and humor are two completely different things, though.
No,
Yeah,
but
but
honestly, I feel like it is.
I'm not even looking at it from that framework.
You're not
I'm
even
looking
gonna
at
get
it.
his humor. If they're two different people, like they're not going to be compatible.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree. I don't think that's necessarily true. A woman need not be funny to desire a man who's humorous or funny. And I don't think that, now she perhaps ought to have a sense of humor. That's something different though. Because you can have a sense of humor. That's your ability to perhaps detect humor. Doesn't mean you're going to be funny, but you might certainly recognize humor in somebody else. I could give you other examples. A woman wants a man who's charismatic, but maybe she's not charismatic herself. She wants a man who's chivalrous, but she's not chivalrous herself.
Yeah, but
she
that's
wants a man
different.
who's tall, but she's not tall. She wants a man who's traditional, but she's not traditional. She wants a man who's dominant, but she's not dominant.
What you're stating though are physical attributes. For example, tall,
Being
short.
funny?
No, yeah.
Being
I mean,
charismatic?
you're either born funny or you're born not funny.
Well, that's arguable, but
However, depending on the people that you sleep with, or for example, what was the other thing you said? You said sleep with. Anyways, sleeping with someone is a choice. A choice that you make that can reflect back onto your morals. It's not, oh my gosh, he's tall, I'm short, I want a tall guy. It's different. Reflecting on morals, it's the way you think, the way you talk, the way you act, the way you make your choices. It's not, oh, this person's tall, but I'm short, I want that person. That's a physical type. I feel like a body count is more of a mental type. That's how you connect with someone, and you can't connect with someone if you don't have the same values or the same morals, personally.
I suppose if you're looking at it through the lens of this moral framework, I'm simply looking at it.
Candid Answers donated $100. It is hypocritical because their actions are directly contributing to the lack of other men being able to achieve the same thing.
Well, I mean, that's another conversation. So you have men who say, well, women with a high body count is bad, or having a high body count is bad, but if they're engaging in casual sex with women, adding to their high body count, but that's another conversation.
That too, but you have a point when you were saying that though, when like, okay, well, if he's fucking around with other girls and stuff, and then it's like, oh, but you have to have a low body count, but I'm gonna still have sex with other women. Like, that's their actions, but it's like, okay, well, I've had, a big body count, I've been with a lot of women, but I'm not anymore, and it's, if you have a low body count, then that's what I want, and at the end of the day, it's his opinion, and, I feel like...
there's a couple levels to it. So if we're having a conversation about hypocrisy, again, I don't think it's hypocritical for a man to, if he has a high body count, 20, 30, 40, it's not hypocritical to desire a woman with a low body count. Then the other conversation is,
it's hypocritical if you're saying that, but then you're still fucking around with other women and you expect her to not, do anything.
But the other conversation, putting hypocrisy to the side, is, well, should a man, is he wrong for desiring a partner with a low body count or a woman who's a virgin if he himself has had 10, 20, 30 sexual partners?
No, I don't think like so.
I don't think no.
I mean, it's his
the answer is no. But a lot of people would object to that and say, well, as a man, if you've slept with 30 women, you have no business dating a woman who's a virgin. And again, I object to that because, and you're saying like you're looking at it from a moral framework, but I'm looking at it from a much more simplistic way, and that is, people are allowed to desire traits in a partner that they themselves do not possess. And women do this frequently, where they want a man who's rich, but they're not rich. They want a professional athlete, but they're not a professional athlete. They want a man who's high status, but they have no status.
I'm just going to say, as someone with with the lower body count, I would never consider someone who
that's totally fine. If a woman from her end would not,
moral difference.
That's totally fine. Don't object to that at all. If a woman doesn't want to date a guy because of his past promiscuity or he has a body, that's totally acceptable. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's as important to women, and I certainly don't object to the only way I would concede that we should object to men who perhaps have a high body count desiring women with low body counts is if we start objecting to poor women wanting rich men and unfunny women wanting fun. Like you're allowed to desire, both men and women are allowed to desire traits in a partner that they themselves do not possess. That's the whole basis of my argument.
I also think the asymmetry in wanting body counts just stems from the fact that there's differences in male and female sexuality, and I think that that's one of the biggest lies, whether you want to call it feminism or just like modern gender role cultures, which is the idea that men and women are the same. It's like the 50 Shades of Grey culture in the sense that women, I think that that's a very like masculine interpretation of sexuality, and women are pushed to that because we say men and women are more or less the same. So that's why I think when you see that asymmetry, that it's more normal for guys to want women with lower body counts, because I think the way women attach to guys when they sleep with them is very, very different than men can sleep with a bunch of women and not really have any emotional attachment to them.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
However, it comes down to when people started thinking like that, what went up? The divorce rates. Before that, what were men when they were getting married? They were virgins. It's
need
because
a
it comes from a moral
specificity
standpoint.
on the time frame of that.
70s and up, 60s and up. The rise of what you said earlier was the feminist movement and things like that. Birth control, normalization.
I'm just saying birth control, I think, was the main impetus that made female sexuality more similar to male sexuality, because you didn't have to worry really about getting pregnant. And I no disrespect to what you guys do, but if the pill hadn't been invented, you guys probably wouldn't have a job, or you'd have a lot of kids.
We do a lot of solo content. We don't always have to.
Thank you.
Not enough characters to explain how the Aussie model works.
Aussie model?
But DNS is external to the Wi-Fi network, and I doubt she's got the tech skills to reverse an IP address.
She's a smart
JK
girl.
Burks, love the hoodie.
Yeah, thank you, man. I don't know, maybe she's like some hardcore hacker, fucking anonymous type shit, and she's, you know, hacking. Oh,
Also,
we got
girls when they want smoke.
Nothing like a scorned woman.
Grid One
thank you,
Motorsports
Grid One.
donated $100. Chastity has never been a factor in a man's value. It has always been a factor in a woman's value. Men and women are not the same. A man's high body count is not a predictor for cheating or divorce.
I think that's where people are getting me confused, and I'm sorry if I came off this way. Not necessarily value. Men don't have to have chastity for value. I think it's for a girl who also is a virgin. I think it is they're more compatible if they both have the chastity. Not necessarily like, oh, it doesn't matter. I don't look at a guy and I'm like, oh, okay, he has 50 bodies, that's disgusting. No, I don't judge him for that. However, if he comes to me and tells me I have 50 bodies, I'm gonna be like, okay, we're a little bit less compatible than I thought we were previously.
good times.
He knows what he's doing.
It's good times. Let me get a couple chats here. We have Nickelodeon. Angsty chick, how many Evanescence song lyrics do you have memorized? I feel like you might enjoy pain a little. What the fuck? Why do chicks obsess over these kind of men?
Who's he talking about?
Who's the moody, angsty
Yeah, he's
chick?
the angsty
Who's
girl.
the angsty girl?
Probably me.
Is that you?
It has to be. I mean, I'm the only one with black hair, long black hair, and I'm
My Chemical Romance,
my little.
maybe?
Actually, a lot. I love rock music, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to Sick
Do you have
World.
any Evanescence song?
No, I like more Deftones, which
More of
is
a Deftones
yeah,
kinda
more
girl?
Deftones
Okay,
kind of girl.
alright. Yeah, thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate it. Got Marcus David. Hey, thank you, man. All of these women, including the fallacy of religion, she's still what? Still okay. Already know their value, and most importantly, their depreciation. They desire things they don't deserve or possess. Not
Leave his
sure.
woman alone.
He's just an incel.
You tell him, Manny.
Wow.
You tell him.
That one.
I think that's a very
Okay.
extremist
Hey,
view.
that's what porn teaches, is they're objects, they're not worth anything, they're just for play, and then you throw them out and it's just terrible. And I just wanted to say,
She's not.
God can redeem any situation. I didn't get to go on the body count thing, and I just wanted to go for a sec. But you know, the Lord can redeem any situation. When I was in my early 20s, you know, I was thinking of the self-delete option, and had one moment of strength and courage. Went back home. My dad saw me. He showed me love and kept going, and eventually got that degree. Met Becca. You know, we made a lot of money. We traveled all around the world. You know, we've made beautiful children, and now we get to start this organization. It's a beautiful thing. And I think to answer the body count question, straightforward. You know, I was of the legalist mindset of I want to please God, so I can just go as close as I can to this line as I can. So I said, I'm not having sex. I'm just going to make out with girls. I'm just going to make out with girls. And then I start watching more and more porn, and then it's, well, they're having fun, so I should have fun too. So on the second girl that I have sex with, I have a rash downstairs. And all of a sudden, I'm in Planned Parenthood, and I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting with these old men who got all types of things going on, and these pregnant teenage mothers, and it's the saddest place, you know, you ever go. And I just prayed to God, and I said, God, if you can heal this, take anything you want. And I went back there, dropped the pants, they check it, and they go, you have molluscum. And I'm like, what's that? They're like, well, it's a skin rash. I'm like, okay, like, how long do I have to live? And they go, no, it's just a skin rash. Like, it's fine. Like, we just put some cream on it. It's okay. And I go, oh my goodness, it's amazing. But here's what else was amazing. The Lord did answer the prayer, because he goes, the thing about it is you can't touch anybody for like 6 months, and you can't shave your body. And I worked at a restaurant where I had to be clean shaven. So in that moment, I lost my job. I lost my ability to be with women. I lost my ability to play basketball and work out and all of these things. And then I'm like driving home, like, at least I still got my house. I walk in the front door, my roommate's brother's in there. He's like, dude, what's up? We're having a party. Come on in. I'm like, what are we celebrating? He's like, we're moving in. You're moving out. And his dad, who was the landlord, kicked us out. So in all of that, I lose all of those things. But what was amazing about it is I said, God, you know, I know you're working in this. And I, long story short, you know, met Becca after that, after I started turning my life around. And what a journey Becca and I have been on. But the stories of redemption that we've heard. And, you know, I'm sorry, Brian, for going on the long monologue real quick. One more minute.
Oh, no, but there was a tech thing that I wasn't saying about your story. Go ahead.
You know, this idea of money being the most important thing in the world. You know, we made tons and tons and tons of money. I remember being in Amsterdam, getting off stage for my TED Talk, and going to get 10 beers, 3 blunts, thinking about a 4th, going to jerk off, and it's like, I've won the game of life. I have everything that I could ever have, and I'm still searching for more and more and more. And we think a lot of times God doesn't want us to experience joy, but he does. He wants us to experience his way. And my way was leading to death and destruction. And his way was leading to life. And just getting to be here and to share how the Lord has changed our lives, how we've been able to make this impact, to just share that any story can be redeemed at any time you want to talk. You know, you could hit us up and say, hey, I just want to talk about whatever. We would be there for you. And I say that to anybody, you know, but I just want to always let you know, you can never run too far. Lord will always be there.
I love you guys.
I know, you guys are so sweet.
Like, you guys are angels.
I know. This podcast getting deep. Jesus.
I know.
Not to be the
I love him.
Not to be I suppose
I'm just kidding.
so
they do.
You can be you can get redemption, right? You
Yeah,
can get
you
redemption.
can-
However,
Thank God for redemption.
I don't think
with my track
question for Manny
record,
here.
you-
Question for Manny, because I think you're a bit more versed in you know, when it comes to religion and stuff. So certainly, like, when it comes to God, she can redeem, redemption, 100%,
Anyone
right?
can.
But do you think, like, does a guy, like, let's say a Christian guy is like looking to date a woman, like, I don't know.
Would he wanna?
I think the guy can still have discretion, right, with who he dates, and maybe her past, despite her redemption, could preclude her.
You know, we often think there's good people in the world and bad people in the world. The only people who need to go to hell, Hitler and the other person who I'm not going to say. And if you think about
Fauci?
it, yeah, right, right.
Stalin?
But when we think
that's what got
about
Natalie in trouble.
But when we think about it, it's like the analogy my dad told me. You know, we take a good person.
I'm joking. YouTube, I'm joking. Don't cancel me. Okay. Sorry, continue.
No, but I was saying, you know, we often think there's good people, bad people. We have this moral relativism. And in my belief, you know, my dad said it best with the analogy of the brownies. You know, we have a good person the world sees, and we have someone like a Hitler. And it's almost like if I was making brownies and I get the best chocolate, best sugar, best flour, and I'm making them, and we're all hungry because Brian keeps us here for 18 hours and filming this podcast. But we're all hungry, we're all excited.
True.
So
There's
I'm making them,
there.
and I go, hey, I just got one last thing I'm going to add in here. On the good person, I'm just going to add in a little bit of poop into these brownies. And the bad person, I'm adding in a lot.
Wait,
now, hold
where's
on,
this
hold
coming
on.
from? Okay.
That's a different fetish.
Now, I know. So I put the brownies in, and I bake them, and I bring them out. And we go, all right, who's ready to eat? And everyone goes, what is going? We're not eating the poop brownies. What are you talking about? And we throw those things out. And when we think about, I'm a good person, I'm a better person, I'm better than you, I'm better. No, we are all sinful people. We have all gone against God, and you can never run too far from His love. He will always be there. And I just want everyone to remember. Absolutely.
You hear that, Lily?
And I'll tell you what,
you're kind of fucking it up.
Sorry.
But the biggest thing is, the Lord, when He sent His Son on the cross to die for us, for our sins, all He asks is we repent of our sins. We ask Him to be our Lord and Savior, and we commit our lives to Christ. And the Lord...
Marcos David 1794 donated $100. You can get redemption, but sin does not get erased. Also, you girls don't have moral quality to justify your positions. Also, this guy with the colorful shirt is the actual incel. PD, love the hoodie.
What does that
PD
mean?
love. Who's PD? PD? The man's he's married. Hello, that doesn't even make. Okay. Oh, we got another one coming through.
Princess Flannel donated $100.
Haters.
Girl in the green shirt that caught her man on the Wi-Fi router. How did you reverse search the IP addresses? I'd love to know.
Someone wants to know.
I'm fixated AF.
We need a tutorial.
Yeah, she does. She's cybersecurity,
Yeah, you can
right?
tell us.
She's a hacker.
So, in all honesty, I wasn't the one who actually did it. I hired someone to come over and do it.
Oh, okay. The truth comes
So,
out.
the truth has come out.
Was it a
I'm
man?
not the smart one.
Was it a man?
It was a man.
Told you.
It was a
the
man.
patriarchy strikes again.
How much did you have to pay?
It was literally just $20. I picked him
was it
up
like
off
the
of
guy-
Best Buy.
Hacker man.
He got off
Geek
and
Squad?
That guy off like Craigslist.
not even. I literally
Was it a
just
black
walked
hat or
in.
white hat hacker?
I don't even know.
I don't. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going with that.
Best Buy.
Yeah, I just walked into Best Buy and I was
Manny,
like, hey.
did you want to wrap up your?
I'm sorry, that kind of threw me off where I was. So
Oh, okay.
maybe if it'll come back
Sure.
at some point.
We have a chat here from Chris Blakeman. Hey, thank you, man, Chris. I think this is your first chat here. Appreciate your patronage. Make a mashup video of Madison's crazy face reactions and mouthing Brian's words. That would be fire. Get Adam Carolla on your new love line. He would be down, I bet. He rubs elbows with the Daily Wire. I would love to have Adam Carolla on the show. When I was young, he used to do his Love Line show, which was like a radio show. Was it every night of the week, pretty much, or a couple times a week? And so that'd be pretty cool. Adam Carolla is super funny, so I'd maybe try to get that set up. Okay, let me see if we have other chats. We do have Stifler here. Stifler, or excuse me, the Stiffmeister.
American Pie.
I love that movie.
He wants to ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, I almost fucked. Okay, go ahead. We'll go around the table, starting with you. Go ahead. Physical looks.
Like a 6.
Okay, what about you?
10 out of 10.
Okay.
69.
Why do you guys do this? Why have you guys noticed, like, throughout the show, the girls?
What, go like that to like wiggle their titties?
My shoulders hurt.
I mean, my tits.
How cringe would it be?
Like, my tits do not move.
How cringe would it be if
Such
guys
a big
just started?
God gave you
God.
maracas so you can shake
We could bounce.
Dirty dancing.
That's fucking disgusting. Oh, I want to go home.
Okay, so out of 10, though, give us the 1 out of 10.
10.5.
Is that how math works? Okay, I'm gonna say you said 6.5, 10.
I said 6.
Wait,
Right now,
tilt
like
your
a-
mic down, please. So it's.
right now, maybe like a 5, but when I get ready and I'm actually like ready to go out, maybe like a 6 or something.
Wait, so you're saying you
didn't get ready for Brian?
ready for the whatever podcast? That's kind of fucking rude.
Okay.
Oh, you go out for the girls' night out, but you come to the whatever podcast looking
Like
frumpy.
I was planning on putting my tan on. I wanted to go get my nails done. I had a lip filler appointment booked.
Yeah.
I was ready to go.
He don't like lip fillers.
Yeah,
That's
well,
fine.
I don't really.
Girl, I love lip fillers.
Okay, so when you're 5 now, and then
5 now, and then when I actually get ready to go out, and I want to, or not want to, but I actually try very hard to look good. Maybe
When
like
you get your glam on.
when I get my glam on, it's like a 6 or a 7.
Okay, Natalie.
Like a 7.
Okay, what about you?
Like a 7.
Yeah.
Usually an 8, but being so pregnant, I don't feel that.
You
10.
are glowing.
Pregnancy is
Pregnancy.
beautiful.
Look at that skin,
Yeah.
Tunty.
Manny, what about you? Scale of 1 to 10.
I'm gonna say a 7-8.
Okay,
I'm gonna throw in the
there
middle.
you
So
go.
75.
You're a handsome
out of
guy.
100.
You're
Thank you.
You look a little bit like Cillian Murphy. Have you gone or?
Nickelodeon donated
Right.
$100. We're talking looks, ladies, not triggering the Richter scale.
What does that mean?
The Richter scale, isn't that a vibrator?
over 9,000!
Thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate it.
What about you, Brian?
Yeah, I'll answer. Manny, you are a handsome man. I'd say the actor though. You guys see it? Do you see it? Cillian
Murphy.
I don't know
Murphy.
who that is.
It's Cillian Murphy, is it not?
Right.
Cillian. I thought it was
A little bit.
Cillian.
He's the
From-
one in
from-
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, Sharon, my wife.
Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders.
Never seen
Put
it.
it up.
A little bit,
Yeah,
right?
I see
Yeah,
it.
that's a
I see
handsome
it.
Yeah,
guy.
a little
All
bit.
right. I rate myself. I'm currently a 5 because I got a dad bod right now. I need to lose a bit of weight. I'll get back to a 6, and then if you get really fit, I think I can hit 7. If I'm like jacked and get a 6-pack, I can get back there. I used to be very fit in my younger days. Unfortunately,
Can we see
In-N-Out
some
Burger.
photos?
I could show you some photos, but
nude
we'll do
ones.
not that. But
We'll do a dick rate.
Oh my God. I've never sent a nude photograph ever.
Good.
I don't think men should send dick pics.
I had never sent a nude photo before I did it.
Especially
Oh,
with
okay,
face in
okay.
it.
Oh.
I did.
Wait, so okay. We got the 2 10s here at the table.
Look at my teeth. Look at my skin. This is all my hair. I think I'm beautiful. Yeah. I'm watching you, Bri. All right, you want me to humble myself? 9.
Okay.
Does that make you happy? I'll humble myself for you.
You're a 10.
Thanks.
Well, you said you can't walk it back now. That'd be shifting the goalpost. So we got 2 10s here. Hubris, don't you think it's a bit of hubris, to say you're a 10, A little modesty, never hurt anybody, Just throwing it
Self-love
out
is
there.
what I'm all about. So.
Oh, you could self-love and have a sort of objective self-assessment or reasonable self-assessment of your own physical
I
attractiveness.
believe in confidence and.
What if I were to
not even-
rephrase the question? Somebody recently messaged me and said, Brian, you should ask the question as it is, but then rephrase it a different way. So, just for you two, one of the many ways we evaluate potential partners is by their physical appearance or physical attractiveness. I'm sure you could agree. So how do you think the dating marketplace would rate your physical attractiveness on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, everybody is different.
Sure.
So people like.
Let's say you had a cross-section of men, 10,000
the
men.
majority of men would
10,000.
rate me maybe an 8.
Yeah. I feel like I'd
8
probably be
too?
rated like a 7 or 8. But I feel like I'm a 10, so I mean, I'm gonna humble myself, but I feel like I take good care of myself.
To
Like,
each his
I
own.
barely wear any makeup. All I got is mascara. I take good care
But
of
so
my hair.
why did your answer shift when?
Because they said rate your looks, rate their looks, not what you think a guy
No, what?
would rate you. Because
But
that's what Stiffmeister said.
right, but it's sort of like if 100,000 people
ask
tell
him.
you, for example, if you average it out, they give you a 7, for example. Wouldn't it stand to reason that in all likelihood is it's likely that that's your.
Maybe I've never did a poll.
Or would
to be
you
like, what would you
disregard
rate
the
me?
100,000 men who have just given
Yeah,
you an average
pretty
and
much.
say, oh, well, I disregard that. I still view myself as a 10 because I believe I'm among the most beautiful women to have ever existed, basically.
I wouldn't say one of the most beautiful.
Well,
I
that's
think
what
the
a
most
10
beautiful is Beyonce. Like
So,
you
but
can't
do
you can't compare women to each other.
but let me
Everyone's
ask you a
beautiful.
question.
We're talking about the
Everyone's
average,
beautiful.
Oh,
average women.
okay, do you
You're
think
beautiful. Everyone's beautiful.
I'm a 5? It's okay. Thank
It's
you.
okay. Everyone is.
Do you think Beyonce's more attractive than you?
Hell yeah.
Well, how can you be a 10 then?
Because I'm not Beyonce. I'm Andrea, and Andrea's a 10.
But just looks. But okay. But if you can at least admit that there's a woman who's more attractive than you, then how do you come to the conclusion that you're a 10 out of 10?
Because beauty
10 is
comes
perfection.
in different looks, all different shapes and sizes and colors. Brian, come on now.
Well, perhaps you're there's a differential there, but you just said that Beyonce's, despite the fact that she's a different race than you just said that she's more attractive than you despite her race.
It's Beyonce. Yeah, everybody's beautiful.
Everybody's beautiful?
Everybody's beautiful in their own way. I feel like all women are
Donald
beautiful. He's a good guy. I probably
Brixan's
would.
flannel donated $100. Respect to green shirt girl for finally being honest.
She
sincerely.
came out with thank you, Brixan's flannel. Appreciate it. Wait, okay, so don't you think it's a little delusional, to say I'm a 10? A little modesty, a little hubris.
I'm very confident, and
but wouldn't the confident thing be to say,
I said I'm a humble myself.
I'm a 7 and I own it.
If I believe that I was a 7, then yes.
But so you believe in your heart of hearts that you are a 10 out of 10.
Yes.
In terms of your physical appearance.
Yep.
Question for you: are you wearing color contacts?
No.
Oh, those are your
beautiful
eyes. Okay, you got nice. She's got nice eyes.
Okay.
Look, Hazel, she wants to see.
Oh wow, that Hazel.
Yeah. Have you guys had plastic surgery done?
Huh?
Really?
Does that?
Really?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah. That's
No,
why I rate
had,
myself a 10.
Have you guys had filler or
I
anything
thought they were
like
real.
that? No filler?
I've had
No lip filler.
It's gone
No
now.
Botox.
Okay. All right.
Fact checkers may dispute. No, I'm kidding.
You think I have Botox? Or lip
Oh
filler?
no, I think the 10 rating is what she was.
In your eyes, maybe.
Do you guys? So because you guys are a 10, do you feel like you deserve a guy who's a 10?
No. I've dated guys that are
Oh.
5s.
But when you date a guy who's a 5, do you feel like you're kind of settling for him?
Not at all.
Oh, but you're a 10, so why should you be with a 5 if you're a 10?
Because I date people for their heart.
Really?
Yeah.
But you see, both of you objected to, you both made a mention of like having an issue when you're, it's a little different, but if your boyfriend cheated with a woman who is uglier, like why? But so you brought looks into it.
I wanted him to cheat with someone that's prettier.
No, but you question like, why do these men always cheat with ugly women? So like you do sort of view things in like a physical attractiveness lens to some degree.
Yeah, you're right. I do.
Was that it?
You are right. You got me there. I ain't gonna cap. You got me there, Brian.
Honestly, I didn't really answer that question. I didn't really pay attention.
You answered it the same.
Yeah, that same answer because I didn't really know. Like,
Wait, okay, here's another question. Going around the table, related to the 1 to 10 thing. Do you think you will be more physically attractive in 10 years' time? Starting with you, going around the table, go ahead.
No.
I think
So you're 25. will you be
aging
more-
like fine wine. I think it just depends. I follow this one lady on Instagram and she's 65 and she is beautiful. And she still had the same body. No, I'm not even kidding. I could pull her up. She does not even look 65. But I think it's because she gets filler.
is that a horse?
Is someone laughing like that, or is that like?
Oh, that's a little much.
That's how eyelashes.
You done?
Yeah, it's.
That was pretty
look,
extra.
look, you can still be. I'm not saying you can't be physically attractive when you get older.
35 isn't even old.
Do
I
you-
think
do you
you're
think-
35.
34.
Oh.
Do you think the 65-year-old or whatever was more attractive at 25?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, obviously with age, because then people get old and wrinkly and blah,
exactly.
blah, blah.
So, but to-
not 10 years, probably like 25 more years.
Well, so
when
to
I'm,
answer
like,
the question,
50.
though, will you be more physically attractive in 10 years?
Yes.
So you'll be more physically attractive at 35 than you are now at 25?
Yes.
What about in 20 years?
Probably not, because
Okay.
I'll be getting old.
Well, why is there a differential? So you're saying that currently your looks are going like this, and then at some point
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
gonna
you
go down.
get older. Yeah, wrinkles and you know.
But isn't
your
it basically
arthritis.
like my understanding when it comes to aging, for both men and women, when it comes to wrinkles and stuff? Now we can have a conversation of like, you know, gray fog or what, you know. There's some differences there, but my understanding is like you hit 18, 19, 20, and then like these signs, the actual signs, the biological signs of aging.
You get grown woman fine. That 18, 19, 20, that's like kid. 21,
No,
after that's a grown woman
an
fine.
Those are adults, but we're talking
Barely.
about we're having a conversation about like the biological reality of aging. And you pretty much, I mean, 18, 19, 20, and then, you know, you start progressively getting wrinkles. There's changes to your skin.
I feel like
men start
probably
losing
after
hair.
you turn like
I feel like
38.
38 is when you start wrinkling?
Yeah, it just depends, I guess, you know, because like if
Bruh.
you're, you know, had that melanin in your skin, then, you know, they don't really get as much wrinkles as like the Caucasian people. So it just depends. Like, you know, I feel
Your
like,
genes play
you
a
know,
part.
Yeah.
Your genes play a big part.
What's the peak of power for a man that age? What would you say?
25. I'm pretty sure that's what they say. Like,
Yeah.
it's when you get.
But what would you say?
25.
And you.
25. 30.
28.
The peak for
Yeah,
a man?
28.
Yeah, like
I
when
would say
he's
like 30.
Yeah, like 35.
30 to
If we're talking
33.
about
peak,
athleticism.
peak physical appearance,
Yeah.
or
Or
Yeah.
Are we talking about the
physical appearance.
not this time.
dick? Okay.
But no, just when
So
you know,
then
I got a
I'll
little
change
salt and pepper coming into the beard. I shaved today, you know.
Well,
and
as in
so
when
it's
they
like
get
kind
the
of like
most
that
good
looks a little
looking,
good.
or
yeah.
when they're
yeah,
like
looks
The
wise.
peak, just like for women.
no,
like,
I think men are a little bit older, like because
Like 30.
well, there's there
I
is a bit of a differential, but so going back to you though, will you be more physically attractive in 10 years?
I'm going to make sure I stay beautiful.
You may very well still be attractive in 10 years, but that's not the question.
Yeah, so I'm going to try. Probably not, but I'm going to try my best.
Okay, what about you,
5 years from now, yes. 10 years from now, no.
Natalie?
No.
If I guess if I could take care of myself, then maybe yeah. But
you'd only be 29 as well. So
oh, that's true. So
that's not
I
that
think
old.
yeah.
But so okay, the question here is not. We're referring to the attractiveness of age and not other factors. So if you were your best weight and health at 25, you would be more attractive than your best weight and health at 35. You can't you're conflating like this super unhealthy overweight self at 25 to like this potential peak weight and health at 35. But if you compare, that's not an equal comparison. If you compare your peak self at 25 to your peak self at 35, I mean, I think the answer to this is undeniable, indisputable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't argue with that.
Yeah, me neither. You're right. You're right, Brian.
You want a debate?
All right. Still tens? Still tens? Okay, I'm going to keep pushing back a little bit then. Let's see. I'm trying to think where I go with this.
We stumped you.
I'll tell you what. Here, hold on.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $100.
little LPE,
You're a 10,
thank you.
said no one ever. Even Stevie
my
Wonder
God.
can see y'all are high-calorie 304s. The
Suck
two
my
meatballs
meatball.
need to chill the fuck out. Brian, Abdul is sending extra large rocks. Hashtag delusional number 8 at 18.
He mad.
Get the
He
rocks.
mad. He
Abdul.
mad.
Shots fired at.
Get the rocks.
He
Get the rocks.
mad.
Yeah, thank you, LP. Appreciate it. We have Marcus David. Somebody like shaking the table. I think it's
Sorry,
It's
I
all
think
good.
it's
It's
my
all good. Every man would rate you with whatever you'd want to hear, take you to bed, and then that's it. Prove it wrong. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Marcus. David, you guys have a response to this?
I have.
God, they're
Yeah,
brutal
this-
tonight.
Yeah, I have
true.
a potential man that I could be in a relationship with. So no,
Why aren't you in a?
I don't feel like I'm ready for a relationship,
Oh,
but
okay.
he does
Yeah.
everything that a man would do for
Sure.
his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you kind of why I push back on this is because do you guys want an average woman? Or oh my God, what am I saying?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Well, they might be. They might go that way. Do you guys want an average man?
Average, define average.
An average man. Do you want an average man?
looking?
Sure. Average looking, just average. Average.
Do I want an average man? I would probably prefer someone
Well,
that's
I
not
suppose-
so average.
Yes, I would like
Yeah.
a 10 out of 10 woman who's a billionaire, sure,
Yeah.
but whether I can get it or not, that's another question. Do you recognize that you may very well end up with an average man or have to?
I wouldn't say
I would-
have to.
Well, you don't
You know,
have to, but
you love who you love. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. If he's average,
Love is love.
I mean, you think he's average maybe to the other person, but to me, I think he may be the hottest guy in the world. That doesn't mean everybody else is gonna think that.
okay.
So it's like, am I settling? No, because I love him. I think he's gorgeous.
Love is blind. So an average man could be everything to someone that's in love.
Okay. But there's just sort of the statistical reality. If we assume that most people are average or fall within the average, then isn't it fair to say that they ought to partner up with somebody who is also average?
No, not necessarily.
Well, this kind of, interestingly enough, goes back to the conversation about a guy with a high body count desiring a woman with a low body count. What I see is a lot of average women don't want average men. So again, a lot of women desire traits and partners that they themselves possess. You have average women who are chasing after men who are, quite frankly, out of their league. And so my pushback on the whole self-assessment of being a 10 thing really just boils down to what I see as a major issue going on in the dating marketplace. Average women don't want average men. Average women think they're above average or a 10. Thus, you have average women that are going to be chasing after exceptional or above average men. You have average women who are going to reject men who are commensurate to them in terms of their appearance or their social standing or social status. So you're going to reject the men who are actually on your level. You're going to, if you happen to find yourself down the road in a relationship with this sort of man, after you've perhaps attempted to chase after men who are outside of your league, you're going to ultimately end up having contempt for the men that you end up settling with. You're probably not going to be satisfied in the relationship because you're going to be pining for this exceptionally attractive guy who perhaps you got his divided attention. A lot of women get caught up in these situationships, friends with benefits, fuck buddies, one night stand situations, fuck boys, whatever it may be. And, but you'd almost prefer having the divided attention of a hyper attractive man because you can get his sexual attention. You're not going to get his romantic attention. You're not going to get his marriage attention. You're not going to get his relationship and commitment attention. Because there's a differential here. So as a man, if I can sleep with a girl, there's a pretty high likelihood that I can get her in a relationship. But you can't say the same in the reverse. Like if you can sleep with a guy, that doesn't mean you can necessarily get him into a relationship. So this is where women get into trouble. Because
when you have the WAP, you could definitely get him into a relationship.
Is that what you think gets you into a relationship?
Not necessarily, but that's
pussy?
That's really.
What? I've never heard.
You need to bring a lot more to the table than sex to
and I do.
get him in.
Yeah.
Right, but you just cited your wet ass pussy.
I thought it was
how
I thought
you
it
get
was
into
If you have, I could get a man into a relationship if I try.
You think so?
Yeah.
Any man?
No, I'm not saying any man, but if I really want to, I feel like I could. The majority.
You think so? Okay. I mean, it's a bit of a delusional take. So you think that of the men that would sleep with you, you could get them all into, most of them or all of them into relationships?
Majority.
She's managed to get 5,000 so far, so I'd like to think so.
Anyways, it just occurs to me that like
I got Madison's number, didn't I?
Well, here's a complaint that I hear from a lot of women. They're struggling to get commitment. They're in situationships. They get cheated on, and it does occur to me that perhaps, not all the time, but perhaps are these women, and I don't think women are fully beholden to their hypergamous nature, but are they chasing after men who are, quite frankly, out of their league?
Me personally, I don't chase after men.
Okay. You don't pursue men? I
No.
mean...
Never had to.
They pursue her.
Okay. Well, you're currently in a relationship, sort of. I mean, you were kind of vague about your relationship status, but...
But what? Yeah, I don't pursue men. Men pursue me. Would I if I had to? Yes. And I think I think I've had enough experience to know who to go after, and when I see a fuckboy, I could tell, and I wouldn't be going after the fuckboy.
Here's a big difference, right? So, okay, as a man, if a man can have sex with a woman of a certain physical attractiveness level that he would, I'm not saying all men do this, right? But there's enough out there where it can certainly present a problem in the dating marketplace. So a man will sleep with a woman, maybe even keep her around for casual sex, might even keep her around as a friends with benefits. But just based off of her looks, she will never get commitment. But that almost rarely happens the other way. And so what ends up happening, women can sleep outside of their league. As a guy, I can't sleep with women out of my league, like for casual sex. Like I can't, like if I'm gonna just go for casual sex and I'm not inclined to do it, like I'm going down, I'm looking down, right? Now the girl I want to be in a relationship with, I want parity there. I want her to be on my level looks wise, right? But like for a casual sexual encounter.
Nickelodeon donated $100. If it's so easy, call up Ombre and make it official. She said it out loud. She gets everything a girlfriend needs from a man without the relationship. Probably hitting dudes on the side. Sad.
Is it true?
I'm hitting dudes on the side?
I don't know. I'm asking if it's true.
I'm not hitting dudes on the side. I make most of my content is girl content.
Sure. Now, here's the difference. So thank you, Nickelodeon. For a woman to, I'm trying to think the best way to articulate this. It's sort of like a little complex thought, but for a woman to have sex with a guy, typically, he needs to be at least physically attractive enough for her to see herself being in a relationship with him. But the same can't be said for men.
Exactly. They go after the easy ones.
Right. But when a woman goes for casual sex, she's gonna like, okay, well, if I'm gonna have casual sex, it's gonna be with a really hot dude. Whereas it's the reverse with men.
I want the women at the table to rate themselves in comparison to the lady in the first seat with denim.
Okay.
And if above, why? Feminine, cute, and realistic self-rating. We need more of it in society.
Well, I mean, all the women have already rated their looks. I'm not sure.
That's quite strange.
They did already. I don't know if you saw were here when they already did the 1 to 10. I don't know. I mean, if you guys want, you can. In comparison
you completely
to
underrated yourself.
They're just
When you
saying
said-
that Lillian is the hottest one.
I guess they're saying
Lillian
Lily's
is what they're saying.
I don't know if you look at her
you
Twitter.
underrated yourself, Lillian. You're very beautiful.
Thank you. But I don't think that's true. But
So, where was I? I guess what I'm trying to say is that and why I think it's important for women to have a realistic self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness in the dating marketplace is if you've gassed yourself up to the point where you think you're perhaps more attractive than you actually are, you're perhaps going to chase men who you think are on your level, but actually are out in actuality, in reality, objectively are out of your league. They'll never give you commitment. You're going to spend your 20s jumping from next exciting guy to next exciting guy, next hot guy, next fuck boy. You're going to start getting baggage and trauma and all this stuff. And then you're going to wait to settle down in your 30s, and you're going to settle down. You're going to view like you're settling down for a guy who's actually on your level, who there's parity with. It's probably that's a catastrophic recipe, likely for divorce, because you're going to view your partner with contempt. Oh, why couldn't I get one of the hot dudes in my youth, when I was younger, to commit to me? He's not as good in bed. He's not as hot. He's not as sexy. And that's what's going on. Not all women, of course, but a lot of women spending their 20s just casual sex.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like a lot of women that are dating men these days are not doing it in a smart way. You have to pick your men. You got to pick the men you sleep with. Because like he said, most of the men that you sleep with are not going to commit to you. And they won't even take you on dates. They don't see you procreating with them.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the problem. The guy who is prepared to commit to you, he might not be as attractive. He might not be as attractive as the guys who.
I love the dad bod. I don't want a man with a six pack. I don't look for looks.
But the differential here is that as a guy, if I'm like trying to hit up a girl who's out of my league, men get rejected on the front end. Women will get rejected on the back end. You might get rejected like months down into a situationship when this guy had no intention of committing to you. And I think, frankly, that's a scummy way for men to move. But let's be realistic. There are men who are going to move like that. And the reality is, women are choosing a lot of these men. If you look on dating apps, for example, women swipe on only like the top 5, top 10% of men. So it just sets women up to be in the situation where, while for their short-term strategy to pursue these like hyper attractive men, they might be able to get sex with them. So that's kind of where I'm going with, like, well, as a guy, I can't shoot out of my league and like I can't get anything from a girl who's out of my league. I can't get casual sex. I can't get a relationship. I can't get nothing. So I get the instantaneous rejection. Whereas like women, you can secure sex from like men who are like way out of your league. You guys might even have dudes who are in your DMs, like athletes, musicians, rappers. But they're not going to give you commitment though. But we've had 19-year-old girls who've been on the show who got 500 followers who go to UCSB, and they get NBA players in their DMs. Like, these girls are nobodies. And I'm not saying that to insult them, but they have no status. They're just normal college girl. They got NBA players, NFL players, professional athletes in their DMs, and then the average 19-year-old guy is gonna. How's she gonna, like, comparatively speaking, it's like once you've had a certain tier, once you've had like a certain attention from a certain caliber of man, it's like very hard to like, when you start making a lot of money, you have something called lifestyle creep. So if you start, if you're making $100,000 a month, some people still try to keep it simple, but like you're gonna start having lifestyle creep. And then if you lose all that, like if your financial circumstances change, you're going to have a bit of a shock, like having to go back. Okay, shit, I got roommates again now. If your circumstances ever do change. Same thing, like, have you ever, like, you used to be in uni and you used to go like to the dude's dorm room and he had 3 roommates, like 3 dudes in his room. And then all of a sudden you date a guy with his own house. It's like, it's kind of like hard to go back to once you've dated somebody who's got like their shit together, So in the same way that people have lifestyle creep once they start making a lot of money, once you start dating a certain caliber of man, you start like having dating creep, as I'd like to call it. And it's like hard to like date the normal average guy once you've had a taste of like a certain tier of man. But that tier of man is open to like a much wider margin of women.
That's true.
Right? You have
That's literally facts. You just blew my mind.
Let's go. Okay. All right. But you have like, famous guys in your DMs and like,
anything. What's like the the most. Like,
Actually, Natalie has a
famous
couple, right?
I really.
I don't want to dox anyone.
Well, yeah, but you said in your pre-show notes you
Yeah.
did say something about. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up.
But I actually don't get a lot of DMs. I will say that.
Okay.
Like, I don't.
Go on.
Well, I think I alienate half
Well,
of the country given my line of work to start. But
Well, you said you've dated
Don't
pro
worry.
athletes and politicians and stuff, and
but yeah, wouldn't recommend.
Do you, wait, so you think with your job, a lot of men are like turned off from it?
No, not my job. Just I think if you don't have the same political beliefs that I do, you probably wouldn't date Steve Bannon's co-host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it so?
is that a big issue? Like, I feel like
Yeah.
guys don't want like liberal feminist chicks.
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
unless
it's not
it's
a
just
super
like,
issue.
they might want them for like, because they're on birth control and like for casual sex or whatever. But
Yeah, I
like,
definitely don't. I don't know. For me, it's not just the critique of like, oh, I'm a Republican, so I want to date a Republican. Like, I would not do well with some like cringe person who just loves tax cuts. Like, I'm very anti-globalist, anti-rhino. Like, they need to. I'm not even saying they have to necessarily be political. Honestly, I've kind of learned that I don't
it's not
like
like you're always
dating.
gonna be.
I don't like actually
yapping on
dating
about
people
it.
in politics, or frankly, even talking about it in my like actual life. But it's just nice to have some level, I think, of overlap in terms of just like when I say rhino, people aren't like
You're
mean
like
the animal?
morals and beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah.
but you did say in your pre-show notes here that you some dating pro athletes,
Yes.
but you don't
But I
want
learned
no details.
Yeah.
Can I at least ask any
Yes.
NFL,
No.
NBA,
No.
NHL?
No.
Hockey players, no, okay.
Golf.
Golfers.
Golf.
Oh shit!
Those are posh
But-
Was
boys.
that the what is that? The WGA or what is
PGA.
it? PGA. Oh my
Not
PGA.
live.
Would they take you out on dates, or would they be like, "Come on, It's
But
7
it was
p.m. at
sort of
night."
what you were like. We were dating, but it was, I don't know. I had suspicions that there was other stuff going on, and it's just like you said. I think kind of comes with that lifestyle and.
Yeah. Well, professional
Honestly,
athletes. Yeah.
I've watched a lot. I love this show, so
thank
I've
you.
watched a lot of episodes, and I've even like turned a bunch of my friends onto it.
Oh,
and
thank
the
you,
point
thank
of hypergamy is so profound, and I really think that was something that I just like had never really been exposed to. The idea, I don't know. I think people just have a hard time like accepting that it's okay to be normal. It's okay to be average because it is average. So it's like everyone's always going after that like. Lamborghini driving like billionaire, and
I don't think all women.
not
by
all
the way.
women, but
Yeah.
some. And I am glad in some ways some of the worst relationships of my life has been with like those kind of types, and I realized that at least for me, like that life is just not very fulfilling, and that those people are not really into commitment or wanting to settle down. So it's like, yeah, you could have fun with them and date them, but
Any badminton?
I actually
Badminton.
love. I used to
Oh.
play competitive table tennis, and I was
nice.
really good.
any footballers?
Oh,
No.
soccer. Yeah, soccer. We call that soccer here.
Soccer.
Soccer.
Oh, really?
I don't
You
get
call
a
it
lot of
soccer?
Yeah.
Like it's more in the political realm.
No,
of
that's what we
people.
call
Political realm?
football.
Yeah, but they're cringe.
Have you like senators?
You just shut on them. They're fucking cringe.
I think all senators are married, so.
Really? Okay.
I swear they
more or
don't.
less.
Congressman.
They
Yeah.
don't fuck people, do they?
Well, this is a whole other episode of podcast.
Oh.
They are doing some interesting things in the Capitol Hill hearing rooms.
Wasn't there
Oh, I
like
saw
a
that.
video?
We had Madison Cawthorn on.
Let me just say, Madison Cawthorn is definitely right. There are a lot of weird things that go on in Washington,
Oh, for
D.C.
sure. Wait, I saw the
Yeah,
video.
what's happening in the
You
White
know what I'm
House?
talking about.
You haven't seen the video?
The guy.
haven't,
in
yeah.
the
I'll show you on
congressional meeting
Twitter.
room.
It's
yeah.
wild, right in Amy
Yeah, sure
Klobuchar's.
What's going on in D.C.?
Yeah.
You also said in your wait, really quick. So I blew your mind. I feel like I kind of meandered a bit too long with my point there, but
No, you're spitting facts, bro.
thank you, brother.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
What do
you.
I search
Satan
for?
women.
You said, Natalie, that
I don't even remember what I wrote.
you're a big believer in attachment theory, and I feel like
Yes.
everyone is just stuck in the anxious avoidant trap. I also feel like a lot of guys are just purporting to be trad, looking for wives. In my experience, a lot of married guys are also extremely unfaithful if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
Naughty
I'm a
boys.
big attachment theory person.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am definitely an anxious attacher, and I think the idea of like the chase situationships is really just the anxious avoidant trap. I think I would say exacerbated by the difference in female and male sexuality, that just disparity in how people attach.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get a lot of just DMs, and I mean, I don't get a lot of DMs from like the verified blue checkmark people, but just in like the political world, a lot of conservatives who are very outspoken about their conservative values. I don't think they really practice them. I know you've had Isabella DeLuke on the show, and she like showed DMs of a guy who purports to be very Chad. So just stuff like that. Yeah. But honestly, I think it's more sort of par for the course, like in Washington D.C. Frankly, that's why I'm moving out, because it's just a really gross culture. It's a bunch of people who like weren't cool in high school and then get a semblance of power.
That's actually a really profound way of describing politics.
Yeah, no, it's really true.
So the White House loves painting it white.
Yeah. Well, even look at Hunter Biden's life. Again, it's not even about him. Like Republicans are doing that kind of stuff too, but it's just very degenerate.
Yeah. But you're saying that like a lot of these guys, there's like a lot of unfaithfulness? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really even
like
think
in the Capitol? Is that what you're saying?
Unique to me. Like just there's so many affairs congressional that are exposed or otherwise. But like
Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
But even like, for example, that Capitol Hill sex tape, right? Like that was not a one-off, right? There's a lot of stuff that happened.
Was it the gay one? Yeah.
There's that was so out there, so you can only imagine the more tame stuff that happens, and that stuff is peddled as blackmail. Like it is. It's not conspiratorial. Like they use it. So
we have some notes here. We have Atlantis, right? Or
yeah.
You gave us some pre-show notes here. Is that your government name?
Yes, some of my friends call me Atlas.
Love that.
Cool. That's my last name. That's cool.
I know. I saw it.
You said getting cheated on and finding out how and who and with who, and you said some incidents during sexual intercourse. So just to be clear, you found out during sexual intercourse you were being cheated on?
No. So this happened in my last relationship, my only relationship I've ever been in. I was lurking on Instagram, and it was kind of hard because his account was private, and I never followed it back when we had gotten back together. So when you go on Instagram, the suggested accounts pop up, and I was clicking through every girl because I don't know, I had like a feeling. And I clicked on this one girl's Instagram, and there was a picture of them, and
a picture of them?
Yeah, like she posted.
Could be innocent. It could be innocent, right?
No, it was like a couple's costume, and he was like kissing her on the cheek.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's like a very big guy. Like girls and guys can't just be friends. So I was like, that is not one of his homegirls.
Is this your boyfriend?
He was my boyfriend at the time.
Were you dating?
Yeah, over like a year and a half.
Did you get revenge on him? Did you crash his car?
No, I did not.
No, that got bumped into. That wasn't crash.
Oh yeah. It was like an accident. Yeah. It was totally legitimate.
Geico might be watching.
Insurance fraud. Okay, maybe, I don't know. The types of guys there are. So you said the types of guys there are and how to look out for them getting cheated on / doing the cheating. So you were also cheating, though?
No.
You said getting cheated on and doing the cheating.
I said that?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember.
You didn't do the cheating?
No,
no cheating.
I've never cheated.
Zero
ever.
cheating?
Zero.
Okay.
I was very faithful to him.
So you said the types of guys there are and how to look out for them. What do you mean by that?
Like, okay, so like with him, he had lied about his body count when we first started getting to know one another, because he said he liked me so much. And I think when I confronted him about the cheating that it was in person because I know how he is. Sure. And it's the fact that he lied about it.
Yeah, it's not even the number.
So he lied like it was lower or higher?
He said it was lower, but it was actually higher.
Oh, okay. How did you find out?
Well, I confronted him in person about the cheating, and like we were like talking for like a couple of hours. About it.
How much did he lie about?
Well, I actually had to get it out of him because I ended up hitting up some other girls.
And you were like, how many girls have you fucked?
Yeah, and he was basically dating me and that girl at the same time and trying to get with like 5 or 6 other girls on the other side. So
How much was the difference that he'd lied about? Sorry, like if he'd said, "Oh, it's 5," when really it was 25.
Body count.
The body count?
Yeah, like was it a big difference or was it just
he said it was like in the double digits. And he had said it was like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So you say modern dating nowadays is stupid. Everyone wants to have sex, and I'm a relationship girl, so it's hard as hell. You've only ever had one boyfriend, and shit went down.
Yeah, that was the thing that went down.
Oh, that's it. That's the story. I thought when you say goes, like shit went down, some like major drop. Like just he cheated.
He cheated. I didn't like act out, like scream at him and start hitting him and throwing shit.
Yeah,
like, no, that's not me.
Because you say in your next answer or thing, you say, I tend to get crazy, like crazy, obsessive to a point, and I frustrate myself and the guy with that, trying to fix that. Crazy how?
Yeah, so I tend to get like very obsessive at times.
Okay, sure.
Where like my friends are like, what the fuck? Like, why do you think that way? And it's usually like I kind of have an attachment issue. I mean, like, it wasn't that I wasn't attached to him.
Are you like a stalker? Is that it?
No, I did not.
You say you tend to get crazy, like crazy, and it's crazy in all caps. You were crazy in all caps.
I mean, I stalked one guy, but like we never even dated, and he was my first love, so I make an exception.
Wait, you stalked him?
Yeah.
Really?
Stalk.
Not like in the way you think, like Joe Goldberg.
Yeah, not following him around, just like on his socials,
just
24/7,
like stalking his social media and all that.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. All right. We have a couple more things here. We're going to try to wrap up within the next, 15, 20 minutes. But, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Also, go to our Clips channel, whatever second mods, if you could spam in the chat. Whatever second on YouTube. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're so close, guys. We're so close. Get us to 1 million. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Also, we have just one chat here. We have a chat from Marcus David. Frankly, Marcus David, besides your body, what do you really have to offer to a high-value man? Whoa, Marcus David. Is this in response to her WAP comments? Is that what this is about? I think this might be directed at you because you mentioned the WAP. What else besides the WAP?
Companionship.
Your heart.
Companionship, my heart. I could cook.
Yeah.
I could be a great mother. I give head really, really well. I love anal.
That's why I stick to anal sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
right.
I have a lot to offer, not just sex.
I want to play something for this, but I don't know. I have such a good soundboard thing, but okay, whatever.
Is it really that?
She was a hoe.
Well, like you guys.
She was a hoe.
What?
Like they keep saying anal, and I'm like, is it really that good for like you? Because like
I personally enjoy it. I've done it quite a lot. Like I can get my whole fist up there now. That like it's very like I don't find it painful because it's quite stretched out.
That's
it's a different kind.
disgusting.
It's a different kind of orgasm.
Like for him or
For both. For
Wait,
both.
I'm sorry. What, Lily? What? Say it again.
So I can get my whole fist up there.
Like yours or his?
No,
It's
not like a
stretched
guy's
out, things fall out at random.
No, so it's not gaping.
It goes back.
But yeah, like if a guy is like fucking me, yeah, it'll gape a little bit, but not when like I'm like normal right now. Like I haven't got
when it's been stretched out.
Also. Yeah, and like also if you do it with your own hand, like it's you can feel your like how you feel. Like,
I'd like to take this moment to shout out our sponsor, Hemorrhoid Creams. Hemorrhoid Creams. What's the brand? I don't know what the brand is. Is there a brand for hemorrhoid creams? I don't know. Just buy one.
The
CVS,
hemorrhoid cream
Amazon
is my
Basics.
OnlyFans, also just head on over.
Okay, good talk. Thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful. That was really just.
I hope that gave you all like a nice
profound.
like picture of me with like my.
Please
fist on
don't
my
say
ass.
that. Okay, we have.
Sorry.
Don't tempt. Don't.
Tempt.
Not tempt.
Tempt.
Don't put it in my brain.
Don't
yo.
tempt me with the
Don't
good
put
time.
it in my brain. Okay, we have Haley Jr. Hey, thank you, man. Men's body count and women's body count. Question mark. Cheating is bad, but body counts isn't the same for both genders. One takes game and one takes just being present. Okay. So I see what you're trying to say here. Basically, and again, I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women. However, there's, we often hear, well, why is it when, if a woman sleeps with a lot of men, she's viewed as a slut, but a guy's viewed as a stud? That's not fair, right? Now, look, I don't think promiscuity is good in men, but the difference is it's hard to be a stud. It's easy to be a slut.
It's actually not really that hard when you have
I
like
work really
a lot of
hard.
easy girls out there.
It's still pretty hard. It's hard.
I feel like it's hard to be
Even
a
if you go
slag
on-
these days.
You guys all failed at picking Madison
Simply
up
things
to
like-
start
I
with.
didn't.
Like
Yeah, you
just
failed.
Tinder so easily. So
Tinder.
Tinder, like men on Tinder won't get many matches, if so any. And me, I'm not the prettiest girl in the world, but I'm also not the ugliest.
gorgeous.
I get like, when I had 15,000 likes in a matter of 2 days, and I compared it with one of the dudes that I worked with at the time, and he had like 150, and he had Tinder for
Because
forever.
guys are out there trying to
Womp
fuck.
womp.
No, but the thing is guys will. They
It's
have this
probably
thing called
harder not
fish-
to be a
I
slag.
was told it's called fishing with a big net, at least on Tinder, where they literally will swipe right on every single woman, every single.
To see
And
who
women are
falls.
so selective with who they are like. Yes, no, especially just on looks. So at least, I agree with that statement.
Becca
I
can
really
back
do.
up on this, but it's what men swipe right 44% of the time, women it's 14%.
Something like that.
Yeah, you have women who are swiping yes on only like the top 5, top 10% of men. It's a very small portion of men, whereas the vast majority of men on dating apps are absolutely just getting blanked. They're getting barely any matches, and then they're not getting any meetups. And when they do get a meetups, they get flaked on, or it doesn't go anywhere. So
I feel like because
why?
the women are actually there to find somebody, the majority of the men are just there to have fun.
It's when women are on Tinder, women won't. It's so hard to put it into perspective. Men will sleep with almost everybody, so they'll swipe right on almost everybody. However, they won't date all of them, and a lot of men aren't gonna go on Tinder to date. They're going on Tinder to get their what. Versus women, when they're on Tinder, they're looking for someone. Okay,
Are they,
he's
though? Are they?
Well,
Yes.
it's like. It's embedded in us, at least for me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I
I'm not
agree.
going to swipe right on
yeah, I-
somebody that I'm not potentially going to see myself with.
I
just
agree
on
with
the
you
physical
generally,
face.
but I think the current social climate, I think a lot of women are like either pressured through in their friend group because they're like they almost want to justify their own promiscuity by like encouraging their friends to also engage in
Yes.
casual
Why do you
sex,
think we
so they
tag
feel
teams?
less. Jesus Christ, Lily. But I do think there's like this whole I do think there's a bit of a trope that it's like women are just looking for relationships and men are just looking for sex. I think men are also desire relationships, and I also think women willingly engage in casual sex.
Yes, but they won't engage in casual sex with someone that they couldn't physically
themselves with.
see themselves with in the long run.
Yes. I will say, and you're making some really good points, most women can sleep with most men. Most men cannot sleep with most women. Women sleep with who they want. Men sleep with who they can. When it comes to what he was saying, I would argue any woman has the capacity to be a slut. Any woman has the capacity to sell sex. Very few men have the capacity to be a slut. Very few men have the capacity to sell sex.
Yep.
I agree.
I say most guys
100%.
don't really be getting pussy like that. So
Like
it's true.
almost any woman, even if she's old or unattractive,
Yeah. They'd
even if
almost
she's
fuck
old or
anything.
unattractive, overweight, if she wanted to sell pussy, if she
She'll
wanted to
sell
sell
it.
sex, she could find a buyer.
OnlyFans for seniors.
I would argue, like, I don't think I could sell dick. I don't think I could sell dick. I don't.
Yeah.
You
You kind of look like Adam
Why is all the
22
girls-
before the tattoo.
You can sell gay porn.
No. It has to be straight. If I'm gonna sell sex,
Gay porn sells
But
really
No,
well.
no.
you could probably sell to guys because I think
I don't want to do that.
No, but I'm
Yeah,
saying,
in
again,
the
hypothetically,
straight-
Gay for the
because
pay.
women are very clearly the limiting factor. Because if you take women out as the variable and you look at the way like gay men use Grindr or those relationships, like they're known as a lot more
Oh,
promiscuous.
I would be very popular with
There
the
you
men.
go.
I know this, but I'm not gonna. I wouldn't do it. Hypothetically, but no, I wouldn't want. I would not do that.
So I will say this though, since she brought up Grindr, straight guys
Owned by the
probably
Chinese.
they can, it's hard for them to be studs, but gay guys,
Well, that's different though.
Grindr is crazy. Like I've had a
Right,
friend
that's
with
different though. That's so it's we're
Yeah.
talk-
But that's when you
That's
take women
different.
out as the like restraint on the sexuality aspect. I think that shows the difference. between
But the
men and
difference is if we're talking within a heterosexual framework, then
yeah, they can't be really studs.
yeah, but it's like that for straight men. That's not really helpful. Like,
Yeah, no, like two guys together.
You're their
Nah,
like
straight
oh,
man
you
on
can't get laid with women. Just go fuck men. Like I don't know if that's the solution. you know?
Maybe.
some of them probably do.
Probably.
But you don't even have to fuck. You could do solo content.
Yeah, and also I do think you could probably do it. You've got a big platform. No, I
Oh,
know
yeah.
some people.
You'd get a lot of
stable would
subscribers.
subscribe.
Brian's flannel would be your top subscriber.
Yeah, they've already spent like hundreds of pounds on you.
Onlyfans.com/whatever.
Would
Go.
you ever date a whatever fan? Like
Like a
one that
female?
you met from yes, like from the show. Who
Yeah.
She's shooting her shot.
No, I'm not.
Shoot your shot, girl. Lily.
Yeah, match made in heaven.
No, I
or
would
hell.
date a slag like me.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay, 7 p.m. tomorrow, Valentine's Day.
No, I just am always curious with people who have shows if they would date.
I'm Cupid.
I would.
fans.
Yeah. That wouldn't. I mean, I feel like that's actually an optimum situation.
Really?
Yeah, but they'd be like,
fan of
no.
what you do,
I think that's weird.
Because
Well, I bring this up because I just saw the super chat that was saying if I would, assuming I'm the blonde conservative, I
Yeah.
think.
Yes.
That if I was interested.
well, perhaps I'm spoiled in this way, but like I think very few men will have the experience of having women pursue them, and I mean, like, it's nothing crazy, but like, yeah, doing the show, like women will contact me who are express romantic interest, and that's sort of like a role reversal. And they're not doing it in this sort of like masculine aggressive way. Of course, I still want to lead in the relationship, but I certainly welcome like, you know.
What do they DM? Is it like, hey,
Yeah.
Can I hit it?
Yeah.
No, they're like that would be a turn off. If
Oh,
the
is
girl
it
was
more
that.
just like,
No, they'd
love
just be-
your pod?
They'd just be like,
Can I be on it and then
like,
after?
you're
I mean,
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
girls will go about it in sort of indirect way. Well, they'll like
Smash.
I like your
they'll just
flannel.
like no, they'll just like ask me a dating question, and it's kind of clear that they're like doing it like indirectly to shoot their shot. But then other women will be a bit more upfront, direct about it. Oh, you're cute or you're handsome, whatever. So yeah, I've definitely gotten that.
Getting rizzed up.
I mean, it's just like I'm not I don't know. I'm not a big fan of I don't like chasing, because look, I was on the dating apps and it's fucking brutal on the dating apps.
People say men love chasing though.
No, I mean, I'm the type of person, I'm very, like, and maybe this is because I'm like, I might be autistic. I don't know. I'm so
You're too
so
obsessed with your
upfront.
video
Is it
games to
Autism Awareness
fucking-
Month or something?
Maybe, probably.
I
Shout
think
out.
the
Every
younger
month.
men
No,
like
but I'm like,
Awareness Month.
I'm a very upfront person. Like, I don't really like the dance or the game. Like, I'll just be upfront and just be like, I like you. Are you interested? I mean, this isn't.
Do you have a secure attachment style?
What's that?
Like, or are you anxiously attached, avoidantly attached, or do you not?
I don't know. I'd
Is
have to look more into
Yeah.
that because I'm not really familiar with the attachment styles. But I'm very upfront. Like, oh, you like me? Cool. I like you. Like, I don't need to play this game of like feigning disinterest and all this stuff. Like, I like to be very upfront with my intentions. And when I was on dating apps, one of the most frustrating things is like not really knowing where you stand. And like a lot of times you'll encounter, and this is why I got off the dating apps, you'll encounter women who are dating multiple men. And it's like, I don't want anything to do with a woman who's like entertaining multiple men. So I want to only pursue women who display a very, very high level of interest in me. And if that means that they have to like initiate, then I'm fine with that, because I don't want to deal, like I want to date a woman who has like really high level of interest in me, because like I said, I was on the dating apps. I've dealt with the girls that like you go on the date and like they're kind of fence sitters and they're dating multiple men and they're kind of like, Nah, I don't want to pursue that.
Flannel donated $100. I'm not a prom cuck. And of girls are L304s, but they're human. Listen, ladies, you're not protecting yourselves online or in life. Reach out to a sec pro. We don't want your herpes, but we'll help.
Thank you, Brixan's Flannel. Appreciate it. Just to finish off on my point. So, I mean, one thing that I really value is obviously a lack of promiscuity. And I want a girl who... Oh, we got Hillary here.
Hilly donated $100. The fact any question of sex or dating goes to the topic of OnlyFans shows the pathetic culture we live in today. If you were to have children, would you be proud of the work you do?
We'll have you guys answer that, and then I'll come back to my point. Go ahead.
What?
No.
If you were to have children, would you be proud of the work you do?
I don't want children.
Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't be ashamed of it.
Sure. Okay. Well, to wrap up on my point, it's like night and day dating somebody who has like really strong interest in you compared to somebody who's kind of like not that interested. And I don't know if like there's a differential there where women kind of, I don't know if this is the case, where women perhaps are almost a bit turned off if a guy's a little too like on them. And I'm not saying I want.
It's nice when boys are like really like, oh, I really like you.
Yeah.
Right up front.
Yeah, but so.
I feel like it like jinxes the whole thing. Like if I'm dating somebody and they're dating around, like that's boring. So it's like if we're talking and you're like still entertaining other females in the beginning of our relationship because you're not sure if I'm talking to other guys, like I feel like, you know, that
you have to be straight up and say, I want to exclusively date you. Are you in or out?
Well, perhaps I'm extreme in this regard. So if I go on a first date with the girl, if you want a second date, you want to see me again, all the other dudes have to be a wrap. Like you can't. First date, I kind of get it. Obviously, it would be optimal if on the first date you're properly.
I totally disagree.
You're properly single. We can talk about it. Like if the girl is currently sleeping with another guy and she's going on a date with me, I do not want you at all. And I hope she would at least be upfront with me about that. If she's currently having sex with another man, that's a major deal breaker. But even if you're not, but you're dating other dudes, I'm not interested. I want to date a girl who like almost immediately, look, I get it. If it's our first date, maybe again, it's my strong preference. What's that?
I said, if you know, you know.
It's my strong preference. Like, come to me properly single. Because if there's other dudes in the picture, like, and look, some people think this is kind of in the current dating landscape, this is kind of a radical approach to dating, because so many people currently, when it comes to 2024, modern dating are just dating multiple people. And I don't move that way, and I don't want the girl that I'm dating to move that way. And look, I don't really drink, I don't party, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs. I don't want that in a partner either. And I think I am able to find that because I've sort of like screened out those, I mean, just by virtue of me not drinking or it's not a guarantee, but finding a girl who doesn't really drink, doesn't do drugs, doesn't smoke, doesn't go out to bars and clubs and parties, not interested in that type of person, that's certainly a helpful screening mechanism. But yeah, come to me properly single. That's what I want. I want your undivided romantic and sexual attention immediately. And look, I'll give you a little leeway if you went on a date with a guy, but still, preferably, I'm still even kind of like hesitating on that. So come to me properly single. And so, and so for example, like you say, would I date a fan? Yeah, if you seen my show and you like me and you like what I have to say, then definiting, I'm all about it. Because
You're gonna get a lot of DMs tonight.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not trying to solicit that, but I'm just trying to explain my position.
$100. Long time fan here. I think Terry's an important issue about promiscuity that hasn't been discussed because we don't have the vocabulary for it. Would it be possible to chat about it?
Donkey
Wait,
schlong.
long time. I think there's an important issue about promiscuity that hasn't been discussed. Don't have the vocabulary? Is the vocabulary donkey schlong?
It's on like Donkey Kong, bitch.
Thank you, bro.
Donkey Kong.
Would it be possible to chat about it? What's the vocab, bro? You're gonna have to tell us what the vocab is. I don't know what to. If we have been talking quite a bit about promiscuity, though. But yeah, ultimately, just comes down to someone displaying a immediate like high level of interest because. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with a fence sitter. I've been on both sides, and once you've like dated somebody who's like really into you, it's really hard to go back to the person that's kind of like ignoring your texts and they're probably dating other people, and it's just like, nah. Like, give me the girl who just likes me, I like her, and that's kind of, we don't need to play some like back and forth game. So, but you disagreed. You want to date multiple people at the same time. It sounds like.
Yeah, I think it's great to have a roster, and then also you don't
Disavow.
you don't get your feelings hurt, and it's just nice.
It's not that hard to date one person at a time.
But then,
you know.
someone drops off, you put another one on. To be fair, I haven't dated anyone in so long. But like when I did used to date, I would have a roster, and then like.
What was the most you've ever had on your roster?
Oh God. No, only like 3 or 4.
And these were all men you were like sleeping with at the same time.
Yeah, sleeping with, going on dates with, and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm just gonna be super upfront. Like, that's disgusting. No offense. I'm not trying to like say that to be rude, but like, it's the thought of being intimate with a woman who's like just had sex with another guy is repulsive.
I wouldn't have like come straight from obviously shagging
that's very
someone
nice
else.
of
It's
you.
okay. I would have showered a little
Okay,
bit
that's-
before, maybe like wash it out a
Would
little
you
bit.
use condoms or no? Yeah, that's a no. She wouldn't use condoms. Yeah, to me, it's just like.
But it's different because like these
what?
guys I would be dating, they'd be doing the exact same.
Yeah, it's.
So like.
That's fucking disgusting.
And you don't want to be caught up like, oh my gosh, I really like this guy. Like you put all your eggs in one basket, and you're not really liking them, and then they're like dating a whole other.
So, but
load
what?
of
Okay,
girls.
so what's the alternative? Just like, okay, I'm just gonna fuck a bunch of dudes and just be dating a bunch of people at the same time. Like, I realize, I acknowledge that if you do the like dating one person at a time, like if that person breaks your heart, like it's gonna hurt a lot more than like, oh, well, I've got 3 other girls I can fall back, or I got 3 other guys. I get that, but I think it's.
Denim went from 7 to 1. Foul.
Oh.
The worst part is the man wouldn't know any different.
No, but like I'm dating people who are sleeping around.
Well, they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm doing them anyway.
Yeah, I think men should stop doing it, and I think women should stop doing it.
But then, yeah, that's just agree to disagree.
What do you mean agree to disagree?
Well, that's just like your view because
Doesn't-
you
like, it
only
doesn't-
date girls who would be with you, and if I'm doing this, I'd only date guys that are doing the same. And like obviously these are only on like the first few 2 or 3 dates. If I actually start to really like someone, why would I spend time with other men? You know.
So wait, is your argument, is your position? Well, I'm trying to protect myself from getting hurt. So my solution to the potentiality of getting hurt, where I like give all of my attention to one guy, is to just fuck a bunch of men at the same time as like a coping mechanism for potential
I don't
hurt
think
or
it's a
rejection.
coping mechanism. It's just protecting your
Kind of
feelings.
That's cope. It's your method for coping with.
Well, then I guess yeah.
Okay.
So then you don't end up like.
Look, I mean, I totally acknowledge that's how a lot of people in the dating marketplace are moving, both men and women. They're dating multiple people, sleeping with multiple people. I mean, I think it's risky for your health, but I also just.
I would not necessarily
never,
sleeping
like,
with
I would-
all of them,
if-
but it's good to have comparison as well. Like
Here comparison. You mean when it comes to sex? Let me
no,
hammer.
as in when it comes to dates. Like if you
Here,
if you
I'll
go on
hammer
one
the
date,
point. I'm going to hammer the point home. Even if if the most beautiful woman in the world wanted to just instantly have sex with me, but I knew she just had sex with another guy, I don't care how hot her body is, I don't care how hot she is, it's a no. I don't even, if you are engaged, if you're having sex with other
Derek
men,
Manx one donated
I don't care how hot you are, it's a
Ditch the
dunzo
roster
for
and
me.
find a real man.
Yo, Derek,
Just do
thank you,
better.
bro.
STDs must not matter to you. How are you going to explain this when you get to the wall?
What's the
Do
wall?
better, kings, and stay true to the mission.
What's the wall?
The wall.
The wall, what's the saying? The wall never, I don't know.
What is the wall?
Well, I mean, if you were sleeping with these guys, and you said you're only going to date other performers or only marry another performer, is that right?
Yeah.
What was...
Well, no, I as long as someone's like happy, they know.
We looked up a stat and we found it. What was it? 3 years after a porn star gets married.
Oh, there's a 25% likelihood that a porn star will have a marriage that lasts 3 years.
Yeah,
in
I
length.
think a lot of porn stars come from trauma and come from broken families, and so they don't believe in marriage. But personally, in my case, I do. And yeah, and so that's...
But should we encourage them to keep going down that path or help heal that pain and trauma with love, honor, respect, dignity, and help these women in whatever way that we need? Because some of these women are out there for money, some are out for fame, some are out for all types of things, and these serious abuse as children is very difficult.
No, I agree. A lot of women who are in porn need therapy. Like, they are fucked. Like, obviously, I talk to a lot of my colleagues, and like the stories that they've been through is awful and very traumatic. And yeah, just a lot of people in the industry are like that.
But a lot of people in the industry are happily married and have successful relationships as well, and do it because they like the lifestyle. They like sex. They like partying.
Well, there's always outliers.
It's a much lesser percentage. There is a stat that shows open marriages, so people who are sleeping with people they're not married to. The divorce rate is 92%.
92.
Yeah, because
92%. So
it's not a normal thing, but I mean,
yes, it's much lower.
I have a question for you, OF girls. Does it ever get tiring, like physically, like for so much work?
Dude, after a day, like especially if it's like an actual, like porn set. After the day, I'm exhausted. I feel like I ran a marathon.
Right.
Like,
the other
really
day, I was in
exhausted.
Vegas and I filmed so much. I told my friend, I'm like, oh my god, like I think I pulled my pussy. Like, I had worked so
can be really
much.
painful.
Like, and I was just like walking a little funny.
Yeah, oh definitely. Like especially because all the guys in porn are huge, and so like you can, especially if you're working day after day after day. Well, guys,
Yeah, it's not easy at all.
It can be really sore down there, of course. But yeah, so it can be like, you know,
tiring.
yeah, definitely. And when you go to like a day when you're like really sore and you go to work and you're like, okay, just take it really slow to start off with because it hurts.
Do you ever find it like mentally exhausting, or do you think more just like physically exhausting?
Definitely, yeah, mentally as well, because like you're having to kind of act most of the time.
A little bit of both, mostly physically for me.
Yeah, and also like if you're doing the like social media side of things, like with all
it takes
you know,
a lot
OnlyFans,
of time.
that takes a lot, and like the hate you get and everything like behind that, the social stigmas, and just like everything that comes with it is really mentally exhausting. And it can be hard as well because like people will literally like, I'm sure you guys get it, DM you, oh, kill yourself, like you're a waste of space, like you need to die basically, and.
I tend to ignore those. I try not to read the comments. I'll only read like the ones that I'll like just skim through them. I'll only read the ones that I want, like from the people that I talk to. Because there is a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate.
Oh yeah. What?
Wait, were you involved with Jason Love?
Yeah.
The guy who was
big black cock.
Oh God, this girl.
Oh, you were
just
sore
like been
for
and
days.
like peeked to my Twitter and then come back.
No, there was a super chat that came in about Jason Love was with Adam 22's wife, Lena, who we've had on the show. But so you were with him too?
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, he's actually really sweet. He's very gentle. You know what? For such a big guy, he's very gentle speaking. Like he's like.
That's good.
When I worked with him, he was so like let's do whatever you want. He was like super nice, like just like, I want to do the positions you want to do, whatever you want to do. It's all about you. And yeah, he was really nice, but fucking hell did he stretch me out. Sorry. Sorry, Andrew.
You're disappointing Andrew Tate over here.
Is Andrew your friend?
I wouldn't say friends, but this was a long time ago. This is before his arrest and his cancellation. I had messaged him with him briefly on Instagram back and forth and invited or recommended, or not right, getting tongue-tied here, suggested we do a collaboration, but it never manifested. Then he shortly thereafter got banned on Instagram. Then he was, got into the trouble. Yeah. So, but I don't know what the status is of his case. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how that plays out. We have, actually, wait, before I pull this up, I added 2 things I want to say. P.S. This is for the men watching. Men, you're allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. And I think the very bare minimum, my recommendation for men here is, if a girl is sleeping with another man, you don't date her. Like that, to me, should be obvious. It should be self-evident. But like, that should be the
unless
bare
you're into
minimum.
That. Unless you're into
don't.
that.
Well, don't be into it because it's haram and it's kind of gross. And it's kind of cuck shit. So, it's definitionally you would be kind of a cuck if you're into your girl sleeping with other men.
Wife.
Oh God. Okay. We need some holy water. Is it?
Pour it.
Why?
Spill them.
I do think it is like kind of peculiar to get enjoyment from seeing your wife have sex with other men. Like, to me.
Yeah, it's called being a cuck.
You should have Adam 20. You should have Adam 22 on and just pick his brain.
Is it wrong to shame that though? I feel like that's
I think it's wrong
kind
to
of
shame.
shameful.
Yeah, I feel
you think
like
it's wrong to shame.
Yes.
I do think it is, but is it not shameful to like allow your wife to have sex with other men and you're in the corner like?
I mean, if it gets them off, and it works for them as a couple.
That's dysfunctional, though. I do think it's dysfunctional.
The world is dysfunctional. The world is
sure, but like I just
we
bare
can't
minimum,
fix everybody.
Gentlemen,
We could try, but we can't
do not
fix
pursue
everybody.
women who are engaged with other men in a sexual capacity. I'm sure most of you, that's already your standard, but don't be shamed.
But if you
don't feel ashamed
to it.
What do you mean? No, gentlemen. This is your new standard from now on. If a woman is sexually involved with another man, you don't even pursue her for casual sex.
What
guys.
about if she's involved with another woman?
I would still say she's having sexual activity with another person.
So it would be the same thing would apply.
A lot of guys
it's not
would be okay with
as
women.
bad, I suppose, but it's still suboptimal. It's undesirable, I would argue.
Yeah.
It's different, but it's not.
People think it's not.
And also, I mean, to take it a step further, gentlemen, you're allowed to have standards, and a good standard to have is maybe we can make a change in the world. Don't date women who are dating other men. Just a recommendation for you. Maybe some of you are okay with it. Maybe you don't care. But you're allowed to have standards, gentlemen. Consider it. I do want to rekindle a little something between Natalie and you girls here at the beginning of the show. Perhaps I should have brought it up sooner. You guys were getting into it. Let's rekindle it. Let me stoke the flames, stoke the fire. Okay, get back into it. Madison, you can sit here. I'll just watch. Where's the popcorn? There wasn't any popcorn.
Them cookies are looking pretty
there
fucking
should be
good.
cookies that have like some form of kettle corn on
Make
them,
sure they
I
don't
think.
have poop.
Yeah, there's
shit in them.
There's no poop in the cookies.
Hey, just full circle on that moment because I finally remember. But the whole idea is, we say, God loves me. I can do whatever I want. I got all this grace. But just how does it feel to have a God that loves you that much, that doesn't need any of us? He wants us.
God is daddy. God will always forgive. God is the father. God protects you and will forgive you for your sins. That's why people go to church, because they sin. They're there to get better.
But how does it make you feel? That you have the God of the universe.
It makes me feel good.
Did you say God is daddy?
He's the father. He's the father. We're the children.
He's the go-up.
We are the children of God.
I think one of the things when I fully embraced that, though, is when I went, man, you know, how good does that feel? And I want to love God. I want to honor him. And sinning is just going against God. Evil is the absence of God, and God is love. And when you read that book, you go, oh my goodness. You know, he knows a little something about something, the creator of the universe. But anyways, I just want to say that I'm sorry. Let's rekindle the fire. Go for it.
Okay, Natalie, cook.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I just take issue with the whole thing that is OnlyFans. For starters, like I said, the name of the platform, when people, and again, not to attack you guys personally, but they come on here, they say, oh, we're models, we're OnlyFans models, and my fans pay me this. You're not models. You guys don't have, you know, contracts with agencies.
I never sex workers.
I never classify.
No, and I'm just saying,
classify as a model.
generally, OnlyFans models.
We
I'm not
do.
just saying-
We. I
I'm
think
just
we
saying
all said
sex
we do
workers.
OnlyFans. That's what we said, right?
Okay,
we never
maybe
said
you guys didn't, but
OnlyFans
most
models.
people come on the show, or a lot of people who do OnlyFans say that they're models. I'm just critiquing like the institution as a whole. I think it is just a glamorized lifestyle that is really dependent on selling that lie to other young girls, like you were saying, who come to you saying, I want to start doing OnlyFans, you know, let me know, should I do it? Like you said, you do ultimately give them your referral code, but it's just in part a pyramid scheme financially. If you look at the way the money goes down, the top 1% of creators are earning basically all of the money. But I think what it particularly is a cultural pyramid scheme. And what I mean by that is that it's not that you're trying to get these young girls like in a MLM type thing where, you know, buy the new Mary Kay makeup, buy the new pair of leggings or something. You're trying to convince them, and you guys, no offense, are doing it just by sitting here and trying to normalize sex work and laughing about sex and making
I
it seem
specifically
cool.
said it's not normal and it's not for everyone.
But by sitting here and you guys laughing about it, normalizing it, saying things so flippantly about sex, it is in effect normalizing it. But the cultural pyramid scheme angle of it is that you are trying to get girls to buy into the fact that doing OnlyFans will not have any negative impacts on their life down the road, which is categorically false.
I am here publicly speaking, saying I would not encourage girls
So then why
to
do you
open
do
an
it?
OnlyFans, because not everyone's as strong as me. It's OnlyFans is not for everybody. You could sit here and put our work down as much as you want, and I'm strong enough to take it. I'm strong enough to be online and read.
I'm not putting down your work. What I'm putting down is the idea
You're literally
of
saying that we're
commodifying.
encouraging younger women to.
I think it's okay to put down sex work.
No.
It's okay to criticize sex work. It's okay to criticize commodifying women's
if
bodies.
that's what your heart tells you.
You didn't even tell us your body count, and you want to sit here and like fucking
My body
shit
count
on
is
us.
under 3.
Okay, then why didn't you say that? You said, "Oh, I don't want to say
Because I'm
nothing."
a professional person with a professional career, and I don't make money.
Then why are you here?
Talk shit about us doing OnlyFans.
Why am I here? Because I'm
like-
having conversations.
If
Because
you're
I
not
don't
here
get,
to be open,
I don't
then
get
you
the privilege
shouldn't.
to be able to talk to people who are outside of my industry. So I'm here.
Well,
to have
I just want to make
conversations
one
with
thing
you.
clear.
But
I don't
think-
encourage any young girl to
Someone
open an
asked me to do
But I
OnlyFans.
think
I say
what you
don't.
guys are doing is single-handedly, not single-handed, is one of many, I would say, planked attacks against the nuclear family, against Western civilization, Western society, that makes it a heck of a lot easier, like you said, for men to just bail out of their relationships. Again, I'm not saying that you're directly responsible for the divorce rate, but you are making these parasocial relationships a lot more normal, whether it's making it a lot easier for guys when that doesn't work with their wife to just start watching really deranged forms of porn, or more precisely, like we were talking about in the beginning of the show, when you said most of the people who are giving you whatever it is, $5, $10 a month, are people that you said will probably in their lives never be able to actually get into a real relationship with a woman, and you are stringing them along, keeping them in a cycle where they will never actually find happiness. And I think it is cruel. I think it is cruel what you are doing to these men who give you money. I'm sorry.
Even before the internet came out,
exactly.
what did you have to do? You had to go to the porn store and get a motherfucking VHS tape to watch it. You ever seen 1,000 Ways to Die? This guy had a bunch of VHS tapes full of porn, and they fell on
Porn
him,
has
and
always
he
been
died.
around.
It's
Way
always
before
been around.
OnlyFans.
And the
Percentages of
internet's
people
gonna keep
struggling
going.
is
It's gonna keep getting worse and worse. And there's nothing that we can do about it. It's really sweet that you guys, you know, and you can help people, but it's not gonna change the world.
It wasn't
there's
as
gonna be boys
pervasive, though.
growing up, and they're I know, but that's
OnlyFans changed
it's gonna,
it.
OnlyFans is not the one that's what was that word you said? Why can't I pronounce it? So accessible. OnlyFans is not as accessible as things like Pornhub.
But OnlyFans
So I
is
don't-
different than corn in the sense that you're selling a girlfriend experience. And my point and why that is so damaging.
Have you ever thought about like people that are on the verge of, you know,
deleting
themselves?
Okay, so you
I
really
feel like
think someone is standing on a bridge, they're about to jump
No,
off
they're
of it.
probably
You
going
think
through it.
that instead
They're
of going
prob-
to
Are you
a
gonna let me talk?
No, but you think instead
You're-
of going
okay,
to a
it's fine.
therapist that they should go and pay you $5 a month
That's
to
okay.
see your ass?
That's okay.
I think as well.
You're not letting anybody talk, so
you're
just keep
also
talking.
Missing the point that like I came from a very privileged like household, you know. But there are a lot of girls that didn't, and you know, I even know some girls that came from off the streets and built themselves back up by doing OnlyFans, and you know, that's how they've built up their career.
But that's an anomaly.
I think a lot of girls, it's really helped them through the money side of things, and also a lot of girls that love, like me, like the freedom of it, and they really enjoy it. Like if a girl doesn't enjoy it, you'd think she'd just surely stop, because like
I think that's an anomaly though.
Well, if you're saying she has to do it, and the nuclear family is being destroyed, bad home life, bad surroundings, and pushed into this. I don't know that, but that was the scenario we're talking
it's
about.
Happening.
But if there's a divorce, the rate of poverty increases, more jail time, earlier pregnancies. We can go down the line, bad in school, all types of things, right? We know these things aren't good, and so how can we help these women and not just put a Band-Aid on it real quick because, you know, they're going down a path. I mean, I appreciate all of you being here, and you said, you know, you are strong, and you are also strong to have gone through what you've gone through. I can only imagine what it feels like to be on the other side of the table. And I think just we got to look at how can we truly help these women that are going through this.
That's a hard question to answer because any normal person would be like, the only way that you can help someone in poverty is obviously government assistance. What happens when you, on government assistance, you have to get more taxes?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not very politically, when it comes to like how the government's run or anything like that, I'm not the smartest person. However, I do know that if somebody's on government assistance, that money does come from taxes.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, no, seriously, like educate me on this.
No, well, to be honest, I don't really know like the whole political thing of what's going on here with.
Well, I think that's sort of a cop out. This has nothing to do with politics. This is your industry.
No, but I just mean as in like I think the issue is bigger than me. I enjoy my job. I enjoy my life.
We're encouraging
it.
Coming back, quick. The government is never usually the answer. You can attest to this. You know better than all of us. But coming back to that, let's just say I don't know how much you made.
So
I don't know how much you made. But let's just say y'all got $1 million net worth, and these women are reaching out saying, "I'm coming from a broken home. I need the money. I have to do this." What if the ministry was, "Hey, let me give you some money. Not $1 million. You don't have to give them, but you know." You've gotten this in beauty coming through this situation of helping them get off their feet, helping them get into a job, and being the body of Christ.
No, the girls that have usually messaged me have been like, I really want to do this. Please, like, give me advice on how I can grow the platform, not like, should I do it, should I not? And obviously I always, like I said to you earlier, I always say, like, please have a massive think about this because it's a huge deal, even though it doesn't seem like it these days. It seems like, you know, you can just make a subscription and then you've made £1 million.
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. It's a lot of work, and if you don't have a good platform, it's going to take you a long time to make any type of money.
My other critique with OnlyFans, and again, I'm getting mixed messages.
But yeah,
you guys
a lot
are
of girls
telling me not to talk, and he's telling me to talk, so I don't really know what to do. But I think, again, I think we come at this from, maybe you come at it from more of a religious perspective. I just come at it more from like the culture war side of things. But I also just think that when you do OnlyFans, and I don't know your career history or background or anything like that, from what I understand, you dropped out of school. I don't know what you guys have done, but I just think, honestly, when you sign up to do OnlyFans, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but it's sort of like a self-own, an own goal, in the sense that you're basically saying that if, again, the only reason that it sounds like you guys are doing it is because of the financial reward that you reap from it.
I don't.
Then,
actually, no.
Okay, well, then we can table that for a second. But it's just like saying that you make your money with the lowest common denominator of being a woman, which is having a vagina, boobs, and an ass that you take pictures of. And I just think it's sort of insulting to yourself by saying, like, the only way you can make a living in this world is by selling pictures of yourself. Like, we all could do this, but I choose to make my money and have a living by having a podcast and doing shows. I could or I couldn't.
Like,
you couldn't.
You think I wouldn't do well on OnlyFans?
I think you do incredibly well.
No, I'm not saying that you wouldn't do well. I just feel like you're not strong enough for it. Like, you don't want to be judged.
Well,
you want
I'm not strong enough to have
you want to be perfect.
It's not an
you want to
act.
come
I just
out as
don't
a
want,
perfect person that doesn't have
if I don't want to
any
commodify
mistakes.
my body because I think I'm worth more than $5 a month, then yes, thank you.
If that's what you think, yeah.
I do think I'm worth more than $5 a month.
Can I
would
add
say
something more from like the influence? I would say that like sometimes it could cause, but I feel like a lot of younger women growing up always have had struggles with like feeling super sexualized or like objectified, and like we've had girls come on to say this. I don't want to target you, but I think I heard you say this earlier, that you love being like sexualized and all this stuff. So I think that's what's happening with like this whole turn of hookup culture. Like girls just are buying into the fact that it's okay to be sexualized and objectified. So that's why a lot of more people are spreading their legs and just like feeling free to go around and just like
did
fuck a lot of more
OnlyFans,
people.
though, I
Yeah,
always
exactly.
really
She mentioned before she was working as an OnlyFans creator, she was having more sex than she is now that she's an OnlyFans creator.
Yeah, and there's definitely people that are like that, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying if you go on big platforms and say that it's okay to be sexualized and want to feel that way, it's like it's not a.
What's wrong with sex, or what's wrong with feeling?
That's what I'm saying, though. A lot of young women grow up having like so much trouble with being sexualized and objectified.
Let's go, Madison.
Mm-hmm. Well, OnlyFans is unique too. Again, I'm not hyper well versed in the platform, but I think it is uniquely accessible because it's online, right? And it's not like porn in the sense that you actually have a like direct line. Maybe it's a typer, maybe it's allegedly not, but with the person who you're paying whatever you're paying per month. But I think that is where when you talk about the objectification, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the beginning of the show, is that platform, not only does it commodify women's bodies, but I think it makes it very, very hard for women to be able to stand up for themselves and set boundaries with men and how they want to be treated, because you're normalizing.
You're choosing the wrong man.
No, but you're normalizing. But you guys, but you're normalizing a pattern of reaction, a pattern of behavior where if a man pays you $5 a month and an extra whatever you charge,
you don't want a man that's paying $5 though. So why?
It's not about me. I'm just saying generally. How are you guys not normalizing a pattern of behavior where if a man gives you X amount of money, you will then show him whatever you want of your body? That's
but
the
what
business
is great
model of
about
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans is that it's your choice. There's no one behind you saying
My
what
body,
you have
my
to do.
But I think that is the delusion of OnlyFans.
it's-
It's not your choice. You're living in a culture that's telling you that you think you're empowered by doing it, and at the end of the
I
day,
know
and you will
girls
know
that
10
just
years
show,
from now you're
like,
not.
Choice and
bikini
empowerment are two
pics,
completely different
and they
things.
still make like, books. And so it's
not for
completely your choice.
it's not for
Besides the money,
everybody.
why else would you tell a young girl to get involved in OnlyFans?
We don't tell them.
I'm just saying, okay, so
Exactly,
then, okay,
we
then
don't
fine.
tell them.
Besides the
I don't
money,
do it for
why
sex.
do you guys do OnlyFans?
I do the freedom.
I love
said,
sex.
I really enjoy sex and the king.
Why not monetize over
Then
me?
why don't you do it for free?
Because you can make money off it.
Why would you do
get to
something for
what
free
you
when
said
you love sex?
Make money off of it and have fun.
Yeah,
And you don't
yeah.
have some fucking pimp in your ear telling, oh, you can do this, you can do that.
And who said
Go.
I do it for free with the person I want to do it with?
Have you ever heard the saying like if oh fuck, I forgot the saying now.
I've not heard that.
It's something along the lines of like, if you never want to work a day in your life, do something.
If you like your job, you never work a day in your life.
That's
Okay,
it.
do you guys think
Teamwork.
that dating apps and the illusion of endless choice makes it easier for men to sort of duck out of relationships and ghost?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Like, I think that we can all agree that like dating apps have made it easier for men to feel like, oh, it's not really working with this one girl. Like, it's a lot easier to ghost, right? So do you think that OnlyFans and the platform, again, not you guys as individuals, but just the business model of it, the concept of it, also sort of exacerbates that idea that it's just
I
a
saw
lot
that for a
easier
little
for
bit.
guys to bail out of relationships?
I did
So
see that
just
for a
to
little
make
bit.
it clear, like I don't feel like OnlyFans is responsible for all these single women out here that can't find love.
Not single-handedly.
It's
It's not single-handedly,
all
but
the
you're playing
responsibility lays on you guys. Like,
We're not
I
gonna
think
Definitely
sometimes
think
the guys need to take
Yeah, no, I
responsibility.
agree.
Honestly,
Like,
it's guys.
but you
Guys
also
don't want
just
commitment.
always
Guys
like,
don't want to
but
settle
like,
down.
someone's paying for
is the
it.
culmination, honestly, I think, of a very, very masculine
It's not like
brand of
someone's holding a
feminism.
gun up to their head and saying, subscribe to my OnlyFans. They do it because they want to.
Yeah,
If
but
they don't want it, it's their own
And-
issue. They need therapy. Some people just do it because it's fun. I have guys with girlfriends who have big boobs too.
I have couples
And tons
that
of
watch
couples.
it together.
There's
But
girls that buy
so
it.
do you think
There's
that
lesbians
that
that
pattern
buy
of
it.
behavior, though, leads to a healthy, normal society?
Why do we have to be normal? who wants to be normal? I don't want
I
to be
think
normal.
that
I
if
feel
you
normal is
you're
boring.
born, then you actually
Do you
get
think
what
it
you want,
benefits
and you
society?
make sure
At the
that
end of the day,
everyone's
do you think it
over
benefits?
18,
I feel like
paired,
some
paid
people
fairly.
do benefit
The
from
thing
it
is,
because
though,
some
at the end of
people
the day,
are
like, if
depressed.
OnlyFans, if
Some
they
people
delete
have
OnlyFans
don't have
off the
anybody to
internet,
talk to,
like,
and
there's only going to
sometimes
be
we
another
provide that
site.
for them.
There's
Like
only
I said
gonna be,
earlier in the
Sorry.
Like I said earlier in the podcast, corn in moderation actually shows to be healthy. However, let's say that, I mean, I was asking you, do you think it benefits society? Are you guys aware of the effects of a corn addiction?
Of course, we were just talking to them.
Yeah. Now, with that being said, do you guys, how would you feel if one of your subscribers ended up having a corn addiction and knowing that him or her watching your content was affecting their life?
Quick answers on this because I do want to try to wrap up soon. So if you guys want to give your
I
quick
would
answers.
actually advise that he seeks help.
Seek help. Okay. All right. Anything?
Yeah.
Lily. Okay. All right.
I am so ready for them cooking.
Wait.
You're what? I am.
Yo, Nick, could you pull up the chat? Yo, chat. We were doing a couple tests back there. For the entirety of the show, was this angle, the center angle, was the frame rate, like, was there a bit of stuttering on the frame rate? That's why I had Maddie waving her arms I noticed that the frame rate was...
None of it's been recorded.
Like, it was fucked up on the center cam. So one in the chat, if maybe it's just on our end, maybe the frame rate looked totally fine on your guys' end. It was pretty minimal, but I did notice a frame rate differential. So minor early on looked fine, seems fine, frame rate was fine. Okay, maybe it was just on our end, but it was a little weird. So, okay, let me do a couple chats and then we're going to try to get out. Actually, we have some tweets from Lily. We have 2 tweets from Lily. That's your name, right?
Yes. I was just a little bit scared.
The tweets. Anyone else so done with OnlyFans girls pretending to be into football just so they will appeal to the male audience? That's kind of typical of Nick.
Right,
I need you to scroll it up.
This was actually...
make it one bigger, please, because the replies could be sus.
I'll disclaim this.
A little bigger.
This was actually because,
Yep.
I mean, I can't really say it yet, but I should be going into, have you heard of boxing, like influencer and boxing?
Yeah.
I should be going into that. So it was to make fake beef with other OnlyFans girls. That was the disclaimer.
okay.
It wasn't like my actual view. I don't care what other girls do.
But definitely OnlyFans girls will do that. Like, oh, I like soccer or football, as you guys say. But actually, they don't. Like, it's just basically pandering, right?
Yeah.
A lot of...
But like, I don't care what other girls do to promote their OnlyFans.
Yeah, they pander
Yeah.
to the male audience so that they can get more money, basically. Next. Still in awe from when Dylan Dennis came to the UK. He's half man, half horse. Eggplant emoji. Wait, so were you romantically involved?
Oh yeah.
With Dylan Dennis?
Yeah.
Like.
Well, it was just before his fight, and he was in the UK. And
wait, with his fight with
Logan Paul.
Was that was in the UK?
Yes, it happened in Manchester.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know they had a fight. I didn't know. I forgot that it was in the UK. Wait, so like the day before the fight?
It was at their weigh-in or something like that. I can't quite remember.
You and Dylan Dennis?
Yeah, we've fucked quite a few times. We had a threesome. Well, we fucked, then had a threesome, then fucked.
Wait, is this out there? Because I don't want to I don't want to be the podcast.
No.
I don't want to be the podcast where people like go on to like.
This information is out there.
Oh, it's out there.
He actually encouraged me to talk about it because.
Are you guys still in touch?
Yeah, we talk.
Oh, okay.
And like.
Okay, because I don't want to be like. I feel like it's bad. It's not like cool to. I don't want to be the podcast.
No, not
that,
like
leaks.
outing him. No,
yeah, I don't want to be that. But if it's
I
already
tweeted about it, so I'd like.
Oh, you did. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
It is tweeted about.
It's public information.
Okay, he's
hung.
And
yeah.
you guys hooked up a couple times.
Yeah.
I assume he didn't have an issue with your.
Funnily enough, no.
Oh, okay. You guys still talk or?
No, not. I wouldn't say like talk, but like if I was to text him now, he'd text me back. Yeah.
Okay. I think I DM'd him. I wanted to invite him on the show because it's kind of like all this tweeting about Logan Paul's fiance or wife was kind of funny. Not gonna lie, so. I
didn't really know about it all. Really, like the in depth. So I knew like there was some antagonizing going on.
So he's got what's it called? BDE? Is that what it is?
BDE?
Oh,
what
big dick energy?
Big dick energy, yeah, and just
cool.
big dick in general.
Cool.
But no,
All right.
he's nice.
We have
Well,
Hilly
nice to me.
Jr. literally just confirmed my question. Thanks, girls. And anyways, love the podcast. Keep it up. 10 in our eyes. Brian Love from Australia. Hilly Jr. Hey, thank you. Really appreciate your patronage tonight. This is your first time. I think this is your first time messaging us. So, or sending you've sent a few tonight, but this is your first show doing that. So thank you for your patronage. I appreciate that. We have Aranx 545. Thank you. Vulnerable's testimony on your podcast takes courage, proves Romans 8:28. Marriage vows are powerful when taken seriously, can literally overcome any hardship. Thank you both for sharing what a real marriage looks like. Very inspirational, a little wholesome moment there on the Whatever podcast. There you go. I don't know if you guys want to do a quick response to
I thought you were going to
Aranx
say,
here.
do you guys want to have a quick kiss?
Oh, well,
do
your
that
mind,
later.
your mind is in the gutter.
Sorry. Just start making
Oh, thank you. It is true. And just like we were talking about, any situation can be redeemed. And so it's never too late. And if you're watching, you're an incel right now, or you think you might be going in that direction, it's never too far. You can turn things around. God loves you. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, just reach out to us. Let us know. But no, I'm just thankful for the love, grace, and mercy that the Lord showed to us and that Becca showed to me. And I'm just thankful. Thank you.
I do have a quick question. You know, if I repented from my sins, would like a church guy
Wait,
still
can you scoot
hit?
your mic this
Oh,
way?
sorry.
No,
Still,
scoot it. Yeah, there you
That
go.
way.
There you go. Yeah.
still
Still what?
Like-
Did you say hit?
like, I don't know, like date me.
Oh my God, it is. Hold on. Yo. We have STAYSAFE here. He just rated us on Twitch. Thank you, dude. Thank you to all his viewers over there on Twitch. Guys, if you're just tuning in, we just got done talking about World of Warcraft and Hearthstone. I was telling these fine ladies here about Season of Discovery and my own personal experiences when it comes to World of Warcraft Classic. You know, I was asking these ladies here, you know, what's the best loot system in Classic? You know, not Season of Discovery, but Classic. We talked about Loot Council. We talked about, what's the best loot system? We talked about Loot Council, EPGP, DKP, GDKP, Suicide King, Soft Reserves, if there's another one. What's the other one? Twitch chat. There's another loot system that's really, hold on, let me Google loot systems. But ladies, you guys were weighing in. So one by one, please tell us, what is your favorite loot system in World of Warcraft Classic?
The Luby one?
The corrupt one.
The what? The corrupt one, the Loot Council, yeah.
The Suicide Boys one that you're talking
Suicide
about.
Kings.
Yeah.
Suicide Kings. Ladies, over here.
Right over my head. I don't know. Whichever one is the best.
Oh my God, we have Bad Venus with what's going on Twitch with the raids? Yeah, thank you guys. And I was telling them right now, guys. So I'm like AOE farming. I'm fucking like this whole podcast. I'm just like it's like always a 7v1, like 8v1, but like think of it this way, boys. Like I'm a 60 mage, like fully tier 3, like best in slot from fucking Nax, right? And like these are just a bunch of 50s, and I'm fucking AOE farming them, fucking on some mage shit. Like boom.
I
think that was a slur.
Yeah, well, or I could even, we could even frame it like you guys are in, like, you know, mobs and shit. Like you're some mobs, like I'm grinding at Dawson's tier in fucking Eastern or Western Plaguelands, and I'm a fucking mage, right? Cone of Cold your shit, fucking Cone of Cold, Flame Strike, boom, Ice Nova. I'm gonna fucking Arcane Explosion all of you. I've just been farming you guys all night.
Is that a cream pie?
What the fuck?
Y'all stupid. I hate cream pie.
Bro, this is the podcast. I'm just, you know.
I heard cream pie.
But so the best loot system. What was the loot system that I forgot about though?
BG&E TT.
There's DKP. Hold on, DKP. I feel like I was missing one. I said EPGP, DKP, GDKP. There's Soft Reserve. There's Suicide Kings, and Loot Council. So thank you for STAYSAFE. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. World of Warcraft.
I hope you're getting paid a lot for these ads.
For World of Warcraft? No, that's just
us.
like, I don't play the game anymore, but occasionally I'll just tune into like STAYSAFE's stream and, you know, just like I live vicariously through Matt, who's
So you're like
STAYSAFE.
a cook.
A cook?
For the like
That's what it
gaming
is.
world.
A cook? What do you
Because
mean?
you're watching.
Like you're like the watcher in the corner, kind of like living through
Yeah.
someone.
Well, here's
Yes.
last question that's World of Warcraft related. Again, Matt, thank you for the raid. Good, appreciate it, man. So, okay, you have two choices, right? Like, would you date a guy, like, if you had to, would you date a guy who played a rogue or a guy who played a warlock? Very important.
Warlock.
Warlock.
It just sounds cool.
I'm gonna go rogue.
Rogue, okay.
Warlock.
Do
Warlock.
I win?
Warlock.
Okay, so you guys are more like caster friendly. Like you don't really fuck with melee. You're more like casters. You prefer casters.
What are
Yeah,
those?
you know, like witches and warlocks.
What are those?
It's cool.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
None of us know what you're talking about.
Like warlock, right? Fucking bring out the succubus. Like, whoosh. Hold
Like
on, let me
Harry
fucking
Potter?
get this shit.
Like with the whip?
Yeah, the succubus.
He's into BDSM.
No, not really. But and you know, like there's the fucking void walker, right? Boom, send in the void walker. Matt's not a fan of the void walker, but you have the imp. Imps are always great. He shoots some fucking fire bolts and shit.
Wow.
Good talk. Good talk. All right.
Glad we
Becca
had
was
that
finishing
chat.
up on that
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
I wanted to circle back. Can you repeat
Thanks, Matt.
your
Yes.
question, Lily?
So, if I repented from my sins, would a Christian guy who's, you know, got great morals still, like, marry
Go
me?
for you. No,
Yeah.
you're done. I'm sorry.
Hey,
So,
I don't think
go ahead.
this
Go ahead.
question was
No,
directed.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You
Sorry.
Yeah, stay out of it, you.
I'm out of it.
I do think it's possible, absolutely. There's Brittany De La Mora that Manny brought up earlier, but she was a former porn star. She was a porn star for 6 years, and she married a Christian man, and she now has made it her mission to help other women getting out of the industry. So I don't believe, is everyone going to be like, yes?
Yeah.
No, there's going to be people like Brian who are like, absolutely no.
You're a
you
godly
are-
man, aren't you?
You are,
Smart.
you are written off, but
You're
I
written
just
off.
go,
Sorry, Lily.
no, there is forgiveness, there is that hope and that redemption for your story to turn around, and there absolutely could be a Christian man who'd, Lillian, you rated yourself a 6, and that's ridiculous. You are so beautiful, and I don't think you see all of the value that you have going on. I know you made little comments, but they went a long way for me of just saying,
May I just jump in on one thing? Just one thing.
no.
You're very sweet.
So yes, she is an attractive woman, but you know, if we're looking at the scales, she's had sex with over 100 men.
Right.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
In
I'm
your
sorry.
current state and your current portrayal and how you are presenting yourself to the world, no, I don't think a true Christian man who's following the Lord is going to pursue you. But if you repented and said, hey, I'm a follower of Jesus now, I want to turn my life around, I want to do things differently, I absolutely think there are men out there who would find forgiveness just as Jesus has forgave you and would pursue a relationship and a marriage with you. So I do not think hope is lost for you to find a Christian man. Absolutely not.
Amen. I love that.
Yep. I never will.
And if I could add,
You're just going to
my
shiz on all of that.
recommendation to Christian men, for your own sake, would be to. I'm sorry.
Stay
There's
the
probably
fuck away.
probably stay away.
Derek
There's other women out
Swan
there.
donated
you know,
$100. Is this real life? I hope you of girls understand that you being taken seriously when you make the decision to get married, aka the wall won't be available for the caliber of man you want. Sad.
Okay.
That's your opinion.
Don't switch it back, Nick. Hazel, I need you to. So, anyways, we were talking, and you know, the body count is you know, pretty cool, and there's all kinds of anyways, okay. So let's see. Oh, let me do a couple things here. We have some from Emmanuel. And I do want to try to wrap up here pretty soon, just because it's getting a little late. But Manuel, you said, should we consider going back to arranged marriages versus love marriages? They have a lower divorce rate. Do you want to talk on that briefly?
I don't personally think we should, but I think we should look at why are there a big difference in this divorce rate. I think that's the answer to that question. Next.
Oh, all right.
He's getting tired.
We have
I do think there's something to be said for being set up with someone by someone who cares about you. Every single person in my family was set up with their spouse, and we all are happily married. And so I think, you know, just going on a dating app where there's no recommendations and, you know, you're just randomly searching, I think if you want a happy relationship, find people, surround yourself with people who are in happy relationships, and then see who they know that might be available and be a fit for you. My recommendation.
And then Manny, you also said why the dissolution of gender roles is causing the human race to become extinct. Why don't you
yeah,
go
real
into
quick, 2.4%, 2.4 birth rate replacement rate that we have for the world, 1.6 in the U.S. I know I wasn't supposed to say this, but we have the gayest generation right now. They can't have children. I won't say any more, but it's not helping. And we say love is love, and I go, hey, it'd be nice to be able to love if we all weren't extinct. I'm not saying that's the only problem. Porn is a huge, huge issue. That's my whole crusade. But the Lord says these things because he loves us. And
you also said you shouldn't have sex before you're married.
Yep.
Okay.
We talked about that.
Yep. If you aren't Christian, there's no point in getting married.
It's a sacred bond. God is blessing that union. And so if you go, what is the point of it if you're not married? Or if you're not of the faith? I don't quite know.
Could you be
at that
Jewish?
point.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
Be Jewish.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you could
But
be
I'm
in a
just going-
religion.
I'm going.
not just Christian.
God, bro,
Okay,
these
just making
people
sure.
are trying to get my fucking
When you
channel
don't have
canceled.
faith, you're not
All right.
entering into it as seriously, which is why we have such high divorce rates and, you know, people like Brian not wanting to get married because
I think
when
we
there's
have
not
high
that
divorce
space.
rates because of social media and how.
Yeah, they've been high
everyone's
for a while.
Infidelity,
They've
it-
been high
yeah.
for a while. The divorce
Well,
rates.
men are cheaters, and that's why.
All men are. No, I'm sure there's plenty of men who are married to women and they're totally faithful and they're good husbands, but for whatever reason, I don't know if the woman. Look, I would suspect there's like the woman gets bored.
Women cheat also, yeah.
There might not even be infidelity, but they get bored.
On to the next.
Look, if you're in a genuinely abusive relationship or there is infidelity, I think that's that could very well, that's certainly a good reason to get divorced. But like, if you're just bored, oh, I don't like like, you got to work on that, I think.
Well, that's why you got to keep it spicy.
And I think to your point, you just got to say, hey, let's have a vulnerable conversation. I'm getting
Yes.
kind of bored here.
Yeah, you got to be
Can we talk
honest
about this?
and
Can we
communicate with your partner
work
on
through
what
it?
you
Communication
want.
is key,
You know?
for real.
For real, son.
Yeah.
For shizzle. For Becca here, a couple things. You said you're from a family of 5 girls, and 4 of us were set up with our husbands, as were your parents. We're all still happily married. As for the one sister who wasn't set up, that was not you, correct? Or,
Okay, yes.
and
One of my sisters wasn't set up, but she did set up
With the-
to
yeah.
like me and one of my other sisters with our husbands. So
Okay.
just saying, that's
Got
worked for
it.
us. Straight up.
You said that I think we might have talked about this, female sexual satisfaction going down rapidly. And you said especially during first hookup, women only orgasm 11% of the time. Did you want to add anything to that? Or
I
think we
did talk
covered
about
it?
that earlier
Yeah, we
when
had
you
a-
when
When
you
I was
were
gone-
in
I
the
was gone,
bathroom.
yeah.
But my argument was for, hey, when you're in a committed relationship, statistics show
Yeah.
that women have more sexual satisfaction
I agree, yeah.
with a committed
Because
partner.
they're eating pussy.
Oh my god.
God.
Could be for some.
You're not just going to eat anyone's pussy. You're going to eat someone.
wife's.
Yeah, your wife's pussy. you
I'm
know.
still not doing it, sorry.
Then she's not going on a date with you. Sorry.
I think you would.
Me and Natalie have a professional relationship, and we're going to keep it professional.
What if your wife
okay?
like came to you one day and had a vulnerable conversation that she was not just getting satisfied with your fingers?
And
She
you
would
really
be.
loved her.
Yeah, she would be.
You really loved her, and she was perfect for you. And she had like,
And
she was a
said-
virgin.
So what's the scenario?
She
She's
was a
going to
virgin.
divorce me if I don't go down on her. Goodbye.
Well, I think
That's
you
such an
should,
ultimatum. I'm
you
not
should
going
talk
to do
about
something.
it before you get
But-
married, probably.
Yeah,
Did
it's-
you
that
guys
was a
have
deal breaker
chats
for
about like what you?
yeah.
even though you
Okay. Do
hadn't
you tell
done
girls
anything.
on the first date that you don't eat pussy?
Yeah.
Do I tell
That's
them?
his pickup
Bro,
line.
they watch the podcast. They fucking know.
Not everyone.
First off, I've actually encountered a lot of women that actually they say they actually don't like it all that much. Look, some women, not all women,
It's just
but
because they've not had someone good do it.
Yeah.
some women might feel a little self-conscious with it, or maybe it doesn't do anything for them. Look, I just don't do it. Sorry.
Well, yeah, you should tell them.
If they want, they can ask me.
Well, they could ask her.
Ask her what?
If she does porn.
Yeah, I suppose. I think me not going down on a girl is far less of an issue.
Oh, no, it's important.
No, I think it's far less of an issue than
But it's very important.
What if she didn't give you head?
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. It's far less of an issue than her having she has like dozens, if not hundreds of videos of herself on the internet having sex with other men. Yes, that's a bigger deal breaker than me not going down on a woman.
Yeah, it might be for some, but it's still something that I think
comparatively
should be said.
speaking, that's a way bigger deal. That's a way bigger issue than me not giving head. Look, I care about a woman's pleasure, but let's go about it a different way.
Do you expect head?
I don't expect it, but
What if she told you she wouldn't give you head? Would you be
that's a
with
different
her?
thing. So if a woman like just generally didn't like doing that, that's different than I'm not going to do it because you don't do it, where it's this like retributive tit for tat thing. That's not healthy in a relationship. But if she just, it's interesting though, like people are allowed to have sexual boundaries, and one of my sexual boundaries is I don't enjoy doing that. Some women don't want to have anal sex. That's totally fine. They shouldn't be pressured into doing it. Men are allowed to have sexual boundaries. One of my sexual boundaries is I don't want to.
That's fair.
I don't enjoy it. I've got, I'm not going to necessarily go into the reasons, but I got neck issues. There you go. There you have it. I don't want
You could do it with your little patch thing.
I'm good. I'm good.
You get them toys anyway these days that like
The rose. Oh my God, the rose.
So anyways, also Becca, you said that men aren't wanting relationships because porn is easier. All you think about is yourself, and you don't have to care about a partner's needs or desires. Humans are going to become extinct if people don't stop watching porn. People don't actually have insanely high sex drives. You said it's important to call out your boyfriend or girlfriend and not just accept them as they are, whether they are getting fat, having a fixed mindset, or watching porn. I don't know if there's any of those that you care to elaborate on, but you also said the more people post on social media about the relationship, the more insecure they are about it. That's actually a very good point. Any additions or elaborations on that?
On the social media point?
Yeah, people who like posting on social media about their relationships.
Yeah, I think we just have to think about, why am I doing this? Why am I pushing this content out there? And I think a certain level of posts to keep people updated on your life, like I think the last time I posted was, hey, I'm pregnant, because I wanted my extended family to know, we're having another baby.
Aaron donated $100. Natalie, have been following you since day one at the National Pulse with Raheem. Love that you're branching out in other content. Your facial expressions tonight have been gold.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Yeah, and Ali's been great. Becca, feel free to continue on.
Yes. So when we feel this need or this desire to be posting all the time about our relationship and just all the places we're going on, it's like, who are you really doing this for? Why are you posting all of these things? It's to prove to other people that you have this great relationship. It's like, just enjoy it as it is. So I'm not saying it's everybody, but I just think it can be indicative that you are more insecure about it because you're looking for that, dopamine hit of, I'm getting a lot of likes on this post, and people think my life is great when people are only posting the highlights. So
yeah, agreed. Do you really think the world's going to go extinct if people keep watching porn?
I really do.
Really? England's so overpopulated.
Yes, it's like, okay, we're at 1.6, so the average woman is having 1.6 children. We need 2.1 to keep a stable population. But what's crazy is that it's over the last basically 50 years, it's gone down from women having 3 to having 1.6. So that is a steep decline of, it's men want,
Do you think it's because of porn or the cost of living?
And I also think it's because women
Yes,
are like...
you guys are responsible for the upcoming extinction of the human race, okay? How do you feel? How do you feel about being a fucking genocide? Wait, is it genocide? No, it's worse. It's xenocide? Wait, no, that's a book by Orson Scott Card. Hold on. Wait, what would be the side if you're trying to...
Just we're going to kill people, because...
What's the term? Chat. Pull up chat, Nick. Is xenocide? That's like if you kill aliens or some shit, right?
Genocide's on purpose.
Is it gigacide? What is it? If you want if you want to get rid of like everybody, what's that called?
I think it is called genocide.
Extinction.
Ender's Game, by the way, guys. Ender's Game, great book series. I'm on. So Xenocide, Bornicide, Extinction, Pornicide,
304 side,
304 side.
How do you guys feel for being responsible?
That's funny.
I don't feel bad at all.
Extinction.
I know.
We're dysfunctional and we're...
You guys are contributing to it.
Older, and then
the world is fucked.
Becoming really independent, and they're wanting to be more like what's the word? Like ambitious.
I think there's a lot of factors that play into it. I just have seen the stats of how dramatically things have shifted in such a short period of time, where people are getting into relationships less, they're marrying less. The most shocking stat to me was 63% of men under 30 are single by choice.
They can't afford a family.
I think all of that is by design.
They don't want a relationship.
Honestly.
Because people are... It's easier to just go online and just jerk off to a screen. You know, it's a lot harder having an intimate relationship with someone that can hurt you.
Yep.
It's a lot harder.
Yep.
It's a lot harder, and people are all about instant gratification right now. It's I want it now, and I don't want to admit that I'm wrong on anything. I want to say I'm perfect. You know, all these things. So it's many different issues that are going into it of women.
So it's part of the problem.
It's part of the problem. Women viewing themselves as objects. Women, you know, the feminism movement of I don't need no man. It's like there are consequences to not doing this life thing together with a man, and also you're robbing yourself of the opportunity of having the most precious thing that I have in my life. You know, it's like marriage has been the biggest gift to me. So I just feel sad for the people who are not even wanting to pursue relationships anymore because they're so set on the instant gratification that porn gives. So no, it is not you three individually who are causing this problem, but it is perpetuating this porn issue, and it's leading to other things and other issues in our society that...
Contrary to my animosity towards OnlyFans, I think why I am so particularly passionate about what you guys do is because I think there is a bigger agenda with what you're talking about, and I'm not even going full like Bill Gates depopulation. I'm just saying in general, I think if you look at this climate change narrative that has been peddled as to reason why people should have fewer children, I think it's just part of sort of a broader agenda, and you cite financial reasons. I think they have intentionally hollowed out the middle class and the lower classes in this country to make it basically untenable, right, to have a single income household or to want to have more kids, right, when you look at what the birth rate used to be. And I think particularly on the cultural warfare side, which I would say maybe to your credence, like that is probably the least impactful of all of it. I think a lot of what they're doing with like the agriculture, the food stuff, the low T levels, all that I think is a lot more, I would say, effective in achieving these goals. But I do think that feminism, the pill, the sexual revolution, and I think OnlyFans and porn is sort of the end stage culmination of that cultural shift. And when you guys sit there and say, I feel so empowered by doing this, I do it because I love sex, I know you may think that, but there are forces that are a lot more powerful than any of us here. There are corporations that want you to be sitting there and saying that because they want you to buy into this narrative, because they are intent on the destruction of Western civilization. And the way that they have always done this empirically, whether it's socialism, communism, Marxism, has been going after the family unit. And what you guys do is detrimental to the family unit.
Shots fired.
I just love shagging.
All right, with that, we do have to wrap up the show. So, a couple things before we do, though. I think we went over everything. Let's see. Wait, okay. We did that. Yep. Wait. Oh, there was one more thing. Let me think. I think we should probably wrap up. It's getting late. Okay. So, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, if you're new here, if you came from STAYSAFE and the other person who rated us, thank you. Guys, drop us, STAYSAFE and Bad Venus. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub while you're here. We stream every Sundays and Tuesdays here on Twitch, YouTube, whatever. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every month. If we have any Amazon Primes, drop us a follow and a Prime sub over on Amazon. Guys, go to our Clips channel on YouTube. Whatever second. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're about 80,000 away. Please get us to 1 million. We get, I don't know if you... What's that?
Are these pinned? These top ones?
Pinned?
Yeah.
Pinterest.
Like pinned.
Pinned to the
Oh,
top
no,
of the
those are the
page.
most popular. Those
Okay.
Those are most popular.
I was going to say, they do crazy views.
Yeah, they did well. Guys, this is the 100,000 plaque. At 1 million, we get a different color one that's a little bigger. So help us get the 1 million plaque for our second channel. That'd be our second 1 million plaque. It's coming soon, so help us get there, guys, before YouTube shuts us down for having these crazy conversations. I do want to give a big shout out, Nick, if you're able to pull up the Team Vulnerable website. This is Manny, and if you can scroll it up, let's pull that up. Nick, can you scroll it up a little big so we can see it a little bigger? No, scroll it up so we bigger. You can make it a little.
Go down. You'll see this.
Oh, they're down.
Yeah, go down.
Scroll all the way down for Manny's.
You'll know when to stop. This is Brendan Fraser.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, is that you, the black guy? Wait, go back up.
Terry
Crews.
Oh, it's not on that page. Oh, it was the wrong page.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're
not
fine.
on that page.
I love him.
I knew you were Terry Crews. Okay, so it's a different page.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't
Just
know. which page it's
teamvulnerable.com
on.
is what it'd be on.
Billie Eilish.
Billy.
Oh, okay, I see.
wow.
Wait, scroll up.
But if you
scroll
go to
up.
teamvulnerable.com, maybe
Up,
that's
up.
kind of a teaser. Then they can see my before and after photo.
Wait, this is teamvulnerable.com.
This is, but it's a different page.
What page is it about us?
So just go
Training.
straight teamvulnerable.com.
Oh,
I think it
Nick, did you
is.
type it?
Oh,
in?
that is?
What
is?
is
You
on?
don't have the
Gosh.
before and
Get it
after.
up on your
Issues.
phone.
Sorry, it is.
Sorry, gang.
Well, in any case, guys, go check them out. We have the link for them in the description of the video. If any of you are, it's primarily, people who are struggling with porn addiction, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And if you want to add
we
in-
got programs for spouses to go through, people in serious relationships, one for parents and kids to go through together, and we have one for people who are single to go through together. It's about taking one moment of strength and vulnerability and standing up to this issue, and you can have freedom from this.
Yeah, so teamvulnerable.com. The link is in the description. Go check them out, guys.
Ooh.
And I think that's it, right, Nick? What are we forgetting? We forgetting anything? Is that it? Okay, all right, guys. So I feel like I'm forgetting something, but jazz cups, gentlemen. I don't know if you've noticed. You see these glass jazz cups? I've tapped out my guys. I don't know. I'm trying to get more of these. I don't know, chat. Maybe you prefer? Do you prefer the glass ones over the paper ones? Guys, my supply is running out. I've had to do so many returns because they're sending me the wrong designs. They're trying to do a bait and switch, these companies. I've returned like 5 cases because they send me the wrong ones. I've scoured the internet. They're just not making the fucking jazz cups anymore. This is a staple of the Whatever podcast. So if any of you are a distributor for Dart, I think it's Dart or Solo cups, and you're willing to put in like I think it's probably going to cost you $5,000 to get I think the minimum cases, you have to buy 100 cases of 1,000. Maybe you can ship me 2 cases. I'll buy 2 cases. I'm a nice guy like that. I'll buy 2 cases. I need some cups, boys. If any of you, this is such a ridiculous.
You should get an
This is so
OnlyFans and then you can
I'm sorry.
pay for this maybe.
I don't want to spend $5,000 and where am I going to store 100 cases of 1,000 solo jazz cup
Do
designs.
they need to be jazz?
Yes, because I'm OCD and I refuse to get. I don't want the red solo cups. It has to be the jazz. I like the jazz designs, and I reached out to the company. I got in contact with their sales force. I'm like, yo, just like on the DL, fucking throw me a case or two, son. They don't print it. They don't print them anymore. It's really it's a real
Maybe if
shame.
you get like a
It's
real
shame.
hard-working job, you'll be able to get some.
If I have a hard
Or maybe
working-
just buy like white
a real
ones.
job. Get a real job.
Buy white ones and just draw it.
Yeah,
Anyways,
someone could make a design for you.
This is it's probably a well, I don't know if the term is a Hail Mary, but if anybody has a connection with solo cups, get me a fucking case of 16 ounce. I'll take 12 ounce. We'll go oversized. I'll take 22, I think 22, 24 ounce jazz solo cups. Help a brother out. Help me out, guys. I'm trying to, run a podcast here. I'm struggling, guys. So I'm going to pay for it. I'll pay for the case, but I can't stock 100 cases. Okay.
Will you eat pussy for it?
Fuck no. With that said, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We'll be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have the great Andrew Wilson coming next week. He's going to be here on Sunday and Tuesday, so be sure to tune into that. Those shows should certainly be a doozy. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Thank you to the wonderful panel today. We had a quite lively show. Appreciate it, guys. 07s. Oh my God, this girl. Okay.
Sorry. One time on a podcast, I deep throated it. But then it fucked it because it like the wet.
Out you go. Out you go. As Malay or whatever. Okay. Good night, guys. 07s in the chat. We'll see you Sunday with Andrew Wilson. Good night, guys.
Link in bio.